of the international competition, but today, the Salt Lake City Major can begin in earnest because the best teams in the world now take the international stage. FaZe Clan, back-to-back world champions, fend off a challenge from JJ Blast and Five Fears, one of the newest teams on the block. Hot and Cold, just dropped by M80, joins Wildcard in the fight against Team Falcons. And G2, with Stompin competing in his first international event on American soil, start the day against Dark Zero. 16 best of ones, 2 streams, day 3 starts now.
Two absolute juggernauts here await us for match number 1 of the first day of phase number 2. Over the last 2 days, we saw 4 teams make it out of phase 1 and make it into the Swiss phase, which is now upon us. And today is going to be a pretty fast day. Lots of best of ones, no teams going home, no teams qualifying, but lots of really good high-octane siege.
Yeah, so much action to come through today, Parker. We've got A stream and B stream, 8 matches each. That's 16 total for the math nerds out there. So plenty of action. And every
hello everyone. I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. So we are going to be heading into phase 2. And this is going to be so much fun.
Everybody starts at the top. They're all on the same footing, 0-0 record. If you win, you're playing other teams who won. If you lose, you're playing other teams who have lost. If you win 3 times, congrats, you'll make it to main stage. If you lose 3 times, I'm sorry, you're headed home.
We've already had to say goodbye to a bunch of teams in phase number 1. But again, today is not a sad day. Today is a day of celebrating. Celebrating Great Siege, celebrating the second phase of the Salt Lake City Major, and celebrating what we're going to see on not just 1, but 2 streams. That's right. All of phase 1 over the last 48 hours conducted on a single stream. We have now branched out. And our very first game starting over on the B stream will be the Australians. And I will say, there is 1 Kiwi on the team. I know this because I got a slightly annoyed DM saying this is Kiwi erasure. I do apologize. As we are Canadians, we are used to people just saying Americans or North Americans and not giving us credit. I will give you credit here. So Enterprise will go up against Ninjas in Pajamas. These are all really strong, really good teams that will be playing a lot of APAC teams on the B stream. So if that is your jam, go on over. I think AC
Let's
Dez
go.
are starting off the stream over there so you can hear their beautiful British voices. But for us, Jesse, we're going to be doing Dark Zero G2 before launching into Falcons Wild Card after this.
Yeah, NA versus EU. That's always what we love to see, isn't it, Parker? For the English-speaking audience, at the very least, we've got some killer games to kick things off here on the A stream. So I can't wait to get things started. Dark Zero up against G2.
We're going to be taking up. Where is the B stream? What the fuck?
Stage in NAL kickoff, undefeated.
There.
And there were people saying, maybe a bit too prematurely, they're going to win the entire major. Well, there's another team that people think the same of. It's their opponents in G2. While we talk about the stakes here at the match, let's look at where we actually will play. It is a best of 1.
Need to refresh that shit. Sorry, I have to restart that. Hi, Queen. How you doing?
Now we're cooking.
If these teams dominate out the gate, but given the pedigree
How
of
are
DZ
you doing?
and G2,
Okay.
I don't think that's likely to happen.
Yeah, Bank of Fun.
Bank! Oh my god, Dogs are really good at Bank, and so is G2.
But obviously that was a bit of a different roster, and they also didn't do very well. A 1-2 record.
This is going to be interesting.
Dark Zero 1 playing kickoff, a 7-1 win versus Wildcard. So also not a lot of footage shown there. It's clear both teams want to bring out a bit of a secret weapon for this tough first-round matchup.
Absolutely, and if you didn't watch much of kickoff, the look of Dark Zero is totally different. The only person that has stayed on this team is NJR. The rest of the team assembled from M80, that's Kino, and then 3 players from that old Space Station Gaming roster, plus their coach of Callout as well. G2 grabbed one of those former SSG players in Benjamaster and also picked up a player that maybe some people might not know. His name is Shaiko.
Oh, I think I've heard of him.
I've heard of him once or twice.
Yeah, something like that. Gonna be some really big names facing off inside of this lobby. Of course, the massive gun skill on both sides is gonna be a big thing to focus on. We all are excited to see Stompin, of course, going up against his home region. There he is, middle on the left. Excited to see him in action on LAN for the first time in a little bit. It's been a couple of months, and I know everyone on G2 is excited to showcase this new roster on an international stage.
Rode all the way here from Dallas, Texas on horseback.
Yes.
Now, look, I
There we
own
go.
a map. And you and I are both fans of GeoGuessr, but I can tell you right now,
You're so
I have no
tired,
idea
was
how long it would
working in
take by
garden.
horseback to
Oh,
get here.
I'm sorry to hear
I
that.
imagine quite a while.
Well, Parker, it should be pretty exciting to see how he kicks things off, of course, against this Dark Zero team. Also thrilled to kick things off on Bank. We'll jump right into the matchup now as we get ready to load on in 81%
That
for
cannot be
G2.
right. There's no
Damn.
way that's right.
North America's not woken up yet to go to the polls, clearly, because the fans are backing the Europeans. It'll be a masterclass on Bank between these two heavyweights, Parker, and we'll jump right into the op ban phase.
All right, what are we thinking here? Dark Zero on attack, G2 on defense. Jesse, you're the numbers guy.
This is
Yeah, I mean, the big question is always, do you ban Ace Hibana? Do you take away those ranged hard breachers?
I think Hibana would be the first one to go, and then maybe Captain Ying from Dark Zero, and on defense, maybe it will be like
opened up to creativity.
maybe
for these two
Asabi?
squads,
Grim?
and it will be Grim. So we're not going to see that double hard breach ban coming through from G2. Dark Zero, of course, starting with the Kaid. Mira would be our expected second ban, but Clash wouldn't be unexpected.
Bandit?
Either. It's a bandit. Okay, you don't see a lot of Kaid bandit bans just because, you know, usually you talk about that Kaid being used down in the basement and stopping those.
Arcade I can understand, but
does see
Bandit?
play, of course, on that top floor. Elevator wall being closed up is
Now,
probably the
that
main place
is
you'll see
quite
Bandit played, but
intriguing.
not today as Dark Zero take it off the board.
Quite an unusual one.
That is
But
intriguing.
I do like to see the
Indeed.
electrification bans get removed. It was our good friend Bikini Bout who actually talked about optimizing operator bans for the map, and he very specifically talked about a Kaid and Bandit ban on Clubhouse, not here on Bandit.
Okay, the sound is good.
But I do think there is something to be learned for the casual viewers who watch this game as to why certain teams will remove certain operators. Grim is one of the most played attackers across every single map. Every team plays Grim. He is very, very strong right now. He's a nuisance op. He's annoying. He's able to work in entry fashion. He's able to work in post-plant fashions. He's great for pinching roamers. There are really not a lot of poor applications for a Grim, and of course Monty is Monty. You don't really need to talk too much about how strong that operator is, especially when you've got Kino on Dark Zero.
Wow, DZ again, they played this map versus Wildcard back during kickoff, and their attacks were amazing. They went 5-1 on their attacking half, Parker, and that was really
Okay, starting
off some
open
strong
area.
pushes on the primary
That's
bomb
interesting.
sites. The only site they lost was staff room and open area, and that's exactly where G2 have decided to kick things off in this matchup versus Dark Zero. Maybe a little bit of VOD review being done by Ramalho and the coaching staff on G2. Cameraman, of course, a big impact on that team behind the scenes as well. So, going to be excited to see how they try to lock things down. Heavy top floor roam from Shaiko and Alamau, but the rest of these players more content to just roam around that mid floor. With Mira and Azami available, you don't need to dedicate so many bodies up above.
No, of course.
Okay,
And
so
another
they
thing that's
extended
missing
out
from
of
Dark
the
Zero's
towers,
lineup
so
is those typical
and
intel
upstairs
operators,
hold
Devo,
is
Stoke,
extended
Solid
from
Snake.
from
On
stock
an open
to
area defense, you
the
usually
office.
know where the
So that's
defenders
quite
are
an
gonna be.
interesting
They're
take.
going to play quite static. They know where the Azami is. They knew where Doki was. Doki, the very first kill, and Shaiko's looking for something. He gets full almost a second playing over by Stock Trading.
That's Capitao off.
Off they'll go, and the ace of NJR taking down Shaiko is just so nasty. Kino gets Dark Zero on the board, but the damage has been done. 3 players of DZ already
Adamo died
removed.
early.
And
Okay.
we're not even at the halfway point of round 1.
NJR is going to want that one back. His first round here at the Major not going exactly how he planned. It's never easy clearing Shaiko out of stock, but that time in particular, he had an opportunity. He saw the player had the pings, but Shaiko's just a little bit too good there. Leaves J9O and Kino in a really difficult spot. They're very isolated, and you can see the pings are very strong from G2. They know J9O is coming up from the basement.
They had intel on all this stuff. So again, it goes back to the point of why do you bring those intel ops if you know their overall positioning? And Dark Zero didn't struggle on information, Jesse. You pointed it out. They struggled on the kill department.
Yeah.
You can know where they are. You can use a death mark. You can use a Dokkaebi call. And guess what? If you don't land your shots, it's game over. Just like round number 1, Benjamaster and
Damn.
Shaiko will get the final 2 kills.
By the way,
That's a
Fox,
free
like,
kill
I
from the
have
Frenchman
like
on the side of
candy.
G2, and
This
they're
is
off
pure
to the
chocolate,
races.
like three
Really
three
strong start
different
coming out from
chocolates
the
right in here.
confidence-inspiring G2. I mean, really good stuff from Shaiko. Of course, little 3K roaming up inside of stock, but a couple of those early fights as well, just not going their way on the side of Dark Zero. It was Newers on the sledge, the opening death. I think he was still outside the building, just on the north side, outside the CEO windows.
By the way, Foxec,
Really
did you
was not a
see
good, view of him going
the
down,
video
but
that I
ended up
posted
dying
about
to Doki from
my
the position of
prediction?
inside of Archive, so one of those vert plays that didn't exactly go his way. There was some chat going through text chat right after that with some question marks from G2 as well, but in the end, I think that bomb site rotate as well maybe caught them a little bit.
You're being very kind to what was actually said. Doki said some swear words about Newers and what Newers was doing, but things that we can't repeat here on the broadcast.
Yeah.
One thing that has been quite common across Phase 1 and now is immediately starting in Phase 2 is the trash talk between the teams.
Yeah.
The teams are all on a familiar enough basis where they are
Psycho
engaging
on
in a little bit of text
Fenrir,
talk.
interesting.
It is nice to see, even in incredibly important matches, not make or break just yet, but it is good to see that the teams are able to keep it
Hey,
in good
I
mental
have the
health
time
and
of the
it was
month.
GT
I have
doing
a
most of the talking,
reason
they
for
won
the
the round, so I mean,
chocolates,
that's
okay?
typically how it goes. But for DZ, they got to lock in because while DZ
I love
dominated
sweets.
the first phase of kickoff,
Well, I
they
love
showed
sweets,
some
I love
very
licorice.
serious struggles. And there was a period of
That's-
time where some people became skeptical of whether DZ would even
Like,
be
for
one of the
once,
top
I'm
players.
not
DZ
eating
making
licorice
it
at the
out of
moment,
NL.
so...
Well, this might be an explosive start to the round. It's no top floor presence from G2, but they've got 4 roamers here on the mid floor, and if they want to get active, they absolutely can go into some contests here. Of course, the open area hatch is open, so they can go for a bit of a drop down if they need to. That
Licorice is
security
so
available
good.
to them,
What do you
but
mean?
Really, with Doki's position inside of Cafeteria, with Benja being a little bit more aggressive as well, they've got players lurking around who could cause damage if DZ go too quickly and don't drone their corners.
That's for old people? What? Nah.
Nitro Cell lined up and ready, blue being held. Again, this is a pugilism lineup from Dark Zero. They've got a read on somebody over towards staff area. All those DMRs in hand are great at breaking the walls open. The DMRs obviously hit like a truck, but they're also much better at caliber-based destruction. Doki is oh so close. He's so patient. Tracking the in through the wall. It's an ugly
Nah,
fight.
Doki just having bad luck there.
Dark Zero will get the lead-off pick in round 2.
They had no idea he was there, but somehow Doki's not able to walk away with a kill. Still good time waste coming out from G2. They lose their Azami, that will hurt, but this is a strong bomb site for Anchors. They can sit 4v5 in sight and still feel quite confident.
That is a
Stomp
good
with
echo
the guy on
drone
boost there, trying to lock
shit.
that area down. Usually you'll see the smoke out here, but Warden
Yeah,
can be quite
basically,
confident as
yeah.
well. Watch out for Zach because he can go for some really scary swings.
The
if
only
you're
one
not
was still,
Gonna follow up now as there goes the nade. It bounces off of Stompin as he backs away. 3 separate players lined up. Good coordination. That Echo
Damn.
drone knocking the shield away. Stompin capitalizing off of that. An anticipatory shot onto the door. Here's the Candelas go off, but DZ's focus is elsewhere with a minute left.
Really nice little coordination from Stompin and Alamau, the captain and the young gun on G2.
No, Ashen
Now
went
that
to
gives us the numbers,
M80.
and time does not favor the North Americans.
And,
They're gonna have to find a way to get this plant down. They've
the
got
only
lots
player
of
that's
tools.
left
Candelas
of
from Jay, I know.
Dark Zero
Got
is
snowballs from
NJR.
They've got everything they need, but they have to be coordinated.
And look at this, G2 still so aggressive. NJR takes down Shaiko.
Damn.
Lures on the board. Ali Mao trades that one right back. The advantage at this moment for Dark Zero with 30 seconds left. NJR drop, Fultz shooting away at the legs of Benjamaster, former teammates. Now it's all up to Ali Mao to clutch out. He's still got the Yokai drones in place, but nowhere near close enough to deal with that defuse kit. DZ liked their objectives. They had a very high plant rate in the NAL kickoff. Fultz, not usually the one to do it. It's been Kino, but he's dead, so Fultz will get the job done. A nice swing by Fultz. Ali Mao reads that one perfectly. Now it's Newers and Carl in a 1v1. Tucked away in the corner. Ali Mao's found 2 so far this round. Impact out to get the attention of Newers, but Newers will give him absolutely nothing. No, he's hugging that B-bomb chassis as the bullets whiz on by. Newers' position known. Ali Mao fighting for his life. Time going off, and you just can't get past Newers. Oh, so good on attack. DZ will tie the game.
Great round from Carl there, Parker, but it's just not quite enough in the 1v1. The young gun of Newers, he does not make mistakes often, and he is so sharp when he needs to be. Really was, from start to finish, I think one of the most important players in that round, because while that push from Dark Zero was largely coming in from the back, you saw them dropping in through gold, they had players dropping elevators. Stompin actually made a bit of an aggressive play. After getting that kill onto Kino, he pushed up towards the top floor, started to flank in towards Archives, and you see it in the kill feed. Newers shut down that flank from Stompin. So despite some really smart moves from G2 that I think a lot of teams wouldn't have expected, DZ were ready for it. They were watching. Newers, I believe, finishes that round with a big 3-piece coming out. So very nice to come through from Newers. And Dark Zero.
Come on, G2.
Not used to seeing Alimau in these clutch positions, but he's just as good of an anchor as you can get. Alimau, I know his fans will always say this guy never takes anything seriously, but when he needs to dial in, he can. Don't forget that he is a major
the Ecuador was too far away for them to be able to
It's kind of awesome to see,
for like
coordination. Like Alimau plus Stompin feels like such an unlikely duo. Right? Because
for Alimau to do anything about it,
but maybe not
so to speak.
brash as an individual. And then Alimau is just—he's a clown. You know, he's a loud guy, but he's also incredibly smart. And so when they put their skill set together, it actually works so well. And maybe you don't think of them as two that would go well together, but really in the server, it shines.
The Ecuadors were too far away.
Alimau and Doki have been on this roster for a long, long time, Jesse. A lot of people, when they think of G2, they might think of Pengu, you might think of Fabian. I mean, maybe you think of these guys, a lot of people now might think of Stompin. But in all actuality, Alimau and Doki have been on this roster longer than any other player. They're coming up on 4 years. They'll be celebrating that 4-year tenure on G2 at this event. So I understand that for old heads, you will think of guys like Goga, all them, but no, almost 4 years now for Alimau and Doki.
I think of both of them. I'm not thinking of
course,
just one.
2023 SI in Montreal, the final SI that we've had in Montreal. Might go back there at some point, but honestly, they have made a really lasting legacy, and while success has maybe not been as often as it was on that older roster, Siege is far more competitive. This team has still been able to make events, so they're still able to compete at the top.
Really excited to see what the plan is here for Dark Zero.
They haven't
really
missed
a
a single event, I think.
The windows, they've got pressure on the skylight as well. Faults with the fuse kit out here on Repel. You'll see this position quite often, but usually it's not the player with kits. J9O on the Habana actually going to open up the walls from down outside the trading window, so they've got a couple different angles at that, and once the angle gets made, now Faults can rotate over. So whether they want to bring this kid in through the windows or whether they want to go in through top square, they've got a couple of different options. I believe NJR has made the breach in top square, so with lots of hard breach, Dark Zero have many angles open. And
yeah, but they didn't have any information, Foxtech. The Ecuadors were too far away.
Newers dropped. There was some damage done to Shenko earlier on. He will get the last laugh in that engagement. And G2 will find their second opening pick so far through 3 rounds. The Blackbeard now in the midst of the site. Kino showing off his prowess on these shield rolls. Down goes J9O. He's having a miserable start here at 0-3 for the highest rated player on this team. That's just simply not good enough. G2 will lose Alimau as Fultz gets the kill. Has to peel off the defuse kit now. Gets mobbed by these defenders in sight. Benja will take down Fultz. Now it's Kino and NJR to pick up the pieces. The Yokai drone still in play. Stompin sitting on that gadget. Where is Shenko?
Not what you mean layout.
Back to the bomb site he goes.
Oh,
and
damn.
Stompin will get the final kill. G2 answers back, and they will wrestle the lead away from DZ.
Yeah, nice little defense, Parker. They're not overextending into those big threats, right? You talked about Kino inside the bomb site. Obviously, Faults we highlighted rotating over on the Capitao. They didn't highlight any of those players on G2. Instead, they worked their peripheries. They tried to find picks
no, like,
it's
okay, Foxtech. I just confused on what you mean by layout.
His second opening death through these first 3 rounds. You saw that long angle pick onto J9O, who was trying to enter in through lobby side, while most of the distractions were coming in through the main windows and were focused over on square.
Okay, I'm not surprised by that. I actually thought they would go to do that in the first banning.
Quite proficient coming out from these defenders. You know, they're not getting tripped up by what Dark Zero want them to focus on. They're finding opportunities to work that man advantage around the utility being brought by DZ.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
DZ's lineup being relatively static in the operators that they bring. It's been the same carousels. They've tossed around this Blackbeard, this Capitao, Ying, and Hibana. 3 of those operators showing up in pretty much every single round so far. There has not been a big difference in that lineup. Can't say the same for this G2 team, as G2 has tossed around certain operators. This will be the first time that we see a Wamai on the board, second time that we see a Fenrir. Thorn obviously very strong, good on a map like Bank. Heard it in one of the timeouts taken by the teams yesterday that it's very good for early kill pressure, but is also an annoying op that acts as an intel operator. I know that that's not the primary focus of somebody like Thorn, but when the Razor Bloom goes off, you know somebody is in the proximity.
Going to be going back down to the bottom
Oh,
floor
you
now,
mean like
Parker. So
that? Okay,
G2
okay,
not
I
trying
see
to
what you
same
mean.
rotation. Open area will be available to them as it was in round 1, but switching things up, keeping DZ on their toes. You saw a
I
couple
think
of
no
off
matter
switches
where
there,
I'm
no
going to
when
put
Newers
it, it's going to
jumping
be in the
off
way
that
either
lift
way,
over
so.
to the Deimos. Such an incredible Deimos player. Newers is one of his favorite operators. Going to be exciting to see how he plays with this. Snake is his most played op through kickoff, but of course we know how good Deimos can be as well. You were just highlighting those information operators earlier in this game, and finally now one being brought out by Dark Zero. The Roam, I think a little bit more passive coming out from G2. Doki, I should say, not having so much success ratting inside a cafeteria last time, so he reins things in back down towards the basement. You do still have Shaiko in elevators. Benja, of course, here in open area too. Might be wanting to get aggressive, but with this hatch open, he's probably just going to shoot a couple drones and fall back.
Very critical of teams that play these unsupported style of roams.
No worries, Foxic. For me, it kind of doesn't matter right now when I'm watching the matches because I see everything.
Now, but with the hatch open, there you go. He can immediately fall off. So nothing really putting him in harm's way here. This top floor control now has gone so swiftly. Oh my. Terrible start for Jack so
Damn.
far. 0-4 is well below what he's capable of. And for a guy who is usually one of the two main entries on this team, that's going to hurt for Dark Zero.
Yeah, that's a really big pick. You mentioned it last year and a half. Those
No
two
worries,
players,
fuck's sake.
teammates, now enemies in the server, but NJR gets
now
them
he
back.
got
Stalken
stomped
actually
then.
dies very early, top of those server stairs. That's an uncharacteristic death coming out from Zach. And then Faults, another
Yeah.
one, answers back onto his former teammates. So a really nice kind of couple
What the
of kills
fuck?
coming through. G2 had that advantage in the palm of their hands, Parker, but they get a little over aggressive in two different areas of the map, and they completely give it up.
Yeah.
One of the things that I've always worried about with this G2 team is that there's no shortage of confidence, if we want to say it diplomatically. And there are times where G2 seems to overplay their hand and overpeak. They have
Confident.
tons of talent to bail
Okay.
themselves out, and Doki might have just started that as he picks up his second kill so far in this map.
I don't know if they knew Doki was back there. It's a bit of an over-eager drop from Kino. He's not supported with his teammates, and because they didn't have that information, it gets very scary. You've got to deal with Doki now, but with these Wamai magnets, even the Capital bolts won't save you.
Now go the Magnets, still holding this position. Jesse, look at how much time he's wasting, though. There's
Yeah.
under 30 seconds left. You've yet to flush it out.
Damn,
You
this
cannot
is
get
not
the
good
defense
for
down
Dark
if you do not
Zero.
have server control. Doki will eat you for lunch. There's Shaiko with one, Doki another, and DZ are bottoming out, leaving NJR on the hatch
Yeah.
all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it is the further side of
I
the map,
admire
but
the
still.
It's not going to go anywhere.
No, this one's done.
You're doing this at this point just for the gram, right? Alimar the final kill, 3 separate players involved in the 3 final kills, and G2 will extend their lead.
Way better round from Doki on that bottom floor bomb site. Hits him with the Z's after that one because he's just getting a little sleepy down in the basement. And I mean, you compare his first bottom floor defense to his second, right? The first time, he's going to rat inside and, you know, he doesn't really find much of an impact. And then the second time, he goes down in server.
Because
that rat
Sid Straight
spot
Ray has
works
a-
out.
so
don't
they have a
spot him,
pillow
so
on
he
their
has such
back?
a huge impact.
Are you
No
fucking
time, really,
joking?
for Dark Zero to spot him
The
out.
chairs
He's gonna
are
have to
so
attack
bad
Kyle
right
to
now
come
that they are
through
sitting
from
with a
call-out.
pillow on the
If you weren't
back.
watching Phase 1, we unfortunately don't have
Are you
the ability to listen
joking?
in here, but we will be listening in after round 6 for the halftime timeout. So get ready for that. We will get to listen to callouts' sweet, soothing voice soon enough. I think the alarm bell's ringing a bit though. Parker down 3-1 now.
I want to know what's going on with J9.
That would
I
actually
know that
piss
we're
me
gonna-
off.
we're gonna focus
Not-
on him a
not
little
gonna
bit
lie,
later.
that
He enters
Actually,
as the
might piss me
third
off in
highest
general
rated
because
player
if
after
you
all of
going
AL
for a
kickoff was done. He
tournament
had the second
this big
highest cost
and
of
you give
any
us a
player
chair that is not
in the AL
functional,
kickoff.
I'm
Cost,
going
of
to get
course,
pissed.
Standing for kills, objectives, survives, or trades. He's
Literally.
doing
There's
very
no
poorly
amount
here.
you can
He has
like
an
say
EPS
anything
of
otherwise because
33, and his cost is 25%. Now, in
It's like-
comparison to what we saw during kickoff, his EPS was 123, a full 90 points higher than what he's at now, and his cost was at 73%, almost 50% above where he's at this current point in time. Now, granted, it is just the 4th round, But if things are going bad, you're almost like look at G2 at 3 rounds, Jesse. They're almost halfway done if they keep this up.
Yeah.
So you're running out of time for Janino to find it, and he has not been providing anything.
I haven't
valuable
seen
this
them
season.
having
Really
any
tough
issue
for
with the
Janino
black
too,
light
because
chair
you go
before.
back to
I
that
think
Space
the
Station
chairs
outfit that he was on for
just
years,
busted.
and he really played that kind of support flex right alongside.
And also,
Falcon,
it kind of
that
pisses
support
me off
duo.
that they are
But then
sitting
when you
in the
add guys like
freaking
Kino and
hotel
NJR, the support role's
rooms
a little
having
crowded. So Janino has taken on a much more aggressive playstyle here on the Dark
Having
Zero
that
team,
is kinda like
playing that flex
stupid.
flex entry alongside Newers, and it's been a bit of a tough transition.
My prediction?
Again, in kickoff he was excellent. Actually, 12
G2 and Furia,
early game, but
first team
hasn't
to
been
go
able to be
through.
as involved. So you're right. I want to see more out of Janino. We
To
know
win
how
3
talented he
matches.
is as an
Then
individual,
FaZe
but
Clan,
hasn't
Dark
been able to
Zero,
showcase it just
Falcons,
yet against
Shopify,
G2.
Virtus Pro, and
They'll continue their
Wildcard.
site rotation. Open area returns once again, so this is going to be an opportunity for DZ to adapt. They should know the spawn site's coming.
I did
They haven't
kind
really blown
of
up their
forget
composition
about
too much,
Ninjas
operator
and
lineup on the
Pyjamas.
side
They
of
also
DZ
played well,
remaining
but like
very similar.
kind of hard
We
to
will
pick.
see just the second Flores and the first IQ. And that in large part is a response to the amount of information being brought from this G2 lineup. G2 really isn't doing anything poorly. If you're wondering why we're talking so much about Dark Zero, it's because there's not much to say about G2. G2 has been playing exceptionally well.
Yep.
And the only times when rounds have gotten scary, outside of obviously the victory that Dark Zero had back in round number 2, was G2 getting too confident. It wasn't like they were making foundational mistakes.
No, G2 have been excellent. Shaiko, of course, really big round number 1. He's been consistent on the frags. Doki, a big moment last round. This top floor looks very similar to what they're used to. No more Azami. Of course, DZ banned that out, so Shaiko moves over to the Thorn instead.
I want to get
But
rid
this
of the
Nero
one
window,
that
it
is
was a
underneath with
problem
a
for them
C4 because
previously. It's
his.
gonna be a problem once
If you
again.
wonder
They
why
have Habano,
Benjamin
which I
Master
assume
or
is gonna
Mira
be
is
an
underneath
opportunity
with
here.
This is
How?
silly.
Oh, no.
underneath,
so
no
um,
idea
on
how
the
Al's
first
doing
floor,
this.
This is unbelievable.
is C4.
We are
They,
in Silly Town.
he's waiting for. Oh my
One.
god.
A second
Why?
maybe.
If this was 2 years ago, he jumps out.
Carl, you can't do that.
Okay.
Raise your hand if you thought Stompin would be bottom frag on G2.
Hey, you
J9
wanted it.
breaks his goose egg, Jesse. Kills Benjamaster, former teammates, and we're back to a 4v4 with a minute to go. Alimau finds another Stompin now also on the board. Fultz and Newer's last 2 alive. Diffuse Kid has been dropped. Will need to be retrieved by Dark Zero.
Oh, what
But
a beautiful
even if there's
cross.
enough time, Fultz is now buried at the hands of Shaiko and Doki. Also
Damn.
in on the
If Big
action.
Shopify is going to the next
No,
phase, I
Alimau,
am
think,
sure
got
they
two
will.
Alimau got
9%.
Alimau got 2
And
kills.
keeping the hope up.
That's just the way it goes.
if you
I
will.
guess. What an
Keeping the hope
impressive
up.
round.
We
What
need
more
to
is
have
there
a
say? Call
Swede
timeout, and that was
in the finals, okay?
really just not what we see
You
from
need to
DZ.
put
This
it
is
in
more
there.
yeah,
We need a
playoff
Swede.
kickoff, DZ, and not
No,
just
it's not
group
there
stage
this time, so
kickoff.
we gotta have
Yeah,
something
I'm
else.
concerned for the North Americans here, Parker. I mean, you call your TAC timeout, and it's the most dominant round we've seen from G2 all tournament. This is their first game, so it's maybe not as crazy. But still, it's a really dominant round. It comes
I'm
off
kind of
some
getting scared that I
aggression
put
from
Dark
Alimau. It's a
Zero
nice
to
swing from Stompin
to
down
go
the
through.
bottom floor.
I'm kind of scared
We
of
know how
that.
good the
Actually, for
trade
that we're
game
playing
is
better,
on
but I
G2
do
because
expect
there's
G2
always
to
a kill
decimate
coming
them.
back. Jack gets a kill, but immediately traded back by Stompin on that top floor. When Alimau gets a kill, there's nothing. He just gets a second kill a little bit later on those windows. It doesn't feel like DZ are able to respond quite quickly enough. And that's kind of the thing with attacking on Siege, Parker. You have to either be winning your initial gunfights or you have to be good on the trades. And right now, Dark Zero aren't good enough on either. G2 have been far better in both categories.
I gave DZ a little bit of cover and fire back in round number 1 with their lineup, right? Saying, oh, they don't
Sure.
need those intel operators, right?
Sure.
They have been running this same similar lineup the whole time. And now what the major Achilles heel of Dark Zero has been is G2's roam.
Yeah.
Time and time again, G2 is killing you, and you seem to have no awareness of their position. Now, in round number 1, that was not the case. Round number 2, that wasn't the case. Rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, very much been the case. DZ is a system team. I get it. Callout has an idea. But no Deimos, no Dokkaebi, no Snake, no Lion, no Jungle. J90 plays Lion quite regularly. They could easily slot that in, but I guess they see their system and they want to keep playing it even if it's not working.
Yeah, it's very strange to see none of those banned out either coming from
Yeah.
Dark Zero, but they clearly want to bring this hard breach. Like, there's other utilities that they want to bring instead. I get that. It's going to be tough. I like the IQ here for sure. Like, you can counter out some of these yokai cams. You can spot out those thorn gadgets. There's a lot of value you can get from that, but they need to be able to hunt down these players and get these kills. A 5-1 half after, again, their last time on Bank was also a 5-1 half, but they were successfully winning on the attack. I mean, you can't be going through with that consistently. There's got to be some kind of response from Dark Zero. Otherwise, it'll be G2 running away with this game, and still the information clearly favoring G2.
You have Newers on IQ down in blue. He's not even using his gadget. I mean, hey, congratulations. You killed Stompin. That's a pretty good entry.
Sure.
But the value that G2 is getting from this gadget team is huge, and the IQ is not.
I don't know what
Stompin
Stompin was trying to do, but
get on the roof, see where the yokai drones are, then clear second floor and go on down. I mean, I guess you've gotten rid of the Echo, so the yokai drones are not as important, but still you do need to wonder why this operator is being used this way, and if, the question remains, can it be used to more success for DC?
Yeah, the death from Stompin, not ideal, frankly. Didn't have to go for that swing, but you're up 4-1, you're feeling confident. Sometimes you got to take gambles like that. This push from Dark Zero, by the way, it seems like it's
G2 face Furia, Falcons, Wildcard, Dark Zero.
NJR over on this side, and it's
5 years? Okay.
From Shaiko outside of stock. He's been loving this position today.
Yeah, Shaiko's been roaming with complete impunity, and oh my goodness, if he'd won that long-range engagement on a J90, that would have been something else, but still outside of the building for the most part. DZ
45 seconds left. This goes.
At least the next 15 seconds. They've got Diffuse Kit in the hands of Fultz. There's no denying this Monty band, by the way, is really throwing this team off its step. And
I like playing Form, but her weapon sucks dog gas, in my opinion. I don't like her weapon.
That square stair doorway. Down goes Fultz, but not before Benja had died as well. A 3v3 with a little under 30 seconds to go. Looks like they might coalesce, come together, work this bomb site. Doki now taking some damage. Dark Zero are desperate for this round. Not keen to end up with a 5-1 deficit. Alimau dies, Doki trades it back, and it's now up to Shaiko to clutch out. I mean, this is a very favorable position. Running out of time. Oh my god, a jump scare from Newer. Shaiko dies. DZ will at least get one more.
Shit.
And the first half will go away 4-2 with G2 in control.
So winnable. Unfortunately, they didn't have that diffuse kit, but it's not quite enough. They stay alive in this
now
matchup.
It's halftime.
For halftime.
Yeah, I forgot about.
Listen, though, if we go back to attack and overtime, Bulker, their open area scheme's not changing. They're sending 2 guys top, and they have nobody fucking Trump side. We need to just fucking take our time and clear those guys. Like, if we go back there. That's all it is. It's one guy that plays stock, one guy that plays Jan. All you gotta do is open up fucking stock, force the guy out, put pressure on the Jan side, then just clear them, and just take our time with it. It's literally that simple.
So where was everyone else if we got all like the Hori gaps?
They had 3 down. You can ask them like a salt.
Hey, no fucking commercials, please. They always do this in halftime.
Yeah.
Alright, we can do Portuguese this time.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. If you want, we can also like home clear and play for the kills. Okay? Just use the vertical, remember this.
Open area can do horizontal, or also second on the top can do also Spada push, because I did the fast entry on the windows against them.
They went from like super clownish to this serious stress over.
Yeah, is what is keep in mind that like also like is what I say like I'm very traumatized because of the open area split, but it can also work against them because they are very reactive and like to play like kind of crazy top floor. Okay,
For open area, you're saying?
Yeah, for open area. Like,
But like,
I think the best one is horizontal.
What position do you wanna do? Because we changed so much the split.
In the split,
Yeah,
I'm electric.
electric,
I'm lobby.
printer, lobby, Shaiko stock, Benja, rappel.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, perfect guys. Like, bank, our home. Let's finish 7.
Yeah, that's just true.
So
they're,
good.
they're terrible, bro. They're just baiting. Holy shit.
Every round out of like 10 seconds left.
I know, bro.
Could have
So
one run
fun.
so easy, right?
Definitely a different vibe between those two teams. Dark Zero screaming in Portuguese, and then we switch back and Ramal calmly explaining the strats, calmly explaining what they want to do. Clashing between these squads. It's kind of interesting, Parker. We highlighted at the start of this game
Contrast.
how little bank both these teams have played this season. G2 have not played it at
That
all.
was
This
a
is the first time they've faced
very,
Dark Zero, a single 7-1 matchup
very
versus Wildcard.
big
But they
contrast
both
between the
seem
two
to
teams.
have quite a bit of information on what the other team likes to do.
Yep.
I would wonder if they've scrimmed each other on bank. It kind of
Possible.
feels like they have,
It's possible.
based on that tag timeout.
I mean, Ramalho also said bank, it's our home.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, granted, you don't need to play it during kickoff. Kickoff was short,
absolutely.
and you will, like, there were a lot of teams that qualified for kickoff playing 3 maps, 4 maps. There were a lot of teams. I went back and I looked through it, and there were very few teams that played over 5 maps during kickoff, right?
Different maps.
So just focus. So different maps. So like focus on Clubhouse, focus on Bank, focus on Lair, focus on Fortress. Maybe you have a Nighthaven Labs in back pocket. There you go. There's your map pool. So for a lot of these teams, if you have a large map pool,
hair,
for a team
my
like
God.
G2, who
Just
might
noticed that.
honestly be able to play 6 maps, 7
I'm
maps.
actually going to get a haircut in like
do that
2 weeks.
You can
I think,
easily
like
afford
1
to
week or
hide
something.
1 or 2 of your more confident and comfortable
We'll
maps.
see how it's going to be.
And I think G2 is very good reason to be confident here on Bank. They have played very effectively.
Yeah.
And the 2 rounds that were won by Dark, I will say round 2 by Dark Zero was pretty good. Even round 6 was a scramble, and that was more of just, it seemed like a miscommunication. If Newers isn't in that spot, if Schreikel plays that a little bit slower, you know, probably ends up being a 5-1. But there's enough confidence there on the side of
Sure.
G2 that they feel like they can close this one out as a 7-2 scoreline. We will see if that comes to pass as we get underway with our first round of the second half.
Well, Kaid has gone unbanned on Bank, which again, in professional play, is quite rare to see. It's immediately being brought out by Fault, wants to keep those hatches closed, and I'm always nervous when I don't see Kaid getting banned out, because sometimes that means teams will struggle with the hatches. But Alamao's immediately jumped on the Thatcher. They're expecting this. There's no gap from G2. They didn't make a huge blunder here, which I feel like we see far too often with teams not able to open up those hatches, but shouldn't be an issue this time around. Not 100% sure where Faults has put those claws. Didn't look like there was one on the server hatch there, unless it's already been cleaned up by Benja on the Twitch. Looks like there might be one on the small office hatch to give them a little bit more safety around the map, and then perhaps another one lobby will be the other. Indeed, it will be. So you'll kind of know where some of those hatches are likely to stay closed. They're okay giving up server. They're okay if that hatch gets open because they've got util here.
Immediately seeing the Deimos and Snake makes me think, okay, well, they will be able to cut through these roamers very quickly. They've done that. This pace already from G2, quite brisk. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and they are already knocking on the door of this bottom floor bomb site. They've got Thatcher as well on the board, which is a bit of a rarity, Jesse, so
counts as a Kaid.
Absolutely. And you even touched on that when you said about the Kaid ban. But just reinforcing these points and positions for those that might not have been listening. I do like the Tachanka pick a lot from Dark Zero, but when we saw the basement attacks from Dark Zero, there wasn't a lot of that typical rigmarole that happens, the usual Goyo, the smoke, the Tachanka, etc. This is much more standard for DZ, and they're playing almost.
They
DZ's
do
lineup
really
on
well,
the
G2
Tachanka
in
defense
clearing.
a couple metas ago.
Yeah. Yeah. It was very passive from Dark
My
Zero.
husband
This is
wants
the
me
more
to
traditional
save
way to
my
play this
hair
ball.
to have it
Different
longer
how
again,
G2
but
wanted to
don't
play it.
want to have
Do
long
G2
hair,
are on the attack, wanna
so
play into
maybe
the
it's going
hand.
to be a
Are
little
they
bit
going to
shorter,
go
shorter
server and
again.
Play that waiting game. I feel like against all these Nitros and against the Tachanka, it's probably not
Maybe
their best
similar to
move.
what I
They
had
could try to
before.
Go down main, go down
I kind of liked when I
elevators,
had
but you
like
gotta deal with some of
the
these
shade
other
part on the
electric claws,
side.
it's
I feel like that
complicated. Don't have the best
suited
utility
more
for
my
executes,
style.
Like Schreikel and Doki, more roam clear operators. So if they're going to go for a traditional plant here, they've got to be clean on this plant. They've got to find a way to shut down NJR.
And now we're talking about that rigmarole, and it is rigging and it is remoling here as NJR is trying to stop the entry through the main doorway in that small wall that's been opened up. Now, the flames from Tachanka do damage, not as much as you think.
Ooh,
There goes
damn.
Kino to Doki looking for the backstab. Fultz shuts him down. Still long range. Benjamaster now dies. There goes Stompin', and this is a lockout right now on defense for Dark Zero, the most dominant round from the North Americans we've seen, and they have closed the gap between themselves and
Yeah,
G2.
he
One
still
round
have long
separates
hair,
them.
so.
DZ take the first round of the second half.
Textbook Bank basement defense, Parker. It's old school. It's not a strat that'll catch anyone off guard, but it works so well for a reason. And I love how all the utility came together there, Parker. Because they had the electric claw on the lobby hatch and on the small office hatch, it made it really difficult for G2 to justify going for a back hit. Without that lobby hatch open, without being able to drop in a gold, it wasn't super viable to go to the other side of the bomb site. So they did just have to commit to the server execute. And there was a great idea from Doki. He says, these guys are all going to have C4s in their hands. Let me walk in. That's a brilliant idea. But Stompin' unable to get that plant down because the Tachanka play was so good from NJR. Fultz had his gun up, wasn't caught with the C4 in hand as his teammate was. So really nice defensive setup.
Maybe I have to, maybe I should try to cut my hair same as Osa.
Will mess up that
Then I would
Tachanka
definitely
play
look
down
like
on
her.
Bank basement. It is tough to bank those Shamika launchers in the exact positions you need to deny all the plant spots. But if there is anyone in the world who's proficient enough, who is consistent enough to be trusted to single-handedly deny that plant, it's NJR, and he was perfect.
I feel like I can't have
Now, with that, I do
hair
wanna remind
like
everybody
this.
tuning in that,
Like,
well, I know you're probably here for Shaiko.
I
and
usually
Stomp, but
had
there's
my
some
hair
people in here. That there is a B stream that is
like,
ongoing at the moment. The Australian-New Zealand team of
kinda,
Enterprise is currently playing up against the Brazilian
if
team
I do
of
like
Ninjas
this.
in Pajamas. So if you want to watch both at the same time, I implore you to do so.
Like,
If you
when I have
enjoy our
my
Ninja
hair
Talk,
up,
stay here and listen to us.
I
Well,
will
can
look
tell
like
you, I'm not
this.
gonna
If
reveal
I
the
have my
score,
hair
but
up
their
like
matchup,
this,
at
is
least from
this
what I
is
see,
what
is
I'm
just
going
as
to have.
competitive as this one, so
I
you're
feel like
treated
this is
to at least
not
two very
like
good games.
We've got Alma walking in on the Nook. This is a fun
it
strategy.
doesn't like
Parker. We've seen this
look
before from players. It's a rare
good
op,
for me.
but
Now
this is
I've
kind of how
messed
you
up
see
my
it played.
hair.
Walks right up these lobby stairs. They have no clue he's here.
Oh,
Almost like the operator was designed to do that, Jesse. Oh, this could be quite a rude awakening. He's got Kino dead to rights, and he saw him for but a second. He's getting droned in. That must have been perspective, and that must have been his.
oh my God, that's so fucking
Because
unlucky.
on our screen, we saw the smoke for a second.
Yes.
But on his, depending on what resolution he plays on, he might not have. That is good news for Dark Zeros. They're able to get away and not suffer the wrath.
Damn,
the
that was
sneaky
so close.
Because Newers was in the elevator, ended up just sneaking right past him. The player in janitor, as you mentioned it, drops just in time. The main stairs guy, I mean, all three roamers nearly got caught by Alamau, but all of them just escaped with their lives. And now, sure, you're approaching the site, but this is not as important of a setup because there's beepers here. They'll hear you.
He lost his active drone. He'll walk in. There's no way. There's no way. How does he do it? There was too much sound, I imagine, for Dark Zero not to hear those beepers. The smoke will go out. Alimau still alive, trying to flush the smoke out of position. Carl takes down a second
seriously?
Doki with yet another. And
He's
it's all up to
he's
Fultz.
allowed to do that shit?
The start to the second
Is he
half
a
for Dark
fucking
Zero looks
wizard?
so good, Jesse. And it has fallen to pieces here in this
Damn,
eighth
nicely
round.
done.
G2 quite eager to regain their 2-round lead. It's all up to Fultz to clutch this one out. Fultz, to his credit, much better on defense than he is on attack, but nobody on DZ good on that defensive round.
Like,
flawless
Alamo is a
win.
wizard.
Round 8 is G2 goes back up by 2 rounds.
Incredible one from Alamau.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
best
how
of
he
one.
does it. I don't know how he gets away with these plays. Walks straight
Ludicrous.
through the beepers. They should hear him, but there's no response to come out from Dark Zero. Just peeks Tachanka prone on the hatch. I mean, that's a freebie come through from Carl. Beautiful nade play in the midst of that. Gets the final for a triple. Absolutely fantastic play coming out from Alamau. Let's watch it again. I mean, you got to question NJR a little bit in that position. Should have had the information. This is just a brilliant shot. And then he finds the final frag as well. Fault's weakened by Shaiko as he gets the final kill through the hatch. Big play coming out from Alamau. The second player in history, by the way, to qualify to 10 majors. This is his 10th. Only Cyber was able to do it faster.
That's really quite crazy. And now, for that stat, for those that are actually keeping track, we do not consider Six Invitational as a major. It is an S tier, S plus tier event. However, you want to qualify it for yourself. We are strictly speaking things that end in the word major.
Yes.
Paris, major. Mexico, major. Copenhagen, major. Six Invitational, not Six Invitational, major.
No, sir.
Not correct. So, lots of tenure here from these players. And again, Alimau and Doki. Oh, my goodness. Viewers almost finds both of them. The two longest serving members of G2's Rainbow 16 in the history of their Rainbow 6 roster.
Yep.
Almost both die. And Alimau is not used to top fragging on the team, but here he is with 9 kills. At half HP, might be a little harder for him, especially on Blitz, to rack up more in this round. But that's a rough start for G2.
Nearly 8 years of G2 experience between Doki and Alamau. So you're right. They've been here a long time between the two of them. I like that aggression from Newers. You know, this game is not going your way. It's been out of hand almost since the very beginning. Try to mix things up, you know, try to catch them off guard. You didn't get a kill, but you've weakened them both significantly. With Kino on the smoke, with a Nitro Cell being played by both Newers and Faults, that really can matter late into the round. Here comes a smoke, not from Kino, but just to enable this rappel in through top square. Bomb site is on the top floor here, so start to watch out for what this push is going to look like from G2. If they've got top square control, if they can breach it with stomping on that thermite, likely we're going to see a plant coming in just through that angle.
Good Valcam's now giving intel for Dark Zero. They'd smoked off Stompin in his position, but they know exactly where he is, and there are the pings. Dokkaebi will knock them off. This is very well timed by G2, and it answers back. Stompin had
Damn.
an idea about this, and we'll get the exothermic charge off. Back on the cams, they will go. No IQ present for G2 to assist them in this endeavor, so they will just have to find those cams. Providing they even know there's a Valkyrie on the board, Jesse, they might not.
Yeah, I mean, Kino and J9O are on these cams, so it's 2 players dedicated to just giving information to the teammates. As that first Candela comes in, that might force players off. Indeed, J9O does jump back, but these cams aren't being shot. This information is going to be active the entire round.
This is so good. And it puts Stompin in a really rough position, but amidst the smoke, Alimau is getting diffused, Kid down. He has to get off his position. No, there he goes to the gas. Kino hops off the Valk cam just in the nick of time, and it's his gadget that does all the work. Dark Zero finds the first 2 picks. They haven't lost much on the side of DZ. And now in the lobby, Fultz guns Doki down, cuts him off of a wire. Shaiko worried for his own safety as he's only feet away.
Not
Stompin still
good.
existing in this square portion of the map. Unable to get that exothermic charge off more than once. Still got 2 in pocket. He and Shaiko now side by side. Viewers down. That's the first person.
How long
in the
are
ground.
these
30
drops
seconds
just
to
for
go.
today?
And they will come to blows. There goes Stompin. Fultz, a huge round. And Kino
Good
as well.
question.
All of the kills between those 2 players, the 2 supports of DZ, will give them the round win.
Really nice play coming out. Of course, the Valk cams from Fultz, so important in that round as well.
Have
So
we
it's not just
checked?
the frags, but it's the utility as well from the captain of Dark Zero. Really massive round coming out from him. I also want to give more credit to Newers. I mentioned it right at the start of that round. Goes for a spawn peek, deals a bunch of damage to Alamau. And how does Alamau go down? He's trying to plant, and a Toxic Babe knocks him off and downs and gets the kill. That early damage from the spawn peek is what brings his HP low enough for the Toxic Babe to finally get that frag. So from start to finish, those aggressive moves that maybe didn't immediately result in a man advantage for Dark Zero eventually got there. And here's that nice little swing from Fultz. He was so active down on that bottom floor. Sometimes you'll see IGLs play things quite passively, sit as the full anchors
Did I
inside
not
the bomb
fucking
site.
post that
Fultz
shit?
has long been an active IGL, and he plays that position so incredibly well.
I did
Mr.
not.
Numbers Man,
Apparently.
Yes, sir.
give me Fultz's defense numbers, please.
Parker, Fultz's defense have been
Very
very
good
good. Bill
compared to
here's offensive numbers.
He
He's got
lost
a
his active drone,
149
he'll walk
defense
in.
KDR3 kickoff compared to just a .76 on the attack. So double, essentially, how many kills
You
he's
said
getting.
the numbers backwards. You're supposed to say 6-7, not 7-6, Jesse.
Okay,
I feel
Parker.
like you've just ripped a hole in the time-space continuum.
You're too old for this, Parker. You're too old for this.
Do you know how you kill lame jokes? You get old people like me to start using them. The moment that my dad said the words "book it," when we were like, you know, and I don't know, you might be too young for this, but you used to say
what
like,
do you mean book it?
"Let's book it." It means like, "Let's get out of here."
Okay, yeah.
And my dad started saying it, and I was like, "This is no longer cool." You no longer say it. So now that I say 6-7, Jesse.
I apologize to all the 15-year-old Stompin' fans watching. I'm trying to contain it as much as I can.
Probably just a wave of and cringe in chat. That's what I'm guessing. So .76 on attack, almost a double difference in how well he does defending. And I mean, that round was a great example of that. His utility was really good, but his play was smart, and that was because G2 didn't drone out the lobby. Now he'll be reunited with that Valkyrie op. And Kino also picking up a couple kills. That leaves J9O, their highest rated performer through kickoff, at the bottom right now. J9O,
Sorry,
if
I'm
memory serves
fixing,
me correctly,
thing
despite
here,
SSG's
so-
struggles at Paris, J9O was still pretty good. So having him underperform here, not ideal. NJR, the longest serving member of this Dark Zero team, will get kill number 1. Fultz continuing in the exact same spot, Jesse. Inside the lobby, he'll take care of Benjamaster. Shaiko, the only one able to muster anything for G2 in the first minute.
Yeah, tough. I think the information not quite all there for G2. They've got Alma, of course, creeping through Dirt Tunnel, but these roamers have been such a big problem, and he can't really affect that much. Stompin' as well, inside Garage. You've got all these different players on G2 who are approaching the bomb site from underground, and they just can't have an impact on Fultz roaming inside of lobby.
Oh, no. Alamau's patience right now might be rewarded, almost getting J9O. You know he's going to want that one back.
Damn.
Nades will go out as Stompin' has his claws in Garage. Alimau, not too far removed, inside a server. He's got Shaiko there with him now as well. They are looking to pinch this A portion of the bomb site, and very wisely, Dark Zero has fallen back. This is a very slow round, Jesse. Still over a minute to go as G2 starts to get set up, looking for an A site execute.
bit awkward. You've got to use the breaching charge, and Shaiko is on a sliver of HP, so if anything tickles him here, he's going to go down, but that's not the case. Gets the breach off successfully, and Alamau can try to plant. There are 2 impacts being held by Dark Zero at the moment, though, Parker. This Osa shield is dead to rights.
And they're going to attempt that. Wait it out. There he goes. No immediate follow-up. Second Talon shield now in hand for Osa. This rhythm on the bottom floor. Oh, so huge. They managed to push Stompin out of his position. Alimau now still has some coverage, but there's nobody watching. Shaiko takes care of Fultz. Carl will attempt again. J9O living on borrowed time. He has to be a little careful about the engagements he takes. Kino goes up, getting shut Alimau down. Not in the nick of time. He does get the kill. Shaiko trades it right back. The Frenchman looking for a 4K.
Damn.
He and Stompin will fight for it, but it'll be a 4K for the Frenchman. G2 move to map point.
What an execute.
Nice.
Shaiko so good on almost no health. That entire round plays perfectly around the plant. Alamau amazing as well there to get that defuse kit down just behind
Come
the Osa
on,
shield.
that was
gonna be cool
close.
because they had those impact grenades, and the first one was good, but he had a backup in his pocket, and you just weren't fast enough, Kino, to get there. He managed to kill the shield, but it was too little, too late. If he is there a split second faster, this whole round flips on its head, but Shaiko's cover is immaculate. He does not lose a fight throughout this one, 4 straight, and he plays so well in that position. Dapped up by Ramalho. And
Let's
that'll
go,
be match point for
G2.
G2. 2 opportunities to go up 1-0 in Swiss.
This will be a long day. 8 best of ones here on stream A. 8 best of ones over on stream B. Enterprise versus Ninjas in Pajamas currently playing on the B stream, providing that matchup has not concluded. We are not actively watching it. We are just getting updates as the day goes on. After this bout, it will be Wildcard doing battle against
the Falcons.
Falcons making their way in from phase 1, and the former Falcons player of Shaiko looking like he might walk away with a victory here on his new team. Falcons surviving phase 1. They picked up Joom, and they are looking to fly high.
Yeah, Shaiko's not going to be feeling too bad about being dropped with his performance now on G2. I mean, really nice, 13-5. Was the second best attacking player throughout kickoff. Only Reaps from the APL was putting up better numbers than Shaiko on the offense. So it's been really impressive to see him continue that trend. Was great on
Yeah,
the defense
Shaiko
there,
has
too.
been
Not saying
shining
he
a
wasn't,
little
but
bit more
top
than
to bottom,
usual.
playing a full game here for G2 now on the Demos. Alamau back on the Nook. Maybe his favorite operator today. Made a bit of a tweet
There's
about
no
this
drop
operator, said
going
his
on
old
right
name,
now
and now he's been caught
from
out.
where
That
I
camera
can
detection,
see.
it doesn't matter. They've spotted him through the floor.
The jig is up at that point. You've still got a good gun in
Yeah,
hand,
so
and you
the
can
drops is
maybe
still,
hide for half the round and hope they forgot about you, Teehee. I don't think Dark Zero will maybe do that. So now Alimau and Shaiko are
The drops is still back on, but you missed
searching
the
for one of these
I
players
think the
just
packs.
within
I don't know.
striking distance of the bomb site. Open area.
It is up, but
Needs top floor control. Are G2 just going for a direct site hit? It does not look like it is a full clear up top.
Yeah, they're not really concerned with top floor at all, Parker. And if they do make their way over towards square, they try to get a planted side cafeteria, you can do it without top control. But importantly, they've got that pressure, right? The long angle's up above.
Oh my goodness. Benjamaster had an idea of NJR's position, but he loses the duel. Not a single point of damage done to NJR. NJR moments ago had tossed a Valkyrie camera into that teller's portion of the map.
Holy shit!
That allows one of these defenders to sit and wait.
slap
but
in
they
the
might have used
face.
the Alimau's
Should
outside the
I
building.
said
Here's
that
Shaiko
they
with
should
2
have
kills.
moved on
Dark
instead?
Zero
Oh my
struck
god.
First, now trailing in numbers, and it will continue
Spoiler
to get
alert,
worse,
guys,
Jesse.
from the B stream
J9O with
between
the
Enterprise
desperation
versus
kill. He needs Fultz to
Nip
clutch out this round, or
Ninjas in the
on the very
Pajamas.
first game here in the Swiss
Enterprise
bracket for
won
DZ.
against Nip
G2 hoping
with
to start their day up
7-3
1-0. They've got to find 2
unbanked.
more. Fultz has excelled in the
Enterprise
second
is
half of the match.
still
J9O has had a bit
surprising
of a tough
us.
go of it.
Like, what the fuck?
Fultz has his hands full. Looking for something as defuse kit goes down. J9O will now join him inside of open area, but they have seeded
that's
that
crazy.
staff break room portion of the map. They might be trapped in this spot, and I gotta like G2's chances when it comes to long-range engagements. Shaiko's just so damn good. He seals the deal, and G2 will take the map.
Does it ever get boring, Shaiko, of being the best player in every lobby you enter? I can't imagine it does. A massive game from the newest player on G2. Really good top-to-bottom gameplay coming out. They controlled this one against Dark Zero, never found their footing, never got into this game, and the Europeans continue their winning streak. That's 6 straight
I
maps
knew
now through
G2
kickoff
would
and the
win.
major.
I knew
Incredible
it.
stuff from G2. I know there's going to be much cause for celebration here, and many We'll be talking about their chances, widely considered by so many to be one of the favorites at this event. That matchup against Dark Zero will give nobody pause. Absolute dominance, not really a weak link.
Like,
on
Doki,
the
it
side
says
of
Dark
G2.
Zero
Great
literally
approach
on the
for
door.
everybody. Their
Why
roles
do you
so
think
well,
it's
and
not
a
their
pretty
room?
easy first map for the European team.
Yeah, and Benja, you know he's going to feel a bit bad about that one. His former teammates getting put down, but someone had to win. I'm sure you'll hear the love now as they enter and go for the dap-ups. Again, only the first round in Swiss, right? There are plenty more games to play. Dark Zero will have their more opportunities to make it through.
No more fucking commercial. Are you kidding me? It's like crazy how much commercial they're putting in. Wow. That is crazy. Let's see here, guys, what we have. Just gonna need to erase some stuff because apparently YouTube is YouTube. Very sensitive stuff. Gotta erase. But I did not expect anything less when it comes to G2 at all. Nothing at all. Doo-doo. 82 cost and 160 SP. Yeah, Shaker is a beast.
G2 take down Dark Zero to start round 1 of the Swiss here in Phase 2. Doki, it's no secret that you and Dark Zero are both heavily favored to win Salt Lake City. I think that's been a lot of the conversation. You've taken down a big opponent here. It's a big deal so far.
Okay. I wouldn't say Dark Zero were the favourites to win the tournament, in my opinion. I think it was one of the easier games for us to open up the tournament with, so I was happy we weren't put up against a stronger opponent. Ramalio's laughing at me. He thinks I'm incorrect. But yeah, it was a good match, good prep done by the coaches, and Benjamaster, he was on their team before, so he has all their infos.
Yeah, you had a little bit of opposing knowledge there. We also saw an unusual, defensive-sided bank almost, not what we are typically used to.
No, Alamo is the IGL.
I think like with some of the bands,
I think Doki is like the second in command.
like Monty Band, it's pretty difficult sometimes they attack. But the hard breachers are open, so yeah, I mean, should have got more attacks, I guess, by DZ, but I mean, we're just peeking everything and killing everybody, so what can you do?
Awesome. Thanks, Toki. G2 with a great start to the Swiss.
A long day ahead of us, a long day ahead of for the teams as well, not just us in production, but we're already here for our second matchup of the day, not matchup, because we're going to keep rolling with these best of ones all day on both this stream and on the B stream.
Why does it say 5-4 between G2 and Doxy? Are you fucking kidding me? Get your fucking information straight, my guy. Like,
tell you to go to the B stream. Stay here because Falcons Wildcard is going to be
like 7-4, 7-3. What the fuck?
Interesting game.
Yeah, another NA versus EU matchup. Of course, lots of storylines
Chalet.
here. But we go to Chalet. This will be the first time Falcons played Chalet all season, so a bit of a hidden map for them. Wildcard, very common. Twice now, a close win and a close loss through kickoff.
Chalet.
Hey. I swear to God, what the fuck is Twitch doing right now? That's pissing me off. I get with the with the ad thing, but seriously? Holy. Wait, let's turn down the volume. I think that could be a good thing. I noticed it was very loud for you guys. They want you to sub, yeah, no, but fuck no. Ain't getting anything from me. Ain't getting anything from me. Let's see here. Like, the music this time is kind of like mid. To be honest. I don't know why, but the best entertainment when it comes to like the theme and everything so far, when it comes to like major stuff, I feel like Europe are still the best so far.
Canada during the NAL kickoff and has been unable to secure a US visa, which has been a common refrain, unfortunately. So far through this event, we've had entire teams knocked out due to visa issues, etc. So the best that Wildcard could do in their minds,
I don't hate it, but like
unexpectedly dropped from his roster, only about 7 months from winning a major. They picked up Hot and Cold as he was benched by M80, technically not dropped, but no longer on the active roster. And Spiker did an interview where he said he was a little surprised that Houghton was dropped, or benched rather. We will make a distinction here, but is excited to have him on the team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a big opportunity to come through for a wild card. If there was any player that you could get to fill in for Adrian's role, it's probably gonna be
Huge! Oh my goodness!
Okay, well, Doom the Giant coming in for Shaiko going to be important to see. No doubt, this is going to be a tough matchup, I think, particularly for the wildcard guys, not only coming with a sub, but playing against a team that have got second place the last 3 straight majors. They will be favored to go through this phase, despite some of the struggles that they've had throughout the kickoff.
And 1,000 likes and we make stomp and do TikTok dances.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
mean, I
god.
think most people had in their UB predictions, which, by the way, I think the Swiss one is now closed, so you might have missed the boat on that one.
Like, this is one of the reasons I like when in Terra casting, because like he can make comedic things in between so it doesn't get too monotoned, you know?
Which, when you look at the teams that qualified, is a little confusing, right?
But
We
he
never really
can
put
also
ourselves
poke the
below
bear a little
VP
bit
and
too much.
Certainly below Twisted Minds in the depth chart, but that's the way it worked out. And there was some shakiness, but they played Shopify Rebellion, they clawed back that second map, and they ended up emerging as one of the 2 top bracket teams, but there were obvious problems.
And, you know, they're not the only team that struggled through kickoff. Wildcard themselves started really weak in that opening phase through the North America League. They were struggling. They're actually the only team to qualify to Salt Lake City Major with a negative round win percentage. They've lost more rounds than they won because they got kind of slammed in the group stage, but they picked it up for playoffs.
Holy,
They still
that was
secured second
hilarious.
seed out of North America, just behind 5 Fierce to get here. Of course, that was with Adrian playing under their roster, and their hope is to get Adrian back. His visa is still pending. He hasn't been denied, so they would like to get him in at some point in this tournament. But for now, of course, playing with hot and cold, they've had their struggles this season adapting to their new roster change, bringing Adrian in. Now they need to adapt once again with Adrian out.
And the thing is that Houghton is obviously a magnificent player.
No doubt.
He's a multi-time major champion. He can slot in just about wherever he wants. You know, there's a period of time where he
Yeah,
got
I
held
don't
off of some
understand
team, maybe
that.
unceremoniously, got picked up by
This is
another
so hard
org,
to
and then
smile on
flourished,
pictures.
even in different roles than he was used to playing. You know, the big one was Mirage. He got kind of a second life on Mirage, played that buck, played an entry fragger. He had some of the best stats. Then he gets moved over to Space Station.
Woohoo,
and
I got a
the
pack.
rest is
Let's go.
history. So, Hot and Cold is a great player.
You should
but
be
he
able to
doesn't
claim
know the
yours
system.
now as
He
well,
doesn't know
fuck's
the
sake.
strats, and he might not know Adrian's role. He's far more comfortable playing Spiker's role. So Wildcard will absolutely take a step back, which is a bit unfortunate because, as you said, they struggled in the groups, but then they picked it up. They had some really scrappy best of threes to actually make it here, and now they might be, you know, stepping back a little bit farther again.
Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming was the perfect example of, like, you can't just sub in a great player and become a great team. Noah was an excellent player throughout his entire last couple of years on Team Secret, but despite joining that Team Edward squad, they still got grouped back in Phase 1. They are not here in the Swiss phase. So it doesn't mean just because you've picked up a great player as a substitute that they're immediately going to be able to gel with the rest of the team. Now, everybody on this team speaks the same language, so that's a big bonus. That will help quite a bit, but even still, it's not going to be easy. Hot and Cold has said he's got a history of proving teams wrong after they drop him. He's hoping to do so again. Now,
And again, he did not
wrong,
get
and we'll see
dropped.
if
He
can do it
subbed.
here in the server versus the Falcons. We'll see if he has to prove you guys wrong, and indeed, 81% of you backing the Falcons. Haven't we learned that it's not safe to bet against Wildcard?
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard always seems to be counted out domestically, internationally, etc. One of the statistical best North American teams over the last calendar year. Wildcard are hoping for another top 4 berth at a major. The thing is that if they do get Adrian back, you need to be in a position where you are not facing elimination early. So, if not against Falcons, then in their next match today, Wildcard will need a victory or else they will be facing an 0-2 elimination matchup.
We'll get right into the operator bans. We expect an Azami always on Chalet.
Did it?
Come through from the defenders, from the attack. You can see Ying quite often, Grim quite often, Glaz quite often, Dokkaebi as well.
I'm
could
guessing
definitely
a
be an op that
Kaid
causes some
and
trouble for the defenders, so gonna make that
Capitao.
roam clear a little bit difficult. I wonder if they're going to pair it with a second intel operator, a Snake, a Deimos. That would be kind of my read on seeing a Dokkaebi
Ella!
immediately. And indeed, there goes the Snake.
A
Probably
Snake,
the
yeah.
two best roam clearing operators specifically on Chalet, because Damos
Ella,
thrives
that
on
was,
a more vertical map, whereas Chalet is spread
Interesting.
around quite more horizontal.
Otacol is going to be playing more on support. He's like,
That's a good one from them.
he's
And I
some
like to see the
bandit there,
synergizing here
so.
going on as well. We talk about it just tongue in cheek from time to time when teams don't always have their operator cards perfectly aligned. For those of you that have not heard us hype up the B stream, our good British friends Ace and Dez are currently putting their voices to some all technically APAC, because technically one of them is a CNL team, but I mean, I'm a North American. There's only one part of the world. It's North America, and everything else is APAC. That includes Team Falcons. They're also APAC. All Gamers, the CNL team, the top-rated CNL team, is currently going up against Weibo Gaming. That is on the B stream
Weibo.
right now. You can watch both at the same time, or you can stick here, go on over there, do whatever you'd like. It is really up to you. The B stream will be
kinda
active
failed
for
on that.
many of the next few days, so you will have wall-to-wall siege. What are you laughing at?
I just watching Kansan on the cam, just spectating users fail his drone jump over and over. Then he just gives up, goes back down to games. It's like, it's one thing if like we catch it on the screen, but your opponent's just watching you fail the jump. It's, I don't know, it's a little goofy.
It's like
We've all
Wally.
done that, where it's just
Yeah.
But
after the third time,
Weibo.
Jesus Christ. Why won't this work? Drone will go elsewhere.
Yes. Well, already a really early entry to the building, Parker. Less than 30 seconds deep, and LeakyFact already entering inside of games. Now inside
Not
the bar.
Weibo.
He will
What
make
the
himself known. Caught on default cam, and now singing with that DMR. The 417 is quite loud, and they'll hear him over towards that side of the map. Very heavy extension up towards the top floor from Wildcard. It's not a surprise to see them go kitchen first. It's one of their favorite bomb sites. It's actually their most played site. I mentioned it during the map vetoes, but they played this twice throughout kickoff, an 8-7 win versus M80 and a 7-5 loss versus Dark Zero. So there's quite a lot of footage out there about how Wildcard like to play this map. But of course, they've changed multiple things up. Their operators a bit different from what we're used to seeing. Kansan on this Valkyrie already getting.
By the
good
way,
impact
Foxic,
and
is the
up to
volume
2.4.
good? Do you hear them good? So it's not too cold, too hot,
Baby
loud?
Shark eliminating Solitov. Uses on the window. We'll trade that one right back. It's a fun,
Baby
it's
Shark
a fun
did.
day for Baby Shark, isn't it?
It is, Parker. I mean, 21 years old as of yesterday. It's a big birthday here in the United
Again?
States. He spent it taking photos and videos for Media Day, so not exactly how he maybe wanted to spend it, but there's more on his mind. Wants to have a big impact and gets the first frag of this match.
And Spiker sees the Blackbeard of Joom walk on in. There goes LeakyFact to Bay. Secret Weapon 94.
I don't know who
on the
I'm
board.
rooting for. Like, I'm more
thing
for
that
Falcons than
Joom provides
Wildcard,
for this
obviously,
team
but like
is
I'm like
flexibility
rooting
on
for
fragging
hot and
rolls,
cold
you will ride the
mainly.
Blackbeard on in. There's always been depth on this Falcons team. It has not just been the Shaiko show, and we are seeing now what it looks like when you don't have Shaiko on this squad.
Hot and
Hot
cold
Cold's
got
first
Brede.
kill on Wildcard will come, and it takes down Brede, leaving Falcons in a deficit. 3 players still standing for Wildcard, 2 for Falcons. Plenty of time left. Kansan now gunning down Usus. Give Spiker a kill. Give Spiker the kill. And then it's a team ace. Just do it. Give it to Spiker. Oh, goodbye, Kansan. Joom trapped in this corner. You don't want to aggress too much on a Blackbeard or things like that will happen. Hot and Cold now getting shot at through the wall. He's still surviving. Spiker down below because that's where the bomb site is.
Guess
Diffuse
you
kit will need to
qualify
retreat.
over the-
This
yeah.
is so tough for Joom, Jesse. I don't have much hope if I'm Falcons.
If it was anybody else, I'd agree, Parker, but June's got a history in these tough spots.
That's true. He's in the bomb site. Will likely put the shield on his back. Attempt the defuse plant. And a response will come in. Spiker just playing time. Bullet bouncing above the head of Joom. Up he goes. Joom is still alive. How did Wildcard allow him to do this? The 2 remaining players from Wildcard need to go. They're running out of time. Spiker will get the job done. A team ace for Wildcard.
I was like,
And an
whoa,
easy
that was
counter
like
disable
really
will
close.
follow. Wildcard up 1-0.
A little too close for comfort. I can't lie, Parker. The last time Joom played an international match on this stage before coming to Utah, of course, was that SI Grand Finals, and we all watched Fortress. Maybe the single best clutch performance from one
Otacol
player
sitting
I
on
have
a
ever
t-shirt.
seen. Scary with him in the 1v3. You could sense there was a little
With
bit of
his rings
miscoordination
and
maybe
everything.
coming out from the
Usually
guys
you
on
don't
Wildcard. I mean, they had
do
2 players up
that.
above Hot and Cold, one of them, not really able to work with
It's
the
like
team to be
sitting
able to
with
get that
his,
clean
like,
trade. It's a Blackbeard. They had him pinched
regular
on two
clothes
sides.
and everything. I
In
get like
theory,
that
is
they
a
don't have a spare
situation where you
t-shirt,
expect the
but like
defense to
seriously,
clean
sitting
things
with
up
the rings
easily.
and everything.
Got way too close for comfort, but Spiker is an incredible young IGL. He hits those shots when he has to and bails the team out. Gets them their first win on the board.
A brief tech issue. It looked like something was happening with Hot and Cold as the admins had wandered on over, but we are right back in the action. It will be a long day, so buckle up if you are hoping to get whatever skins are being offered by watching, then continue to watch. Just make sure you...
So, by the way, when it comes to the packs that I've been saving, we are almost at 200 packs, guys. We are very close to 200 packs, I think. We have a lot
Would you believe it?
to
People
go
were
through.
very upset with how dominant some of the games were yesterday. Oh, my skin, my charms, my skin. You wanted Los to end up getting steamrolled by 4 angry men and 1 semi-docile man. Did not obviously happen. I'm sorry for all of you, but enjoy the madness. That will follow today's set of games. Wild card with the info bans, so Falcons will have to make do with just a Deimos, maybe a Lion if he should be used. Deimos, though, being brought by Solitov, so that will enable
70% green.
to find where these defenders are, and on a map like Chalet, yeah, it's
Nah.
not as big as Bank. Yeah, it's not as
Don't
big as
jinx
Clubhouse.
it,
It's not
fuck's
as big as
sake.
Lair,
Please
but
don't
you
jinx
can
it.
still suffer through some tricky roams here, so bringing in Telops to do that, mighty important.
Faye hiding on the Clash through the prep phase here, Parker. It's not a brand new operator for him, and they'll immediately spot it on the drones. He's mostly avoided any hard counters to the Clash. There's, of course, the Capitao being brought by Bride, which can be a little bit scary with those fire bolts, and in theory, if he plays on a soft floor, Saltov down below can be a good counter as well, but we'll have to see. There's no Nomad coming out here. There's no, like, Zofia or a ton of grenades or explosives, so he will have a decent opportunity to exist here inside of Office, especially if he wants to exist outside on the balcony, playing the blue stairs right now, and it's going to stop a little bit of that early pressure coming in through the kind of library side of the map. Falcons wanting to get this below control, it seems. There's nobody roaming down here other than Spiker, so if they can clean him up, they'll have a really good opportunity to work the vert from down below and have a nice little angle to put pressure on the defenders.
Stats on this map.
He's all those death marks still in pocket, and he's slowly figuring out who wants to be target number 1. It will be Spiker, playing over by the dining room portion of this map. He has to get past the Valkyrie of Kansan.
It says it's
No,
a
never mind, that's
50-50.
Bay. It's the Clash in that position. I'm bamboozled by the silhouettes. First kill will come out, and I mean, what a great target and what a great player. Now Spiker on the board as well. These attacks from Falcons falling way short.
I believe Bay lost his shield in that engagement, though, Parker. The nade cleared it, so he gets a kill, but now he's left with just the SMG. His best weapon not available to him any longer. Still in such a powerful position. Makes Joom really nervous to try to push up to this hallway. This shield will likely stay up, too, because they've got nothing to clear it other than just the Selmas.
Deployable shield back in hand for the smoke. That was a mid-season change, and the flush out on a Baby Shark was good, but they missed the opportunities. He crossed the window by Piano. Have to imagine Falcons coordinated so that they could pick him off, but it does not come to pass. And now Joom will look for something else. A golden opportunity, and he gets the birthday boy. That's the first pick for Falcons. I guess technically yesterday was his birthday, but we'll call him the birthday boy today because he didn't play a single game. The vault in from Joom. Hahn goes huge. 2 kills for the sub. Will send us away, and Wild Carter up by 2.
Really nice little defense coming out there, and I have to give credit to Bay, Parker. What a round on the Clash. You saw the big threat was down below. They were worried about Spiker on the Mozzie. They had the Deimos to try to hunt him down. Specifically, Wildcard banned out those intel operators. They banned the Dokkaebi. They banned the Snake. Why? Because they wanted to allow off-site roamers to be able to exist with a little bit more freedom, to not be immediately found out and pressured. They bring the one tool they still have. They bring the Deimos. They track that. They track the Mozzie down below the site. And what happens? Bay drops his shield and just goes for a big swing. Shore lost his shield, but who cares? Killed one of the best players on all of Team Falcons. Really makes that impact get felt. Opens the door for Matt then to come through hot and cold, fire on those breaches, creates that crossfire, creates that pinch down towards blue stairs, and it's just an immaculate defense.
50% defensive win rate. The highest defensive win rate is
Very early
Kitchen.
timeout by Falcon standards, so obviously Cosper
Kitchen
and Sue here, and
Trophy.
they have just not looked like themselves.
I really don't
Historically, this has
understand
been
the
a
stats.
pretty okay map for Team Falcons, but while the numbers for the map overall are not the best, the attacking numbers, Jesse, are terrific. Since the Munich Major ended, Falcons have a 61% win rate attacking on Chalet. They have come up empty-handed on both accounts so far. And again, no slight to Wildcard, but Wildcard is not fighting at full strength here.
Right.
If there ever was a golden opportunity handed for Falcons to win their map, it's this one. You're playing down a man on Wildcard. Hot and Cold is terrific, and he's right now tying the overall kill lead on the team with Bay.
But
it's
I
still a
would
far
say, in
cry
my
from playing with
opinion,
Adrian,
Chalet
so
is a little bit
the
more
Falcons are starting off weak against a team
defender
that is
side.
down
I think
a player,
every map.
and Falcons are historically very good attacking on Chalet. There's trouble brewing, and Julio has figured that one out. And hopefully for Falcons fans, they will sort it out pretty quickly.
Looking for a big round here out of Looking Back. I know he's not an incredibly active operator running this Sens, but he was a really struggled player back when they played against Wildcard over in the Major, right? Back during SI, I should say. That was a group stage matchup, and it was one of Looking Back's worst games of the season. Was lowest rated player, ended up going just, unfortunately, 16 and 26 in that best of 3. Starts this one out 0-2. He's an incredibly talented captain for the Falcons. We know how good his gunplay can be, so excited to see what he can do. Looks like just a library side clear coming out from the Falcons to start this third round.
Razor Bloom goes off, so information there for this wildcard team as now they sit far back. Still one Razor Bloom in pocket for Baby Shark. He's outside of the building. This could be a quick one from Falcons, Jesse. It seems to be that they want to be quick to the punch. Dumping tons of utility towards that chimney wall. Bay will have to dance around all of those nades. Look at the gadgets extended by Falcons, and Bay has maybe lost 10 HP. He's still holding on to this position. He still has the black mirror in front of him.
That is a power hold position.
You didn't really bring any Mira counters. There's no Habana, there's no Ashe, there's no Kali. Not that you probably should bring a Kali, but you know, there are answers to this operator, and they just weren't brought here, so it kind of poses this awkward challenge from Falcons. You saw the Electroclaw being set up over towards Spiker's position in office as well. He's got it just behind him here in this spot, so clearing from the solar side is really difficult as well. No matter which way you slice it, the util's very strong from Wildcard.
Another nade goes off, and there's the drop from the Sens. Spiker misses the opportunity there. He's got a Razor Bloom for follow-up.
This is not looking good for Falcons at all.
Very well kill him. And there we go. Job is done by Spiker. Razor Bloom goes off all on its own. Again, opening picks for Wildcard. A tale as old as time so far. Spiker trapped in the corner, no way to go, but Baby Shark has the cross. Down goes Usis. Brede, the only one with a kill
yeah,
so far in
lost.
this round. Now, granted,
what the fuck?
It was onto the smoke of Hot and Cold. That's a high priority target, but Houghton had already used those gas canisters earlier in the round. So all you're lacking is another player with a shotgun and an SMG. Wildcard slows 4 bodies up with 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's the question.
This has been a disaster, Parker. I don't know how you bail yourselves out of this. You got to win some big fights, and Saltov starts it off with 1.
Spiker was in a rough spot. Brede finds one. Almost has another on the Baby Shark. Outnumbered 2-1. Solotov, the Turkish Terror, he's got to figure things out. He's running out of time. He'll pick up the defuse kit. Wildcard did allow Falcons to get the diffuser planted in the previous round. I do not think they are going to give the same grace to Solotov, as now he's expended half of what remains of his time. Good patience from Wildcard. Baby Shark holding the door. 4K for the Frenchman.
Damn.
Hey, we said the exact same thing about Shaiko. 3-0 start for Wildcard.
Yeah, massive turnaround from Baby Shark. I'll remind you, if you didn't catch the kickoff, he really didn't have the best start to the season. Spoke about it a lot on social media. Talked about how he really wasn't playing to his own standards, and we kind of pointed that out as well. Struggled a bit in the group stage for Wildcard. I think found his footing in the kickoff playoffs. Was a big reason why Wildcard were able to make it to that grand finals. Finished second overall inside of North America, and it's clear here on the big stage, here on land, this is where he thrives. Such an important piece of the puzzle when Wildcard went to Munich, when Wildcard went to Paris, when they had all of that international
Also, by the way, guys,
success.
if you
Baby
notice
Shark was
that
a
most
huge
pro
reason
players
why,
are
and
not
glad we're
doing
seeing that
anymore,
again here
and
against
that
the
is
Falcons.
going to
For the European
basement.
side, the European team, I should
Probably
say.
would not go to basement
I'm a
anymore.
little confused. You know, this is a team that is historically amazing at problem solving. They'll see a defense setup and they'll bring the tools to counter it. They'll shut it down immediately from the beginning. But you look at that top floor defense and it just feels like Falcons don't know how to approach it. I mean, they saw Spiker's position
usually
just
they
inside of office,
don't go down
still
there
jumped
because
in
it's
the piano
harder
window,
to defend
not firing that spot first,
than
constantly being watched by
attacking.
Spiker. It's just a bit sloppy. Then we're not used to seeing this from Falcons. something the European casters have highlighted. This has not been a clean stage from the Falcons.
Bottom floor
They
has the
limped into
lowest
this major in that fourth
defensive
spot.
win
They got
rate
through that first
out of
phase as well to
every
get clear into the
site.
Swiss, but it's clear this team is not
By the way,
same
I don't
squad
know
that
why
we've
I'm
seen
yawning
go
because I
back-to-back
haven't
to
done
back grand finals.
zero
I mean, when you
today.
lose a player of Shaiko's
Like I've been
caliber,
taking
that's
it
gonna
very,
hurt.
very easy.
But Shaiko through many events,
So I don't
especially
know.
the harder events and the harder matchups, he wasn't their best statistical player. Leaky Fac, oftentimes best rating, best KD. Solotov, oftentimes best KD, best rating. So yes, you bring a guy like Joom, who you saw the damage he could do on Team Secret onto the team. Obviously, he's not going to play the same, and he does play a different style than Shaiko. But surely it should not have resulted in this much of a fall off. It is good to see Baby Shark bouncing back as he's now taken the crown. 4 kills on Wildcard through these 3 rounds. Baby Shark had a really miserable kickoff, Jesse. 7th worst KD out of 50 players.
It has nothing to do with
worst
that.
EPS out of 50 players.
He's like,
he tends to do well. He was credited for a lot of
if
the
you think
reason why
about
they had
like,
their success on SI, you just paid him that credit. Lots
if
of
you
teams
think
did as
about
well.
Monday to Sunday
Baby
as a
Shark being able to
weekly
bounce back and
battery,
level up on LAN will do so
so
well
I
for
kind of
them.
have used most of
playing all
my
4 sites
weekly
today, but for the
battery in
bottom floor
general,
of Chalet,
so
a rarity
like
in
it's
Pro Siege,
kind
but
of
it
catching
comes
up
through
with
from
me that I
Wildcard,
don't
and
have
it comes
enough
right after
battery.
a two-brow ban, which is
That's the
surprising
thing.
as
That's
well,
why I'm
because this is
yawning.
basically
So
the only
I, in
operator that
general,
Bay plays
am
on
not
this
tired.
site,
It's just that
but
my
instead,
body is
swap over
tired.
to the Mira. It's not a bad replacement by any
That
means.
is the
You can
annoying
kinda
thing.
keep those
So,
walls shut,
like, my
keep
head is
yourself from
clear and
powerful
everything,
angles, especially if
but
they're
my
pushing
body's
over towards
like,
the snowmobile side.
"Ooh,
Early shot. He doesn't
damn."
need much, and a sliver is all it takes to find the head of Solotov. Bay,
Oh
a
my-
great start today.
Oh my goodness.
So like
4
that's kind of
rounds
how
and
my
4
endless works
first
in a way. So
bloods,
I've been
4
using all my
wild
batteries
card.
for
They have
this
a
week,
perfect translation
with
rate
like
on
Happy
that one,
Mom
as
and
they've
everything, and
been
now
able
we have
to,
the streams
been
and
able to win time
and
time
well
time again.
stuff
They're
like
hoping
that.
to go
So
4 for 4.
I've been
Maybe we'll
driving as
find yet
well,
another.
back and forth.
The Gunners on Wildcard having absolutely no issue finding their marks. Falcons, you said they limped in here? Well, they're limping through every single one of these rounds, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be a precipice of a
Double
world
C4.
tour. All 4 bomb sites under the belt for Wildcard if they can close
Double
out this
C4 is,
5v3 advantage.
gone.
What's the game plan from Falcons? They can get this wall open in towards Wine. One of those bandit batteries got cleared out. That's going to be good enough. But this plant is oh so scary. If Licketback goes down, things could be bad.
Why are you
And
dropping?
it's just a dead drop. And dead being
Why
the
did you
keyword,
drop?
Hot and Cold with the final 2, making his mark
Why
known.
did he
This
drop?
Is a
That
game
is
where he
weird.
wants some revenge to be served. Prime time on the A stream. Hot and the
My
rest
mom
of the
is
team
doing
putting in
better,
some
way
serious
better.
work,
Her
but
blood
yet again,
work is
weapon
good.
94,
She
Bay
have
getting the
taken
job
out
done.
her
A
stitches.
perfect 4-0 start for Wildcard.
So
Well, is it
she's
not
on the right
identical to
way.
the top
So
floor
we
defense from
will
round
see
2,
how it
Parker?
goes
It's Bay
from
getting active in the early
this
game,
month
finding
coming.
those entry frags for Wildcard, starting them off on the right foot, and then hot and cold inside the site, going for big swings, pressuring Falcons
But
right
it's
when
still,
they want to execute
where
to
I
close things
where I
out
have to help
cleanly
her a
from
lot.
Wildcard. This
That is
shot
kinda
was so
making-
incredible coming out. Jacob Dowling from Quincy, Illinois, really big stuff. Just his 4th international event, by the way. A year and a bit ago, he had never played on land before, and now, after qualifying to 3 events last season, makes it to the first of the events of the year this season. He's just been phenomenal, top to bottom.
Hey, Hot and Cold's wearing the unwanted jersey.
That's a throwback. I like it.
Hot and Cold with 5 kills now. Baby Shark and Bay.
That's why he was wearing that. Okay,
that
okay.
metric. Falcons really suffering through. Leaky Fac still held off the scoreboard. Uses and Solotov a single kill apiece. It's really fallen on their hardest supporter, Breedays. He's leading the way with 3 kills, but a lot of those have been in what's called garbage time, impactless frags, where you end up getting kills because they overcommit. When they have numbers, you get 1 or 2 kills, but it's no way, shape, or form affecting the round.
Yeah.
And you ultimately lose. So kudos to Breeday for at least trying, but things are really grim here for this Falcon squad.
Yeah, not an uncommon spot from Breeday. The only player here in kickoff to not have a single attacking opening pick. That's just because of his role, right? He does not get into those early engagements.
Way too
Guards also
early.
doesn't have one, but he hasn't played Professional Siege so far this season, so I'm not going to count that.
Is Guards even playing?
Guards is playing here for Twisted Minds, yes, but he wasn't playing for them during kickoff.
That's
He's
right.
subbing in for his twin brother Dove due to personal issues. Licky Fac back on the Sens this time around. Of course, things get a little messy on the site.
They said
rotation after you
personal
go all
issue,
4
so
sites
it's not the
down. Kitchen
visa
zero inside of
issue then.
Wildcard, and I'm hoping we get a bit of a better top floor clear. This has been a big issue for Falcons all game long.
Unsuccessful on their opening duels so far. Falcons have not really had much going for them in the offense category.
Come
In
on,
terms of player
Falcons,
count,
come
they have
on, you can do
often
it.
trailed through all of these rounds to Wildcard, who are playing a suffocating defense. Joom reunited with his Blackbeard. They'll do something they haven't been able to do. Falcons will strike first. Solotov eliminating the Frenchman. Leaky Fac will die. Another round, no kills for EFAC as he's tossed out those ROU projectors. Bay is down for the count, as is Kansan. Hot and Cold and Spiker, the only two still remaining, but it's a 2v2. Half the round still to go. This is anybody's game.
Two of the best IGLs in North America will have to work together in this tense situation. A 5-0 start would be disastrous for the Falcons. They're doing a good job isolating, though, Parker. They're trying to hone in on Spiker.
And they'll do just that, pressuring him inside the site. Hot and Cold will need to clutch. He sees Joom. The gun in the hands of that bandit. It does so much damage, so easy to control. Usis will be watching from above. Hot and Cold now rotating over to that kill hole. Joom pulls it off. Houghton gives his position away. Just out of reach is Usis. And now in the post plant, Houghton will find the Blackbeard.
Joom, that was so stupid though.
What can Matthew Stevens do? Oh, he gets him through the floor! Is he aware though? Hot and Cold might not have the information. There he goes, he sees
what
it!
What the fuck?
M80, eat your heart out! Hot and Cold clutches the round, and Wildcard are still undefeated!
What?
Old man still got it, proving everybody wrong. Massive clutch to come through. Should have been an impossible situation. A 2v1
Oh
post-plant,
my
but he plays
God.
the vert. He finds those angles. He's got the opportunity.
He
and
just
Falcons
shot
just
there for
shatter at
nothing.
the most important moment. What should have been their rounds? That kitchen bomb
Holy.
site has been so close both times. But Hot and Cold, what a clutch to come out from him. Just an incredible play. Kind of the hometown hero for Salt Lake City as well. Not from Utah or anything, but the closest player we have from hometown, from high desert California, a brisk 8-hour drive away. So really nice coming out to see from him. Watching the hatch, just the wrong angle from Usis, and that is going to be a mistake that costs him. Hot and Cold, so good under pressure.
Baby Shark was so confident that he got the down as well. The moment that Houghton did that spray, Baby Shark saw it, went over, looked for the fist bump. Houghton
He's
was still
29
dialed
years
in, their
old,
job is
Hot
not
and
done.
Cold. He's
He plays
29.
best when he's got a chip on his shoulder. Somewhere out there, Wildcard is ringing up the U.S. Embassy and saying, hey, just cancel.
Yeah, that was a freaking...
No, we don't need it. It's fine.
Damn.
He can stay
That's
there.
a game experience right there.
Okay, we're going to keep him here. Kansan is feeling himself. You've got him shit.
Dude, these angles, the fights that they're taking on Wildcard are
Again?
insane.
No!
Domination I have not seen in a very long
I
time,
guess
Parker.
Falcons
Even when we
are
had the
shitting
brand
on
new
them
CNL
now.
teams back in phase 1, they were not getting smacked this hard. Wildcard have full ownership over Falcons on Chalet.
And I actually put Falcons to qualify earlier than
Obviously-
Wildcard. I actually thought Wildcard were going to be in
Wildcard,
between
not
6th
Wildcard.
and 8th
So you can't
place.
just turn and be like, this team continues to improve. Because they are playing without one of their players.
Yeah.
But they are playing with a level of confidence that is honestly perfect.
And I
for
put
how badly
Falcons
are
to be
doing
in
this.
between
Only
4th
one
and...
opening duel has gone in their
5th.
favor so far. Spiker playing this tight angle, almost gets the Maverick. He's trapped in the corner. He got a kill with the revolver all the way back in, what was it, round number one.
Yeah.
Those kill holes, they work both ways, Jesse. It's a tough go of it. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do there. It would have been fun to watch.
It's wasted good time, frankly. I mean, 1:40 left on this clock. You clear out the Kaid. Spiker was not planning on staying alive throughout this round, so not a bad spot to come out from him. Himself, quite a good Maverick player, I have to say as well, but on the wrong end of things that time around. Everybody from Wildcard falling back, not wanting to hold the top floor.
Yeah,
They've got a
this
little
is
bit of pressure on
weird.
the stairs, and actually, Bay's still up here as well. No, they've really held on, Parker. The Toxic Babes will continue to stall, and this top floor is not being given up.
Bay now playing up at Chimney. He's got two players within reach. Bullets bouncing off the Blackbeard shield. He's taken down EFAC. EFAC, to his credit, has found a kill.
Yep.
So everybody on the side of Falcons has struck at least once. That's something, well, I guess it's something. Not really much, but it's something. We gotta find ways to give them credit here, Jesse.
We gotta find ways, one way or another,
A bit
Parker.
creative about this.
Oh, boy.
Nice crossfire. Wildcard's patience and discipline on full display as Brede might be able to pick up some kills in garbage time. He will not do that. Kansan began the affair in round 6 with that spawn peak, and he will
Yeah,
get the
this
final
is
kill,
not good.
entry frag, and exit frag, as it is a perfect first half for Wildcard.
Always counted out. Let's see what the coaches have to say during tack time, Parker.
Yeah, it's gotta be a
Destroyed every
timeout.
single round. I'm not even joking.
That's fine, guys. Defense, we.
Let's go round by round. Just a reminder of some stuff on gaming. Like I said, they can either push library side, everyone, or they can just like bait above and push main and push two side games window. So Josh, you're gonna play on Vazey for my right. So after you fall back, I think it's good to play Byron, no? And then you hold more like main.
They're fucking commercials, seriously?
They are full pushing library. If you see like a freaking Twitch clearing the stuff inside, watch out.
Yeah,
Ask someone to like watch out about the West main hold, you know, and then the whole trophy or like the opposite, okay?
Yeah. I think they might rush us over.
Yeah, I think like 6-0 they do a lot of rushes, but just be ready and we can come back, guys. Let's go, round by round, you know?
Yeah.
Let's go, Lux. Just
So don't forget about it. Another thing, guys, remember during the match, of course, like we can change the page setup, but remember, Chalet is a very cheesable map, right? If you guys need, I'm gonna repair master window, hot and cold, someone open the window for him. That's it. It's a way of forgetting the opening kill. If you needed something more aggressive.
If we want to, guys, these guys are already chalked. We could like bait an exec the first round and just like hold their peaks.
Yeah,
Like if we just bait an exec, we can just hold the runouts.
But
Or, like just use half our util and just
take
hold.
our time, smoke a little bit to do some sense walls,
Yeah.
hold a bit, super good. And just talk a little bit about the strategy part. Remember, guys, bar bomb side, they love to do compact. Maybe they're gonna hold the offs, or maybe they're gonna leave offs and holding. Do like a reinforcement IV. Remember,
Never struck us this disappointment. Yeah, maybe.
Start the positions, right? Hot and cold, piano window, Chacon starting the master window, too, super important. We talk about the Perseverance too.
Damn, it's talking fast!
Guys, don't forget, guys. We're not respecting them. Let's continue to not respect them, guys. They're good. We know they're good, but we're so much better than them. So let's, if we got a gap, guys, let's just try to exploit the gap.
For
Guys. We got them.
For kitchen, remember the bunker, guys, and remember to play against the bank.
So for basement.
Again, Parker, you're hearing Wildcard feels like they're just a step ahead of their opponents. Falcons, in the midst of their timeout, they say they're up 6-0. They might rush. Let's expect a rush. Let's be ready for that. What do Wildcard say? They don't say we're up 6-0, let's rush. They say we're up 6-0, let's fake a rush execute and then hold their peaks. They are one step ahead of the game plan, just like they were through the first 6 rounds. I love the confidence from Baby Sharks just chiming in at the end there as well. One of the youngest players here at the event, but still saying we're not respecting them so far. Let's continue to not respect them. They are good, but we are better.
We got to hear Falcons talk before we went to Wildcard, and you can hear the tension and frustration across that entire team.
Yeah.
The first thing we hear out of Spiker's mouth, their mental is chalked.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely correct. Back-to-back spawn peaks in round number 6 will break anybody's mental, no matter the scoreline. And it's especially grim when now you will have to play, as Julio correctly pointed out, round by round, because you make one misstep, Wildcard ends up winning.
Yeah.
Right? So this Wildcard team has excelled everywhere. Falcons are averaging 2 kills a round at this point in time.
Do you drink 1 liter of coffee if I... Yeah.
There is no
He's talking
universe in which they should
fast as fuck.
only 2 kills per round,
Jesus.
but this is the
And you
reality
have
of the
G2's
And when you're down in a
Brazilian
position like
coach
this, 6-0
talking
to start
very
the second
slowly
phase
instead.
of the
Like it's
major, you
too
have to look to your
different.
captain. You have to look to
Like
Leaf Back.
Brazilian
And again, with him
talk.
putting up the worst stats here in the lobby, he needs to be sharp regardless. He cannot let this get to his head. I'll remind you, the last time Falcons and Wildcard faced off, it was in the group stage of the 6th Invitational. Winner of that match would go on to top the group of Poppies and be #1 through their group. Wildcard won that map. It was close, but the one player who really didn't show up across all 10 was Lickyfac, lowest rated player on the team, 16 and 26. I don't know what it is against this Wildcard opponent, but he consistently struggles when playing against this organization, and he's got to be good in this second half.
And they weren't even that bad during kickoff. Solitov and Evac were both top 10 rated players during kickoff. What has ultimately happened here?
It's getting into their
yes, they were
heads.
one of
That's
the
the
2 teams that
problem.
qualified through the upper bracket. Here we go. They said they were going to do a rush strat, or at least fake it.
Yeah.
It's prepped and ready. A big step back from Falcons, and Wildcard are looking for a 7-0. Trying to bait it out, but it doesn't look like Falcons are taking the bait just yet. Joom will start things off. Only the second time the Falcons have gotten the very first pick. Baby Shark goes down. Joom traded out by Bay. Now Hot and Cold will go upstairs to assist his teammate. Bay looking for the backstab inside a bathroom. We're still a minute into the round.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what the plan was, right, for a wild card. They're going to bait some utility on the site, and then where those 2 kills come through, master side, across the map, so far away. Credit to Joom. He gets that pick onto Baby Shark to start things off, but Bay is there for the trade. Health advantage definitely in favor of Falcons, and that's just based off of Joom's individual prowess, but look at this space. So much map control now freely given to wild card, all because they faked that utility on site.
Yeah.
You haven't flushed Zolotov out of this chimney position as he now moves over towards Library. This is a good spot for him to be in. He's got Uzis there for backup as well. A reminder, Falcons only averaging 2 kills around, Jesse. They've gotten 1 so far.
Damn.
They've got time. Wildcard at a gambit. It did not ultimately work out. I don't know if Bay is
Spoiler alert from the other stream between Weibo Gaming versus All Gamers. Damn.
Trades are good from Wildcard, but
it's 4-2 to Weibo Gaming right now in the map of Lair.
And Spiker, arm in arm. Got to imagine a defuse kit's going to get planted here. Houghton and Spiker both had the highest amount of plants in the NAL kickoff. Spiker drops.
Are you
on
serious
Green
now,
We're
Spiker?
playing Assassin's Creed inside of the lobby. Now he's positioned over in bar. He gets siege timing and taken out by Uzis, who stands alone. Kansan and Houghton. Oh, how poetic it would be if Houghton was the one to drive the dagger through the hearts of Falcons. It won't be, though, as Uzis gets 1, and will now
come on, Uzis, come
on!
on!
Best-rated player through kickoff. Kansan within reach. Uzis playing this angle. Uzis surely has the drop, right? Right? He knows exactly where he is. 15 seconds. Kansan will have to go for the kill. No case to be had here. Uzis still positioned.
Oh, Uzis got it.
Do not allow Wildcard to 7-0. But what, 60 HP on Uzis is the only difference between
way
the loss.
too long.
Falcons end up winning a round, but it comes at great cost.
Really close one. Could have gone either way. Of course, Uzis heavily favored in the 1v1 because he's got that whole bar to play behind, but you've got to be using that if you're the Falcons. You have to think of that as your jumping off point. 1 round at a time is what they said during that timeout, and that has to be true again here throughout rounds 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and beyond through overtime. Really well played by Uzis from the bar position. That'll end up being a triple kill on the round from the young Englishman. Nice to see that coming through, to have that support for his team. It's okay if you lose a couple of bodies on the roam because everybody was getting their trade backs, right? Joom dies, but he gets 1 with him. Lickifak dies, but he gets 1 with him. It's that trade game. It's that constant fragging that is keeping numbers close, that opens the door for the late round clutches. Falcons have to have faith in each other. You've got to trust that your early round players will find some frags and put you in a strong position. If you're an early round player, you have to trust your anchors to clutch up, and they did just that in round 7.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, if Uzis and Brede are top fragging on your team, you got some problems.
Sure.
And I don't mean that because of the players. I have no doubt that those guys could excel in more forward roles. But it's like what we used to say about Fabian. We say it about Troy as well. If Fabian was top fragging on that old G2 Penta roster, that's a problem. If Troy is top fragging on any of his teams, that's a problem. These are not the ways that these players are usually used. So having your support players like Uzis and Brede clutch up is great, but then take a look at the other 3 players on the roster. 2 kills for Zolotov, he's 2-7. Lickifak, 2-7. At one point, Lickifak was 0-5. Joom also struggling. These guys all have game-carrying and game-breaking potential. But right now, the only thing that's broke is this Falcons team. Really struggling through. There goes Efak dying to Bay. Oh my goodness! It's a mercy killing for Falcons as they're shot out of the sky. Uzis and Joom called back to the bomb site. An upside down rappel as Spiker takes out Uzis. And a flawless end to Wildcard 7-1ing Falcons.
I did not expect that at all.
Coming through from the guys on Wildcard. Bay, incredible, hot and cold. Kansan, everyone
Why
had
is
to
it
show
my
up in
stuff
that game.
publishing?
They
I
all
don't
did
understand.
Just that, a miraculous turn of events coming through from Bay. I'm checking the numbers as they update. Maybe his best statistical performance in his career. We'll wait to get that final round of data in, but it was close either way. What a performance coming out from the entry fragger and especially the substitute on Wildcard.
And the revenge tour begins. Wildcard stunning Falcons. I mean, I think there were people who very rightly assumed this would be a close match.
Yeah.
I think some people even had Falcons as the favorites to win it with the substitute coming in.
Yes.
But I would like to petition Ubisoft for me to reopen my predictions. Because I think with the Enterprise result and now the wildcard result, there's a couple people whose brackets might be in jeopardy of getting busted.
Well, it was 80-something% voted for Falcons to win this matchup. They were the favorites. But wildcard,
Like,
they
I
love
did
that.
post
Every
a
time
video
they come
on
to
Twitter,
international
but it got
Where
taken.
are you going?
It
I
did
guess
not
they're on the floor below the practice
get
room.
put
It's okay.
out.
They'll get there. Don't worry.
They're in the building next door.
Yeah, they'll make it, but every time Wildcard come to an international event, they get doubted. And every single time, they prove people wrong. We need to stop counting out this team. Just because historically they have not been the most dominant over the last couple of years, it's a new day. The scene is changing. The last year has been amazing for this young team, and it's just going to keep getting better.
I mean, I'm glad that the Falcons players are smiling, but they were out of that room really quickly, about as fast as they were out of the server. A rough one for Falcons wildcard, off to a strong start. We got a long day ahead of us. Sit tight. We'll be back with more Siege.
That's weird. It's interesting how some of my stuff is not published. And we can watch the B stream while we wait.
Got to play with 6 of them. It feels like that is their win condition for the round. So where he plays, where he is going to be crucial to seeing if they can get away with a win.
Yaz has done some good work underneath on the Deimos. He's just backed up the Tachanka and forced him a little bit deeper. Is going to give away Moonlight's advance. Doesn't take too much damage though. Switches to the secondary and it's just looking that long angle. Yaz is chasing Speakeasy around at the minute. He's had to move out onto the concrete floor, so he can't be challenged from underneath by that pistol in the hands of Yaz, but it does leave
Okay, that's weird. That's like...
hold this.
Yaz underneath is the big one. He's got the track off Speakeasy. That's what they wanted to do. They need to make
Are you
him
kidding me? And people
being in a default spot to be able to deny the plant. Now going in behind Candelas and Smoke, they're in a position to look for a plant. Is it now going down? Yes, it is. Moonlight finally gets spot on his backside and finished.
Why isn't my fucking video showing?
And Aggress comes forward from Hoffman, gets rid of one, looking for a second, but no, also shut down. They've managed to make it work, Tim. We're down to a 2v2.
This is absolutely anybody's.
What the fuck, Twitter? What is wrong with you?
To find those kills, but it's going to be MC managing to pick up the first, and he does the real damage, taking the Ella off the board. It's all up to that big LM. He churning out those bullets, but none will find the target as Yaz manages to put the shotgun to work. He has been a thorn Speakeasy's side throughout that entire round. He was trying to play in behind desk. Yaz was underneath, peppering him through the floor with the shotgun, with the Vendetta. He then starts tracking him over and over and over again, so that the Tachanka cannot deny that plant space. It created the room. It was then a brilliant finish to the round with the shotgun to take him down in the 2v1. Yaz has done
is happening
phenomenal
with
work on the Deimos
sound?
through that round. Third on the board for all gamers.
And dare I say, an execute that you would see many tier 1 teams pulling out.
Yeah.
That's the sort of stuff that we're very used to seeing. We saw it back in the first half too. But they pulled it off there to fantastic effect. And as you mentioned, put Speakeasy under a lot of pressure throughout the whole thing. Even though he took no
That
damage,
is
it was
annoying.
more the fact the trap was there.
Yeah.
Exploding underneath his feet. To start running around and not the lineup to deny Railgun from getting that plant down. Into the...
Okay, let me just try and restart it.
Here, away from the round, over towards the sledge. And that double intel could be... And the
No, it's not from my side. It's definitely not from my side.
Okay, then 2 more rounds that Weibo need, but all gamers on a slow burn of a comeback possibly here as they get themselves on back. Just Moonlight care initially, doesn't want to be losing himself too early in the round. We have seen that from him already. Like I say, he does love to get in those entry battles. If we have a look, he's been
Like,
involved
it's the
in
same, my
5
Twitter
so far
does not
out
want to send out my
entry battles that we've had.
video.
He's 1-2, lost 3.
Is it because
so
I'm tagging
maybe not up
someone?
to his usual standards, but he's playing a tough team in Weibo to try and find gunfights against.
Even those things up.
Rounds. The only round we lost was a 2v1 that We saw the guy cross, but apparently it was a ghost that didn't actually happen. So, you know, it was a good game.
Well, Matt, we spoke also, and you said that you have this chip on your shoulder, that you're excited to put that to use. I mean, we saw that clutch from you in round 5 in the 1v2. Does it feel like that chip on your shoulder is working for you?
I mean, I won't say no. I mean, so far so good. It was a great call by, I think, Shark and Baya to say he was 1 HP. You could try to go for a floor bang, and luckily it hit. As soon as I hit him, they were screaming, he's down, he's down. I'm like, how are you guys hearing this? Like, I don't know how they heard it, but yeah, I mean, so far it's looking good.
And anything else we got to say today?
Just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to my very amazing mom. She's the best, and I hope she's watching. Thank you very much.
Nah, I gotta say the exact same thing. I know my mom is watching because she already texted me, so happy Mother's Day.
Well, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, and, well, Wildcard, they're making good use of this holiday.
Thank you so much, Jonah. If you don't know who we are, I am Crow. I'm 6 feet tall, and here's my NBA player, co-caster, John Fellow. Happy Mother's Day to our own mothers. I'm pretty sure
And
my mom is
who
watching.
are
Who knows?
these
But
people
we are
casting?
ready
That's
to
the
make our
new.
debut, and so is one of the next teams we're doing after that upset from Wildcard. Do we have another upset on our hands with 5 Fears versus FaZe?
I mean, we've got the best team in the world versus back-to-back world champions. So put that up into perspective. I think this best one will be an absolute banger, Harrison.
Absolutely. 5 Fears, of course, coming out of nowhere, just narrowly avoiding relegations last year to winning the NAL. And next, we are going, and they're going to be going up against FaZe, who are the back-to-back world champs, of course, winning SI twice in a row, which hasn't been done since that Penta G2 core.
Yeah, and then 5 Fears, not necessarily a brand new team, but one that we weren't expecting to do this well in the North American League. But with all that being said, we're going to hop in a short little break and return for this best of 1 series between 5 Fears
Or
and
in the company. It was. I really don't understand. I do understand they're bringing new people,
Only that
but
didn't happen, we could have potentially come out on top, but instead they find themselves staring down the barrel of their first loss here in Salt Lake City. And of course, we're stressed.
I can't stand that. I'm sorry. We'll see the next map here. Okay, now it's working. So I was not allowed to tag Alamo. Okay. That's kind of stupid. That was kind of stupid. But I could that I wasn't allowed to tag him. That was a new one. Nah, I'm not clicking at the stream again. That is stupid. But we can do this. We can go into and check here the matches so far. So by the looks of it, whoever wins this match here is going to be facing Weibo Gaming by the looks of it. And whoever wins here versus here, oh dear, it's going to be G2 versus Furia. Yikes. That is going to be. Might not be Furia. I did put Furia and G2 first. But that might not be the case. But we see how it's looking, because if it's going to be those two, that is going to be rough. And it's going to be Wildcard versus Enterprise. And whoever wins there, like... we will see. We will see. is going to be interesting. And the schedule is looking like this so far. Ah, Team Secret.
Welcome back, everyone. Like we said before the break, we just saw a crazy upset from an NA team. Can we see another as we move into Five Fears? JJ Blastful and Forest up against the two-time world champs, the juggernauts of FaZe Clan.
It's JJ, the captain for Five Fears, saying that it's his team against the world and then the literal world eaters of FaZe for their first ever international matchup. It's kind of a crazy best of one that we're bound to see here. And I think in terms of how both these teams like to play, really emphasizing that plant, this is going to be an absolutely chaotic best of one series. Harrison, are you excited?
Absolutely. Not only because I hope that this will be a really cool game, but you and I have been casting JJ since he was 16, since 2019.
Yeah.
And again, they very narrowly avoided relegations. They were almost no longer in the NAL, made some roster moves into SI quals. They actually had Packer and Mike W on their team, who are on 1 of 30. Said that didn't work, brought Snake back, picked up Forest, who was kind of the odd man out in that 100 Thieves pickup, and then also added Fens, and they became NAL winners. On the other side, FaZe Clan, who are our back-to-back world champions, funny enough, did not even qualify for this event in the upper bracket. I think it was a little bit shocking to see them have to fight for their lives against Team Liquid, who are old Furia, in a winner-takes-all. I mean, not even that wasn't even the qualification match. That was what, the lower bracket semi-final or quarterfinals, I think.
Say they lost almost immediately to Fluxo W7M. They go to that lower bracket and just grind their teeth out in those best of 3 matches, doing an incredible job against Los to not put themselves into that phase 1 position, winning quite dominantly on both Labs and Bank, I believe it was, for that best of 3 series. Interested to see where we'll go for our best of 1 matchup. It'll be Nighthaven Labs that we saw earlier. I'm wondering how one funnily enough, Harrison, G2 versus Dark Zero was more one-sided, and I feel like Dark Zero was, on paper, one of the best looking teams going into this.
Yeah,
again,
this is what
former JJ and Co.
FaZe Clan should be winning this, in my opinion. They should win. Like, there's nothing else to say.
After some roster changes, so, not being at that at least 20% marker is a little bit impressive.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny vote. I mean, hey, maybe the viewers also clued into the fact
they believe in JJ.
Believe in JJ, and also clued into the fact that FaZe did not dominate in Brazil like Five Fears did. By the way, winning NAL flawlessly. Five Fears did not drop a single map. And now we go on to Labs. As far as preference is concerned, FaZe really do like Labs in the past year. So our cutoff is kind of Reload being the first event we're considering in the past year. FaZe are 10-6 on this map. They played it 4 times in kickoff. They won all 4 of them. They beat Los here, they beat Fluxo here, they beat BD, and they beat another team, Imperial Esports, on this map. And then on the other side, Five Fears have not played this map since Stage 2 of last year, I believe when they were still Envy. They did not play it at all at kickoff, and yeah, the last time they played it actually against Wildcard. They won it 7-5. So as far as recent information, VOD review for either of these 2 teams at their disposal, there's a lot more for Five Fears to go off of.
Love the final 2 bans as well for both FaZe and Five Fears. You've got the mute, a lot of emphasis on info operators, so FaZe can now bring out the Dokkaebi, for example. They can run the Lion. They can't run Snake because he's been banned, but still plenty of other solid options at their disposal. Now the info game is going to be a lot easier to achieve. They've also gotten rid of the Bandit, so now you're only going to see Cade for that wall denial, and maybe Tubarao just to slow things down or assist those Cade Electro Claws. Montaigne makes a lot of sense as well. He can create a lot of space with that shield. Now you're reliant on only the Blackbeard and Blitz, which play a little bit differently. But starting out, our first round in this best of 1 series, we've got Command and Servers in play for 5 Fears, having a bit of a Denari setup over by the connector position, helping the Warden extend over there. That'll be Snake, and they've got a Zombie and Smoke on this top mezzanine as well. So if IT were to be opened up, they couldn't just walk in for free. They'd have to take a little more space before actually pushing towards the bomb site itself.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I think this game is going to be so cool is we were talking a little bit before this about, you know, depending on what map they were on, if it's going to be a shield-heavy map, both teams love the objective-focused play, which means they both lean a lot into cheese, a lot into information, and a lot into shield. So the Handy Vita King versus JJ and Forest shield play is going to be really interesting. Although we don't have that in round number 1. Maybe we'll see a Blitz or a Blackbeard later on. But FaZe so far starting with breaching open. I mixed the ings. On Connector, Cyber's got that open pretty easily. There's no Bandit or Mute or Cade in play, so you don't really have to worry about that. And now he's got this long sight line through the site that Forest may be interested in tussling with.
And with there being no wall denial in this round either, having both Cyber with 3 exothermic charges and KDS with those pocket breaches, you've got plenty of hard destruction to open up avenues into sight and to help deal with those extensions we highlighted in the prep phase. Now, 5 Fears have fallen back a little bit, but that's to be expected at around the minute mark. They still have tons of utility in the bomb site. Snake even setting up this Nitro cell for the back electric window, but luckily KDS heard that sound cue and backs away at just the right time, making space here with the Grim canister as well, pinging information on Snake's position, allowing the rest of FaZe clan to now move forward. Here comes the Grim once again, maybe assisting Vita King and Handy with dealing with this player top Mez. The first entry in favor of FaZe as Souls will shut down Forest, but they still have to contest with the Azami here.
Handy currently taking the fight against Rival, and he wins it in Rafters. Now a 2-man lead. In comes Cyber, shotgunned by Snake playing around the bomb chassis, and now the numbers are even as Fens gets the angle on Handy. KDS stuck in the barbed wire right outside Rafters' door. But after that initial push, FaZe have been forced to fall back, and as Souls tries to make something happen, Snake still holding on to this breach. A 1-man lead for 5 Fears. KDS and Vita King separated on opposite sides of this bomb site. They'll have to try and take ones and win them.
Yeah, the shotgun is nasty here.
Back off into electrical and maybe hit a flank as the player in IT goes down. It's all down to the IGL and Captain of FaZe. And 5 Fears are on the cusp of their very first international win. JJ, the man himself, will seal the deal, and 5 Fears take command.
And I gotta say, that was still such a great start for FaZe, right? You know, they take their time. About 1:30 burns off. They get the main breach opened up by IT. They push out the player extended from Com with the help of those Grim canisters, and they set up the first 2 entries. But luckily for 5 Fears, they had just enough time to fall back into sight. And one of the biggest perks of going Command and Server is the fact it's so tough to actually breach and get into sight. There's so many choke points and funnels that the attack has to worry about that it gave opportunities for Snake. It gave opportunities for Fens to win back that man advantage. 2 extremely necessary double kills for 5 Fears, and they close off the round with, you know, a little bit of worry in the start, but their composure towards the end of it. Now we'll go down into the basement floor bomb site here for 5 Fears with a much bigger emphasis on that roam. You've got Snake on the Solus with a shotgun to help create vert. Fens following suit on the Mozzie with his shorty. Rival probably having some Fenrir Dread Mines upstairs as well for extra info and to slow down FaZe. And now we're seeing that shield emphasis as well for FaZe because they're expecting that roam and they need tools to assist when dealing with these defenders upstairs and still having time for the execute.
I'm going to wait a second. There we go. And we have our first shield now being played. It's actually Souls on the Blackbeard. And that was actually something else we were talking about because, you know, obviously JJ and Forest, well known for their Blitz and Monty play, but Rival also hops a lot into the Blackbeard, and we were like, who else would do that on FaZe? Probably Souls, one of those other support players. So here it is. He's going to be instrumental in clearing out this roam along with Handy. They're going to be the 2 most important ops for forcing 5 Fears roam back. We've got Fens all the way on the top floor, just kind of playing on CC stairs, helping support Forest and Snake on and Rival on the middle. The only person on site right now is JJ the Warden, and his wall is starting to be opened.
That is the one perk of not having to worry about really any wall denial. Cyber can just get these openings for free. And we've talked about the info game of FaZe already. They are more than comfortable taking that extra time in the first minute of the round to get that drone work established. So there could be a gap potentially, but it seems for now they're still focusing on this extension upstairs. Souls already dealing a bit of damage to Rival, I believe, as now FaZe as well will also have Vita King upstairs to establish this vert, so they've got 2 points of emphasis here on their attack. Trying to clear out Kitchen in a timely manner as now the boogie drones will come out pushing.
Okay, interesting that they are extending out to games. That is a little bit of a
but it is wasting a lot of time here.
dangerous play.
Almost the halfway point now, eclipsed. Vita King unable to get the spot on Snake for now as he now dips into Lounge. Still holding on to this vert, not being challenged actively by this Ram just yet. But again, like you mentioned, this is a lot of time being wasted. Cyber
Like the guy casting right now, doesn't he remind you of the guy that is playing Spider-Man's friend in
Does he know about Cyber here? The ace looking the wrong way, and first kill goes the way of 5 Fears on this roam. Rival very quickly falls, and so does Snake. So there's 2 answered back by FaZe. They've got the man count here. There's only a minute left to now cycle onto this, onto the vert play, onto the site, and get the execute down. And you've still got Forrest here holding on this cafeteria breach. Now looking to peek the Grim, gets KDS. He's down in the process. He pays for it with his life, and JJ has also fallen, leaving it all on the Mozzie. FaZe
come on, FaZe Clan.
Perfectly tie the score.
Like, look, they are also sitting with a pill on the chair. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the chairs?
But FaZe just keeping their composure, doing a great job of holding those cutoffs, stopping the rest of the defenders from 5 Fears to come back and play for that trade game. Good communication as well there from FaZe. When one person had a bit of issue, like that Forest 1 versus 1, there was an immediate trade there by either Handy or Souls, I believe. It almost looked like for 5 Fears with Snake getting that first entry against Cyber that FaZe wouldn't have enough time to readjust, but because everybody was in such close proximity to one another, those trades were able to favor FaZe Clan still having the Grim for info, still having that Blackbeard as that spearhead upstairs. It was just enough to now tie us going into round number 3, where we're not going to see a reattempt of tank, but instead it's now the tertiary bomb site of storage and control room with so far nothing too out of the ordinary for FaZe. I almost thought we might have seen a rush trap, but there's no shields in play right now for them.
There's still 13 seconds for them.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Remember, we never
Don't
talk
jump the
about
gun.
never talk about the attacker picks before they're locked in.
Yep, it's the entirely new lineup.
Although there is no shield, so you're still right. No harm.
Okay, I respect that cam, but it's kind of visible in a bad way.
See a Nook, it's going to be some kind of back hit, some kind of lurk, separated from the rest of the team. 5 Fears also, again, with a ton of information, a lot of that going to be from Snake. So if 5 Fears rely a little bit too much on those cameras, that's where KDS is really going to feel a lot of use. Already some good info on who is upstairs. There's 2 players, Forest, Rival, or sorry, and a third, Snake, playing in servers. FaZe already had quite the roam clear last time, although a lot of it was focused on the middle floor. A lot of what was good for FaZe was being able to establish themselves on the top floor first and then work down. Now we get to see how they handle a roam where they can't really work that top down. It's going to have to be horizontal.
Really interested in seeing KDS's impact on the Nook here. There is a good chance he could end up going downstairs. Now the exothermic has gone off by Handy, maybe stopping someone like Snake from playing down below. Using those Valkyrie Black Eye cameras with a C4 could deal a lot of hurt if a plant were to go down by FaZe, and a lot of times their attacking composition prioritizes going for that post-plant position. Now another exothermic is prepped and ready by Handy to get this IT wall opened up, and to follow suit with Vita King with that boogie drone. Now they've got
hello Toxic, how you doing?
Bomb site. Maybe they could hop in through that side window to go in for the execute, but it's still just a waiting game. FaZe need to establish more info to see how many defenders are still playing upstairs and how many defenders are also in the bomb site. If there's too much pressure here by 5 Fears, they might just need to wait.
It was unnecessary to throw that so early.
It does seem like they're aware
Yeah,
of
work tomorrow?
KDS's lurk right outside
Nice.
Snake's
I'm guessing.
window. As FaZe
Or not.
continue to try and set up on the top floor, just gathering a lot of information. You can see Souls and Handy droning out the site. Another Ram going to come out from Vita King to make even more vert. Force JJ
1 minute
back even
left.
more. No one from 5 Fears still on the top floor with the exception of Rival. This wall getting aced open by Cyber.
Oh,
Fence will
KDS
get the first pick in
dies.
this round, killing the Nook
KDS
Mercy,
is
but
not
in the
having a
meantime,
good
Souls
time,
is in the bomb
or
site, getting the
Cyber.
plant down, and there's nothing to stop him. Vita King takes down JJ,
Yeah.
and now there's 40 seconds for 5 Fears to try and work from all their offsite positions, retake upstairs, get on that bomb, and Souls is good for 2 kills in the middle of the bomb site. Snake able to get a refrag, but now it's all up to him as Cyber able to drop in from that pillar hatch in the lounge. It's all
Nicely
over,
done.
and FaZe see the roam presence.
Did you do
see
your
how many
prediction,
players are offsite, and go for the plant.
Huge
Toxic?
gap spotted there by FaZe Clan. You saw the information gathered by Cyber upstairs. He had Vita King assist him as well, holding that lurk pressure, and
damn.
like you mentioned, the info
That's not
for the
good.
actual bomb site. Once KDS died on that lurk as
Did
well,
I
a lot
not
of
touch
comms were given
this?
saying,
Oh,
"Hey,
you
there's a lot of
boring.
people over in my position. Maybe we can go in for this plant." FaZe jumped the gun on that, giving no time for
Boring.
5 Fears to react and stop the plant. And once you've got that plant down, you've got Vert upstairs, you've got Mez control, you've got 2 people sitting outside. There is no way 5 Fears are going to come back from that position at a man disadvantage as well. I believe it was a 4 versus 3 once that plant had just gone down. So
Press F,
incredible
quit
info
now.
by FaZe,
I love the
punishing
background
5
card.
Fears for not having a lot of actual site pressure.
That's the kind of things that happen when you go up against the world champs. See how 5 Fears adapt now. New bans in Mira and Dokkaebi. Mira being used by 5 Fears on their on round 2 for their tank roam. They had that Mira set up inside kitchen and cafeteria. Kind of interesting that FaZe banned that, considering how well they handled it. Maybe just worried about her coming out on the other 2 sites where she's pretty strong too. It does again leave up powerful operators, like Valkyrie, like Castle, if 5 Fears end up wanting to take Cade.
G2 won very easily, by the way, against Dark Zero.
On that roam clear in round 2. A lot of round 2 focused bans.
Okay, we gotta have a talk about pro players abusing Valk. Like, come on, she is good. You're abusing her camps. It's not appropriate for you to abuse her camps. Okay, put them in a better spot and not do like dog shit camps like that. You're insulting her. Really, you're insulting Valk. You're insulting my wife, and that's not okay.
Also don't have too many differences besides the lack of a thermite. You know, again, no bandit, no mute. 5 Fears have not been playing Cage, so they can just use some soft destruction to help Cyber get this wall completely opened up by IT and still utilize the Grim and those frag grenades that now Cyber's bringing with Maverick and Souls still on the Deimos to break these Kiba barriers and probably
I don't know
shut
why he
down
made
5
that
Fears
hold,
before they can
that's
comfortably
quite
fall back to
interesting.
the site, because that was also a really big thing that assisted 5 Fears. They did lose Forest up by Mez, but because Fens was able to fall back, which he was not able to this time, unfortunately, it gave 5 Fears
Interesting.
enough bodies to defend site. But this is
One of the camps was fine, but the rest of them was
KDS
meh.
was opening both sides of the con breach, and Fens just walked at it like he wanted to try and catch him off guard.
You missed when Alamo just went into sight, literally. Like a freaking wizard, he just went in.
As far as utility goes, not the biggest kill in the world. She's still got those gates up, but you're losing your one and only DMR on the defense, which can be very powerful, especially if you're playing back in A, trying to hold on to electrical or
Frozen
concrete.
pizza?
DMR can be very
Nice.
strong. 5 Fears will have to play
I had
defensive
some,
round and down as FaZe have, at least
do you
for
call
now,
it steak?
completely abandoned
Like,
the
I
IT
had
side. Got 3
steak
players
and
over towards
fries
Con,
today
Cyber Souls
with
and KDS.
Bernice
These are trying to work
sauce.
their way, get
Idiot.
by this electrical window.
Seriously?
Snake very
You see the window
quickly
open
shuts
and you're
down
not
Fashion's
even
KDS
thinking about
in
it?
his hand. Souls off of that will nade over, take control of E-Box, and try to establish a foothold for his team to take con control.
And although you've lost the Grim, you still have 4 frag grenades. There's a solid chance they can make enough space to hop in through Pillar and try to force this plant. Again, FaZe really competent in that post-plant position. 40 seconds left now. As they
Now
know,
they know that he's
Pillar, but they know Snake is
here.
close by the doorway. They have to use their utility here to first deal with Snake, but it'll be such a tough spot with him as the warden.
He gets another kill every time people challenge him around this bomb chassis. He finds kills. Souls.
It's kind of weird to see someone named Snake when you have a snake as an operator.
Last one goes out in the E-Box, and he ends up falling. Snake, though, with yet another response, keeping his team in this round. Again, just playing around this bomb chassis. Cyber, the last man standing, picks up Case. Needs to isolate both these players. They're separated. Rival moved all the way back to Aqua, but there's only 5 seconds left. 5 Fears know how they need to play this. Even if Cyber gets one of these kills, there will be no time to get the other. The clock hits 0, and 5 Fears tie us up.
Great round there for Snake as well. You know, you lose
Come
one
on,
of your
FaZe
teammates in the minute
Clan.
mark. That's always a tough spot to be in on the defense. You have less positions where you can have a crossfire established. And before the rest of FaZe Clan can set up to deal with Ebox
Okay.
with those Grim
Quick
canisters,
question.
with
Do
the
we want
frag
to
grenades they had in that
watch
round, he looks for an early pick and gets rid of every most
continue
impactful
watch FaZe
opportunity he
Clan
could've had.
versus
There's 3S
5
on the
Peers, or do
Grim.
we want to
A lot of
watch
that late round
Rebellion,
info that FaZe Clan would've
Shopify
had with those
versus
Grim canisters
Virtus
is
Pro?
immediately gone.
Like, which
Snake
one do
can
we
now
want to
wrap
watch?
tucked behind the bomb chassis. He's got his teammates on the opposing bomb site to hold those longer positions down. So although Souls was having a great round securing that 3K, it was just enough for 5 Fears. Again, keeping Snake alive, having that close quarter shotgun, denying the potential for a plant, and just playing for time in the final 5 seconds of that round. Incredible work there by Snake and the rest of 5 Fears for still keeping themselves at a tied position against former world champion team FaZe.
Although both rounds they've won so far have kind of been off the back of Snake and both on command, with him playing the exact same position as Warden. We just saw that round where he gets the 3K by Ebox, and round number 1, what did he do? He completely shut down the Khan wall push with his shotgun. So we're going to need to see more from
Weaver
the other
Gaming
members
won
of
as
this current
well.
cast of 5 Fears, like Fens and Rival, who had incredible stages. I mean, even JJ had an incredible stage in NAL. We're going to need to see the rest of them wake up against the world champion. Again, we're going to keep saying that. The world champion roster of FaZe. You cannot afford to have any slackers when you're up against this team. And now we're back on tank. 5 Fears again with a roam. Maybe not as heavy this time because they don't have the Mira to help make their positions more stalwart in kitchen and lounge. Maybe 5 Fears just kind of playing here more for drone denial and then falling back, although Snake is pushing pretty deep and setting up Vert onto tank just in case, or sorry, onto assembly just in case FaZe decide to go quick.
I think they realized too
Both?
the lack of a
What the fuck?
site presence last time they attacked this bomb site. So Cyber just peeking out a little bit inside of Animus, gets rid of one of those many Vulcan.
You can't say
hacks, and
both. It doesn't work like that.
creates the potential threat that 5 Fears have to keep someone by sight in case there were to be an execute early, rather than this top to bottom clear that FaZe Clan did last time this site was in play. Someone goes off by Warehouse.
Let's watch until halftime for this at least, and see where it goes. If FaZe Clan is in the lead, then they're definitely going to be winning.
Could try to pressure sight at the same time that Vita King establishes Vert with the ram. C4 will go out and miss.
What
but
the fuck?
Does not. Handy will be the first to fall in this round. Another kill on the roam for 5 Fears. They take out Striker. That could be a big utility pick depending on what he was taking. I didn't quite see what his utility was. And FaZe seem like they're not really too interested in challenging this. They're just going to have Cyber upstairs holding a position to stop a rotation by Lobby, I believe. Soul's already opening in that Animus wall, taking some damage. There's lots of players positioned here to try and stop him from getting this plant down.
Oh,
Force with
team
a
kill!
TK on defense. Takes out your Mozzie. Luckily, the C4 is already expended, but still, now you're, instead of a body up, in an even man count with the plant going down. No one from 5 Fears able to stop it again. Souls gets it down basically for free. Cyber holding onto Warehouse, kills Rival, trying to help his players by sight. The Solus of Snake trying to challenge his hatch, but still he's got to worry about Cyber. The positions from FaZe perfectly placed to stop this.
And then the body just flew from the sky. What the fuck?
Traded back by Forest, but still 3 bodies for him to find. 2 outside, 1 above. It is an impossible
Holy
task.
moly.
And FaZe retake the lead.
And once FaZe realized
poor
that,
Forest.
majority of 5 Fears' defense was still
That is
upstairs.
so
Indeed,
sad.
there was no Vert to stop the default plant. They just sent it. You know, Cyber can make enough coverage there with the Blackbeard shield, denying those longer angles from working kills, except, you know, Force unfortunately killing his teammate there. After that had happened, the plant goes down. 0 issues for FaZe Clan, and it's the exact same thing that we saw in Storage. You've got so many outside positions.
That is
5
such a
Fears
tight
can't really
angle to
challenge.
hold.
You still have, I believe it was Cyber there upstairs on the ace, holding for the hatch drop off as well, so there was no flank potential either. Great team.
Yeah, I have it
by
on
FaZe.
in the background
I
as
wanna
well,
say
so
cutting corners
I
either.
see
They, again,
that.
Noticed from last time what the weak points were from 5 Fears and took advantage of it because they couldn't react in time to stop that plant or had the positions.
I have like
necessary to
multiple
really
windows
deal with all
open
the
in
assets
both of my
around
screens, so
Cyber
that's why I'm
Blackbeard.
looking sometimes through this screen because like I'm looking at that game as well. So
Points in the NAL was their anchor game because their refragability was so high. I think it was Grant.
like the caster sounds like Spider-Man's best friend. Like
they're very good at playing around each other. In the
like
site,
it's so
and
annoying.
crosses. And sure, that's a big strength to have when you're roaming too, but when you're up against FaZe and they're picking apart your roam or altogether avoiding it, you have to kind of take that moment to reflect and say, okay, they've either destroyed our roam or ignored our roam in 2 rounds. We got to play closer to the chest. And FaZe just
No, what do you mean nerd? I like the movies, okay?
And 5 Fears now back on storage. They've got 3 players upstairs, which is better than the 4 they did last time, I guess. They've also got the Pulse to help aid this roam, so JJ's going to be able to get a lot of information. Snake has a lot of information at his disposal as well.
Could maybe attempt to be more aggressive against
That
FaZe
cam
before they can
underneath
set
is
up.
kind of weird, though.
Again, they got the IT wall, that vert established from the Ram Boogie drone, and then Cyber realized, oh, there's no one really playing close by to Mez or even by servers. I'll just kind of walk in here. They had so much top floor control, and once they lost KDS, that gave them tons of crucial information. They could just hit the bomb site. FaZe doing a great job of spotting the gaps and weak points on 5 Fears' defense, and it would be a great look for them to get that 4-2 attacking split, then going into defense.
I'm still coaching team.
Clinical. This is one of their favorite maps from the first stage of the kickoff, now going into the SLC Major. That Boogie drone is stopped somewhat abruptly by JJ's bullets through the vert it's already established. Could maybe get some information once you see that rotate outside by the storage window, and Fens even ratting by the coat or by the cubby position.
You see the
yeah. Lurk in from there earlier, but tons of utility destroyed now by Souls' Twitch drone, making this execute a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be working out. Oh, damn.
On the Pulse.
Cyber again, he's like having the worst game. Cyber is really, really good.
Are also going to be much harder for the attack to find. Great start from 5 Fears. You take out one of the main fraggers from FaZe. You take out a set of grenades as well if you hadn't already used them. And more importantly, your anchor in JJ is still alive, holding onto this window. KDS trying to get some utility in to try and dislodge him. Fens now playing out by the breach. Could get the swing, but stopped by the air jab. KDS, though, not in a position to capitalize. Fens persists and will try and rotate, I believe, upstairs. Or no, back in the cubby, just in case there's a lurk from FaZe. Speaking of lurk, Souls coming in from Lounge, trying to catch JJ off guard, but there's a drop from Forest as he opens the hatch and comes in from command. Souls down, 5 Fears now with a 2-man lead. This is the last 30 seconds. Handy almost killed by a Thorn gadget now, as FaZe really have nothing going for them. Vita King's gonna have to try and win this one on Rafters to take something back. Rival goes down. There's nothing for him to find on the vert as Forest kills yet another one of his teammates. KDS, case in hand, pushing through Lounge as his teammate dies off screen. The captain good for 2, finally falls. 7 seconds left. KDS knows he's going to have to try and bait, and then just Stick takes out one, but doesn't see Fens also sneaking his way in through Warehouse, and 5 Fears are coming to tie the half.
And you said it yourself, Harrison, right before the actual
a lot of
began,
people like ban the labs. I don't know why.
Play closer to the chest. What do you have JJ do in that round?
Okay, let's go over
here. Lineup to deal with some of these offside players, but finding them is the first step, and dealing with them is the second.
We're just probably in the lead. Fuck.
Rebellion have struggled these first couple rounds.
I did say that
like every single time he's looking
Shopify would win this though.
Trying to find a way to get in.
Don't fuck up my prediction. Come on, Virtus Pro, lose this. Come on.
The Rebellion broadly moving on to this second floor, not focused on the roam clear actually right now. Instead, it seems to be securing control and then maybe getting some verticality.
Spoit's at least got a little bit of support at the moment. He's going to be able to find out on his Soliton scanner. There's a couple of players lurking around. Dan and
don't tell my Swedish boy to go home.
Doesn't want to overplay his hand and instead can just back up a little bit. There's still an option to make a little bit of vert. Okay, we've only got breaching charges to do it, but there is that chance. The information is going to be valuable nonetheless, and that can now be fed round to Canadian. Sense wall's going to go through, and that should allow Canadian to start moving through and clear some of this barbed wire and site utility. Just going to go for a couple of smoke pops here. They might even try a plant.
It seems like that's the case. Warwick can look through this, but I think Canadians just slipped under. You'll send a C4 over top. I don't think he does any damage whatsoever. Canadian makes it through, might fall after the fact, but the Rebellion are not positioned too poorly for a 3v5, now 3v4 post-plant. Spoil with that verticality and the solid.
Your Swedish ball? No, Swedish boy! Oh my god, fuck's sake!
Well, and most importantly, it's Virtus Pro who have to make the move, and Virtus Pro.
Come on, Spoit, you need to hit this. Come on.
Spoit gun in hand rather than the scanner, exchanging shots with Warwick will neutralize the ward and finish him off. Massive performance, still the only player for the Rebellion with kills so far. That changes once Surf takes down both Dan and Naquo. Now with Pasha, only 1 HP. That's a 3K for Surf.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
First. Quite a minimal take there.
I said boy, not bomb.
Take more than they needed to. They got a good portion of map control.
I don't have that heavy of an accent. Come on.
And then easily transitioned it through. Spoit using the Soliton scanner. to perfection. And
I'm
then, of
guessing
course,
Snake
the
is going to
start
get
of the
banned
show
now.
being Surf. Not
And
only
then
did
you
he
had
get a lot of
Warden,
kills, but he was playing the
probably.
Thatcher.
He's
And
going
what
to
does
be
the Thatcher do? The
banned after
Thatcher
this.
disables the Nitro Cell. It keeps Canadian safe while he's planting. You could hear Thatcher's EMP going off at the time that the Nitro Cell was just after it was ripped.
No,
after it was
Glass
thrown.
and Goyo.
It perfectly disabled it, and it allowed Canadians to be safe, kept the plant going down. And
Yeah, so he's
that's
my
what that's what we
ball.
like from-
Okay,
from
yeah,
SR.
sure,
That's what we're
sure.
used to seeing from them. We're used to seeing them play that win condition.
That's
whether
just-
pushing
that's-
kills
that's
or
weird
whether
fuck
it's going
thing.
to get plants down.
And going to get plants down specifically, I think, has always been what we've always, when Shopify Rebellion, at least subjectively, we felt like they've been performing at their best. It's what we've usually seen. It's why Monty is banned against them so much, because if you allow Canadian the ability to either A, full shield, get in and put the diffuser down, or B, full shield and protect somebody putting the diffuser down, there's a pretty good chance that the Rebellion's win percentage is going to skyrocket. That's a big reason why that operator gets banned. And so, whenever they find this ability to replicate that same style, usually with the shield, whether it's Blackbeard or Blitz, the Rebellion always seem to have at least a good idea of the right answer, even if they
Nah,
don't end
shut
up
up,
winning the round,
Toxic,
and
shut
there
up.
certainly was the case.
I said
3v5
boy,
post-plant,
not ball.
should I add. No crazy vertical retake we saw from Virtus Pro. They had the defense well and truly scattered. Good stuff to get back into this one. Back up to the second floor as we resume the site rotation, going back to command office. See what Virtus Pro now have to offer in response, as in terms of operator lineups, we see a little bit of movement away, dropping the Goyo, for example, and bringing in an Ella. But overall, I don't think these defensive lineups are all too different, though. Mira being gone is, of course, important.
I think the sentiment remains, doesn't it, for these defensive lineups? It's you're always going to have the Warden. And
Doing
then
the
it's
shotgun?
a smorgasbord of traps, basically, and the Thorn, of course, being so
Thorn,
popular
that's
at the
interesting.
moment. And
I did that
quite
as
easy to
well.
play on either side of the
Fun
coin.
to
You can
play.
bring the Uzi or you can bring the shotgun, because the secondary is just so strong at the moment. We were watching a couple of the games earlier on today.
Yeah,
obviously.
Surf
Today we've
is
got
on
16
Snake
games
instead,
going on,
as
so it's a little
opposed
bit
on
mental.
Aurora.
There was a couple of good rounds from Fancy over on NIP.
My
He
worry
was playing
here
Thorn,
is
he
that
was rocking
Spoit
that Sin
might
Dev,
be
he was
playing
doning
more
heads down
passive this
trying
time,
to
because
win the
yesterday
game,
he
but
got
it
to
was nice
play
watch nonetheless. But there is
more
plenty of scenes
on
going
an
today,
aggressive
and,
take,
it's one of the reasons why Swiss is just
and he
so
went,
exciting here.
he played very, very well. So like, that's kind of role he needs to play. Yeah, so yesterday he was aggressive. Like, that's the Spoit that we know.
Canadian using that door to push in, isolate the Warden on the main stairs. Gurshmont
To be like that aggressive as he is.
That is the first opening pick, breaking
So,
the way of Shopify Rebellion. They're already able to recover
and he
from
did that
45 and got a
really, really
3v5
well. He
last
went
time.
like
Now they're pushing for
12
more.
or something
Skies has been
yesterday.
inside a museum every single round, it's felt like, and now they finally have a successful pinch. Surf almost gets naded by his own team, and while he's traded out by Dan, he still secures the kill on one of these exterior players for Virtus Pro. Dan out with this long angle, nails Rex into a post. Things getting even.
Oh,
Dan
no.
going big with this M14, but Canadian isn't daunted whatsoever. Diffuser down successfully. Him and Anvi have time to pick up Spoit, make this a 2v3. Pasha creating a rotate, maybe try to cover some of that sound.
Nah.
Nails Ambi as well. With Spoit on low HP, you can see a way through for Pasha. The shield is always going to be difficult, especially without a C4.
Wait, he does. He has. You have 2 doors left. Use it.
They're all tied up as the Rebellion are back in form.
It's nice to see the adjustment here from SR. They've recognised what isn't working for them, and now we find ourselves in a position
Look at
where,
that there,
whereas
that
we thought that it
boy.
was gonna be SR taking the first time out, it's actually going to be VP.
Yeah, it's
The
more
first two
aggro right
rounds
now.
going
Way better
really
playing
well for
from them.
Holding
I
brilliant
feel
map
like they
control,
changed
not
a little
giving
bit
away
where it
in,
works
challenging
better
at
for
the windows,
Spoit
and being
right now.
quite aggressive, but after they'd gotten an advantage, after they'd already got an opening pick, it wasn't blind aggression, it was very well calculated. The game plan has then since changed, and SR have gone, haha, if you think that's how we're going to play for the rest of the game, then you're an idiot, because we're going to change things up. And immediately they've switched over. From round 3 onwards, the focus has been entirely different. It has been, we're just going to play for a plant. We are going to use our teamwork, we're going to use our coordination, and we are just going to work these angles. They've started to have a bit of a change rounder now as well, and I think they're being a lot more particular and a lot more deliberate with what they are bringing. We're not seeing the Dokkaebi be brought anymore. We're just seeing the Deimos and the Snake, and it's providing a little bit more pushing power because it's opening up options for things like Aurora.
And to your point, I think also particularly
Aurora, come on.
Rounds 1 and 2, it felt very identityless, right? It wasn't quite clear what control they wanted to take. You'd have Spoit over in Museum, you'd have somebody over by Old Tower, you'd have somebody in all different areas of the map. And it never felt like there was a clear coordinated plan. But this time, I think this kill right here is a great example. They're like, okay, we're simplifying the game. We want to kill this Warden. How are we going to do it? How are we going to take this one position on the map and deal with this one operator as a team? And clearly, Super, I think, having immense, obviously, and very well-earned faith in his team after round 2. No tactical timeout like I predicted. Clearly heard something quite good in the comms and obviously was rewarded for that. Shopify Rebellion finding out the solution and forcing Virtus Pro to take a pause, now adjusting their own strategy. Coming out of the tactical timeout, we have broken glass and taken out the Clash.
Really have.
Okay. That's
Couple rounds
interesting
away until that
tidbit.
halfway point as well, where we have a mandatory timeout now. We have the halftime point in the game. And that gives opportunity for the coaches from both sides to freely talk to their team for 2 whole minutes, which is a decent amount of time. And I know that the insight from that, Lynx, has been something that I know we've both been enjoying. I think everyone's been enjoying it, really, because it is a rare insight, isn't it?
I thoroughly enjoyed it so far.
Come on.
I think both these teams will have a lot of good to offer today as well. Though I feel like every team has had good things to offer. It's Canadian now actually giving up the shield as well. Moving to the Grim and Surf picking up the Blackbeard. Though I have a feeling that the more direct, limited gameplay we've seen for the Rebellion will continue. It's just rather than using the shield to facilitate the plant, I imagine Surf will be creating a lot more space inside the site.
Right now is 4-3 towards FaZe Clan right now, so
Rebellion are showing probably in part because Rexon has to look at that clash and just understand that there's nothing he can do
like
about that right
by the way, talk about something else. I'm still not used to using this mouse. It's so like smooth. It's like very slippery surface. Like I'm not used to that. It's like
That's the worry there, isn't it?
really weird.
Know if those outside
Still
F-Nats
very
go off,
light
you never know
versus
where
I'm
you're gonna get swung
used to
from.
as well, but like
And VP have definitely consolidated a little bit more here. They're not challenging as much on the periphery of the map. Instead, they've dug themselves back in. They're bringing different tools, more architectability in the castle, the Clash as well. It isn't going to help them in that opening engagement, though, as Rorik is still the first player to fall. And, well, NaQ, he's going to have a very tough
what the fuck
time
are they
from here
doing?
on the Clash. Just about every...
Nah,
but
nah.
Somehow gets away with one. I thought he was gonna get a
Spoy.
second there, but he
Come
chunks
on.
Canadian down
Where
to
are you?
just less than
Are you
half.
dead yet?
Ambi
Oh,
falling
he's
in
alive.
this initial melee as well, leaving it an equal 3 versus 3 and almost a very similar hit point advantage as well.
Yeah, almost exactly equal on the HP, though Pasha might have a great line on a Canadian. But misses that initial shot, and so as the last bit of Canadian's Bs go out, in terms of utility as well, this will be generally pretty even. Look at Skies' Gershmot, though. Understanding that the Rebellion like to play this plant, you have to think that that bit of utility might have been saved. Katie now pushing
yeah,
deeper.
I see that.
He'll throw it, and unfortunately not able to stop any plan, not able to stun anybody in general. Dan
Oh,
sprinting
damn.
outside, but Spoit playing so patient. Cuts him with the DMR.
Woo!
Skies just domes Rexon from across the
Oh.
site. And Rebellion still fighting, still facing a little bit of resistance from this remaining Virtus Pro player. Both Spoit and Canadian lower than Skies on this HP, and with how many bullets, how much that fire rate of the Scorpion is, Rebellion might fall if they aren't careful. Spart on Overwatch with the DMR. Just spots him for a second, tags him up a little bit more. This guy's still playing this game of cat and mouse as Canadian has slipped his way through.
You
Made
just
into the
let it.
site,
What the? Where's
slips around
this
the corner,
point?
can
What the
surely
fuck?
find the next one, but
Oh
no!
my god!
Pistol and the headshot. Spoiled with extra
Oh
credit
my
on
god,
that
he
kill
saved
as
that.
the Rebellion take the lead.
Spoit's pleased with that one.
No, you should not be pleased with that one, Spoit.
big
That
kill
was
there coming
dog
in.
shit, in my
It's a rare
opinion.
day.
You were
It is a
not
very rare
covering
day.
for the
Canadians
planter
planting
at
the
that
diffuser,
moment.
and either
You
Spoit
were
or Ambi
not
are covered,
covering
and they
that
fail
at
keep him
all.
alive. A very
That
rare day
actually
indeed.
was not good.
At least Spoit
It
was
was
there
good
for
that
the
you got the
recovery.
kill, but like,
Good recovery it was too. Style points that pistol.
yeah, but no, that.
Coming into this game with a chip on his shoulder.
Then he should have moved
trying
to a
correct
different
the
point,
narrative
in
and
my
show
opinion.
everyone
Like
that
holding there.
all of the doubts about the Rebellion, all the naysaying is not only woefully inadequate, but a completely outdated
Because
narrative.
like I'm
Right
thinking
there,
more of the
good way to
time.
show it.
So
3-2 now. Guaranteed
since
a
there was
tied
less
half
than
in
10
Fortress, and
seconds,
the
so
Rebellion at the beginning is
if
not the one
the
we're
plant
seeing
came
right now.
down
They
a
seem
little bit
in firm
later,
control of this game with
that
a
would be
clear
game over
plan,
for
a clear ideology
Shopify.
of how
They
they
would
wanna
have
approach
lost that
this.
round because
And I
Spoit
don't
would not
think
have the
they would have
time to
faced more
refrag.
resistance than what we saw
Obviously,
with that
if
Flash sitting
you
behind the
have
shield, and Mako really posed a
him,
difficult issue, and they found a way around it.
Well, that's it.
if you had Skies hiding behind the pool table a little bit longer, it would be a game over as well. So like in general, sure, I do understand that, but when there's so little time, that is the worst spot to be at, to be honest.
Still not ideal.
Don't understand why
It
they
was better,
didn't
don't get
punch
me wrong, they did a much better job,
the
but
Clash
it didn't
shield
change the
either.
Rebellion's game plan, didn't it? Their game plan was still the same as it's been
But,
for the last 3 rounds. It was to try and get this diffuse down. Let's just play.
They
some
should
win
not be
condition.
too happy
So
about that
they weren't able to
situation.
stop that in its entirety. I'm kind of not too surprised to see him already slip back to some round 1, 2, sort of 3 tactics that have actually netted VP rounds so far. I'll be
There's
honest,
a lot
I
of
feel
fucking
bit more
tech pause for some odd reason in
Could be
this
the idea
tournament.
here. I mean, we're going full bore
I
on the
mean,
traps now. I
I'm
think this
sorry,
might be
US
the
has
most
the
we've
worst
seen this
internet
map so far
connection.
from Virtus Pro. Got the Denari, the Ella, and the Thorn, but all operators that, if you want, you can keep a Gurjmata or a Razor Bloom in pocket, but you can basically roam to your heart's content. You're not like a Smoke or a Tachanka where you need to save your utility for the whole round. You can basically just do whatever you want. So Virtus Pro maybe feeling a bit more liberty with this lineup.
Yeah, they
Bolstered
are,
by
but
Dan
like
and
in
Pocket
general,
closer to the
it's
site.
every time they
again,
are
looking
in
to
the
tackle
US,
this
the
north
internet
on the
has been
staircase,
like
but from below
trash.
this time rather
It
than
was the
above.
same when they were in
Shield on a staircase
in
can always be a bit
Boston.
of
There was a
tricky
lot of tech
situation.
pause as
We'll
well.
see if
So
Shopify Rebellion are able to handle it as Sky is now providing Rourke
Oh,
some support. Unlike last
Canadian.
time where the Warden was by himself. This time not only does he have a player covering the window, but he's able to win the fight against the Blackbeard as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that just favors Virtus Pro. A shield for an Ella who's already placed most of her utility is excellent. Surf making his way inside of the site, but spotted by Dan. That was an easy kill. The Twitch was on such low HP, and now Dan looking for more, but punished for it. The Rebellion keeping things as close as possible, as this has been the most difficult round they've had since the beginning of that streak.
The comms are pretty good from VP here as well. Dan knew just about where everybody was right there, even just landing a couple of shots in the direction before he was eventually taken out. It levels out 3-3, and like you say,
yeah, the Ambi especially, he's not fragging right now. He's being in the background. Rexen I kind of understand. He's like a little bit more leaning towards support in general. But Ambi, he is in a fragging position together with Spoit, so I kind of am.
Spoit is going to be the first player to break it though.
And breaking with 11-2 right now for the KD.
Like, you have 3
Massive
doors,
showing
use
from
it.
Spoit.
They have literally nothing to open up the doors
more.
with.
Skies and Pasha,
Like,
only vestiges of this defense.
oh my
Ooh, nails him though.
god.
Have to try again on the defensive side. Spoit out of this round. Pasha finding Ambi too. Rexen now has to clutch up big. Only 11 shots in that ARX. Direct intel on 1, but with the Denari right around the corner, surely VP can figure that one out. It is a tie game as we swap sides. And unlike the beginning, thank God, Ollie, this looks like this one's going to be competitive.
Little bit of a missed opportunity there from SR. I think they're going to kick themselves at that. 3 versus 3.
I feel like when it comes to like the Aurora, they're not using the Aurora as much as they should, in my opinion.
Okay, good half, guys. Let's reset now. We got to bring it to the defenses. We're talking about let's ban the Blitz and the Glaz. I think let's start with Glaz because we banned that yesterday, so they're probably expecting that. Then let's go to the Blitz. Some of their defenses were pretty similar, so I'm just going to give you a reminder of what to expect. Of course, this is old, so it doesn't mean they're going to stick with it. So on the commands, they like to...
Commercial! Hello!
Deal. Obviously, in those instances when they did that, the other team was contesting the wall side, like games area, so it's not a guarantee they will rotate off, but both times they attacked it, they did just fully, literally go back to the spiral side. It was a shield walking up spiral, probably going to be a Ying with the glass band on the ladder. For Kitch, when I saw them attack it, they did a top
round in command. The fuck is it called? Hello, live stream. Yeah, I think probably now is a good moment for be shut up. No, I'm joking. Every time, guys, talking about win condition, okay? If you're doing some kind of full domain and they like come too much for us and we don't have a good position to domain, block the round and say, wait, guys, maybe Nikita can go up some stairs. Wait, guys, Danilo is using Twitch so he can come to help us, right? Don't play around. We have people who can help us and we don't use that, right? So just be careful with that. And the rest, like I said, guys, communication is going to be the most important. 5v5 rounds, 30 seconds is about comms, right? And you know, guys, you're fucking better. Forget about the last round, okay? Show we're a fucking professional team like we showing you other matches before. Forget about the last round, just play the next. Like we saying that the shift is match, right? The match is just starting, guys. If in the next round here, we set decks of fucking 2v5, don't matter. Go next. Show we improve that shit, right?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, okay.
All the rest is on the paper. I'm not gonna say that it is.
Well, Fortress is a defender sided, but
Dark,
still.
we just heard from Virtus Pro coming in, and
I think
another
Fortress is
component
still
of the
like
VP
well
switch-up,
balanced in
obviously
terms of
breaking
like
the, massive,
defense
Russian
and
core we had on Virtus Pro for a long time, but also Dark, who's kind of made a name for himself, is really kind of like, I think, exporting. Obviously, many different coaches have exported the Brazilian style to a lot of different regions. You know, Romalio being a good example, or Alamar being a good example to the European region. But Dark as well, also coming in from SBXG and APL, and now trying to really change things up for Virtus Pro as well, and being a very integral part of this new ideology and this new look for VP. Now, going up against Super, who's been part of the Rebellion in some way, shape, or form about as long as time has been around. Two big brands going up against each other.
Two very different ideologies as well in what we heard from both Super and Dark there. From Super, it was a little bit more prep focused, and he was like, look guys, this is old, so we don't really know, but it's the best is what we've got. We've just got to deal with it. But from Dark side of things, it was very much like, look, talk to each other, ask for help. We've got this, and I think he's just trying to bring that teamwork together a little bit more, isn't he? Because on the rounds that we've seen VP do well, and of which there have been a couple, it's been an equal half. It's been a very, very competitive game of Siege so far. You can tell when that information.
Now let Mira be on board. Mute is bad. That's interesting. Clash, I understand.
And it also makes sense. I mean,
but
if you look
Mute
at
is
both these
interesting.
teams, I mean, you have a coach and a 5-man roster on one side who've been together for like literally years at this point. On Virtus Pro, you have a team that three of these players literally have not played with Pasha or Dan before, and a coach who has not really been part of the system before. This is a new project, and so
yeah, but
that, you know,
in general, sure, but it's not worth banning one operator just so you can get to use Snake in general.
Still figuring a lot of that stuff out. I mean, they clearly do it well. Top 2 in EML is no slouch. But definitely here, to your point, might still just be something they're still working on, and at least so far it's been good for 3 rounds. Both teams good for 3 rounds. Now Sky's bringing in that Soliton scanner, player to watch as we go forward. As we also heard Super talking about the Glass Band and taking down the shield as well. So we will still have a shield and some powerful utility on the side for VP. Neko hunting deep, but if you've got 2 defenders catching his attention, I was about to say, I don't think Andy's been spotted. Pieces up 2 with 1 clip of the Scorpion, and just like that, slips into the night.
Big lack of information there from VP.
Yeah, that was.
You've got the Monty.
What the
fuck?
fuck?
The window. You've got to be checking that.
That was like no zero drone on that area. Like huge mistake by Virtus Pro. Like that was huge.
An attempt here from the 3 remaining Virtus Pro players, but for SR, they just need to back themselves up, dig a little bit deeper. They've got just under half of the round to work with now. They should be able to find these winning positions. Caught out on the Bs now. Both Rexon and Surf are just going to have to wait for that to dissipate, but Surf isn't going to wait too long. He takes Pasha down next.
Seems VP well and truly shut out of this one. As Dan might make it to the bottom of the staircase and slip down to the first floor, but the smoke.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake by them.
Catch one defender off guard. Rourke's been trying to find a way through this reinforcement, even cutting off a sliver of it with a little exothermic trick on an adjacent wall. Who does dome surf on the longest angle out of all these potential engagements.
It's not using the ACOG either for Mike. That's interesting.
Going to find a way back in this is through moments like that. If the Rebellion decide to peek and decide to give them gunfights, something VP did not do when they were on their defenses in these late rounds, and it seems like Surf might be more of an anomaly than anything. Ambi's been here literally for the past minute, it feels like, just waiting for somebody to walk out of the tower. Same can be said for Spoit around the corner. Will finally swing Rourke and take him down. And
yeah,
Rebellion just waiting for these remaining couple Virtus Pro players to walk into their trap.
They're more hyped today, actually. They were not that hyped yesterday.
Don't look to try and overplay your hand. Meet them at their periphery. Have Ambi tucked into a corner. Give him the opportunity to go crazy. We've spoken quite a bit about Spoit today. Ambi, usually one of those people in that conversation as well, and
absolutely,
he's starting to come alive just a little bit here. He had a pretty honking first 6 rounds.
Oh yeah,
it's fair to say. But he's finally found a little bit of contribution.
That was huge misroning. I was surprised that Virtus Pro did that kind of big of a mistake and not droning out that corner, because that corner is like a must drone out, or at least Monty to go in and check.
In terms of stuff to talk about, clearly communication or intel gathering failing pretty quickly from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, like they didn't even drone that. Like it's very important on, especially when it comes to old time when you need to drone up main stairs and like the Harry Potter hideout. You have like the soda, you have like underneath
get all that information.
the catwalk
flowing.
there,
Kind of
like
unfortunate little slip up out the gate, but it's also a tie game, 3-3. You have to hope Virtus Pro will
Weird.
make that mistake again, because it's one thing if you lose like a Thermite or something, maybe you can get away without breaching, but losing a Snake and a Monty out the gate, that's going to be brutal, especially if the Monty is going to be a core part of VP's strategy.
And be
Nico inside of
feeling
VNL is two
himself
most
with
good
a little
operators,
bit of a
30
cheeky
rounds of Blackbeard and
shoot.
Blitz in total. The shields in
It's
general,
not going to be
the
finding
Monty is
anyone
not
there.
one of those two that I just mentioned. The shields in general, a core part of VP's identity, and something I imagine the Rebellion anticipated in their prep. Something
Yeah.
that will be important to deal with and mitigate. So dealing with a little bit of utility out the gate. I think there might have just been a drone he shot as Nako coming up from below. Place a Vulcan pack to the top of the staircase to stave off this push for just a little bit longer. A lot of utility actually being poured into this position. As Roark gets the idea that maybe he should hunt that player who just threw a C4 at his teammate. Surf just trying to evade the whole situation, of course. Now pocket reinforced by, ooh, just a little moment, a good find as the Deimos tangling with the Bandit. But most importantly, has denied him the ability to reinforce off that wall. That is a huge bit of control now established for Virtus Pro.
That's actually very smart done.
Behind NAQ here. NAQ should be
Very
able to
smartly
push
done
forward
by
and
Virtus Pro
really
to
give
read
some
into
good
that.
call-outs and some good information as to where players are. Rexon again caught out on the Bs there. Skies is starting to join into this mix as well. So slowly but surely, VP are pushing the Rebellion back at the moment. But the Rebellion aren't looking to challenge too heavily just yet. They know that they've still got a little space that they can move back and still operate in successfully.
Yeah, but he wanted
Whilst
to
the top
like
four player
waste
is
time with
slowly coming
the
through,
Goyo
we've got
there,
players
so
like
I'm guessing.
Skies occupying space inside a bathroom. There's still a conversion here that needs to happen.
Immediately, Deathmark tracker.
I thought it was
disabled once that
Goyo
inbox
that ran
provided.
out first. I was like, what?
Virtus Pro beginning to tighten their grip around this site, but I mentioned a conversion. Still waiting for even an entry to convert. No advantage whatsoever for Shopify Rebellion or Virtus Pro. Dan creeping down below. We saw Ambi down here earlier, and I think is still somewhere moving about that first floor. Just gotta be careful.
It's on the other side though.
Flank on the attack might be countered by the defense as Pasha the first to fall. Quick trade by Virtus Pro, but time is beginning to run out. 35 seconds remaining. They've made it towards the site, but the Rebellion all basically holding hands around this bomb site, keeping each other within their line of sight, trying to trade off their positions. Nade will force the Bandit back, but Surf just holding. Waiting is going to kill
You just even
Virtus
need to
Pro more than
swing
bullets
that
ever could.
like
Just
Surf.
waiting and holding these angles, though. Rexon walks
Oh
right into the AK-12.
no,
Nico
that's
goes for another
bad.
two.
Now it's
So
bad.
Surf and
It's
Andy have
sad.
to
Like
make this
what?
2v4 happen with only 10 seconds remaining. Creeping up the stairs. Dan's ready for it, but Anby wins the fight. Catches the planter. Two!
What?
But oh no, the shield flips back around. Skies picks up two to tie the game again.
Unlucky.
Brilliant couple of kills there from Skies to keep everyone safe. I thought Ambi had that on lock then. I was looking at the plant position as well. It was right next to a Vulcan pack, but there was just nowhere else that NAQ could have started to get that plant down. It was the only corner that was just about safe. And it was like, well, I guess we just got to try and plant and then maybe explode the Vulcan pack ourselves and zone off the diffuser for a good portion of time. A very near attempt at a bit of a flank play there from Ambi, but they weren't really left with much option. VP were happy to work with that little time, I think, and I think that's something that really started to give them the edge there. They weren't too bothered about not being able to, you know, make something happen quickly. They were able to bait out utility quite well. Canadian used all his Toxic Babe canisters. It was a very well-paced round for me from VP. It does come down to the wire, though. And as we know, it's not always a great idea to come down to the wire. But in that instance, at least it worked, and we are leveled up once again 4-4.
Yeah, it was just like consistent progress throughout the round, right? I think it was like, it was slow to the point where you almost had difficulty keeping track. You're just like, okay. Oh, they're actually like right next to the site with 45 seconds remaining. Just very consistent progress from Virtus Pro in round 8. Now we hit the tertiary site. Good opportunity for VP to take the lead in a way we haven't really seen them be capable of doing since the very beginning of this series when they went up 2-0 at the start on their defensive side. To deal with this first floor bomb site, we have some vertical pressure coming in. Skies will make good use of those boogie drones. The Monty continuing to be a facet, reaching the point where the Rebellion might just decide to ban it. Once we hit that ban phase after this round, no matter who wins or who loses. By the same token, I feel like Snake has been a very consistent feature, which is basically true for just the game at this point. But Snake also brought in a couple rounds. Maybe something worthwhile, especially if Dan puts that Soliton scanner to good effect alongside the Deathmark trackers on the Deimos. 45 seconds in, Virtus Pro have made their way inside, but the Rebellion, if there is any roaming presence to speak of, for the most part, I believe it's on that first floor. I think all 5 down below.
And the danger here for the Rebellion is they have that ability to rotate at a later point, don't they? And it's something that VP are going to need to keep in the back of their mind. Starting to see the Boogie drones.
Is there
move
only
through now
one
and they're going
roamer
for this
that I'm
floor.
seeing right now?
It's going to limit some of the pockets of safety that there are going to be on that first floor for SR.
Sports
to start to
displaying
play.
close, Ambus
Making
playing
a
close,
really weird
Canadian
12 minute run,
side.
sort of posted up on the stairs,
Uh,
keeping a good eye on that flank. It's like a human flank watch, not just the drone.
Wait,
that's
they
gonna
don't
be
have
in that
any
position right
roamers?
now. Really
Am I
wanting to let
missing
anyone
something?
just slip up loosey-goosey and get themselves up those stairs. Sky's likely going to replace his drone now and keep a good eye on that position. They really are worried about the potential for these flanks. There is option
Oh,
for
okay,
one
okay, I
information,
see.
though, as I
We
said,
do
we've
have a
got Amos
roamer
and
on
we've got
that
the Snake.
Zambi.
And Pasha has a full wealth of people that he can track on this tracker for the moment.
Yeah, I see that they are spreading out. So they're doing.
The other player tucked in.
He had an idea. He clearly had an idea, but he ends up tracking a different player. Ooh, still looks, though. Very close. Seems like that flank from Ambi might have worked, especially as he tracks Surf instead of the Fenrir. The Pasha still ready for an Ambi can't get that impact. Ironically,
Surf got
is the
capped
one that
out.
takes down the first
Oh,
kick. They got the second as well.
damn.
Gunning for the
Are you
third
kidding
as Naquo contemplates an ADS, commits to it. Surf is stuck in this corner. Might be able to like Kiba himself for protection, but I do not think this Azami is getting out. The defense might just coordinate.
Ambi got
wrap around
Pasha
the
either
position
way.
of
Like, he got
Ambi.
he got
Hunt
the
for
not
Pasha finally
Damus.
successful. Is Prey taken down by the MP7.
He's going to die here. There ain't no way he's getting.
Thorn in their side for so
Ain't no.
long,
What
but
the
Surf whips
fuck?
around the corner. Hip fires one. Can't make it 4. Skies has him
That
locked
is
down.
bad.
The Rebellion continue their
What
lead.
was
It's
he
a tit for tat
doing?
game, but the Rebellion just one step ahead.
They had
Big
him
play
locked
there from
in
Surf.
the corner.
Just
He
tucked
just
into
had to
infirmary,
go
nowhere to
there.
go. Nothing really to keep him safe. Got a couple of Kiba barricades, but has just got to swing for their lives.
Holy.
Able to do it, and once again, edge out
That
the lead
was-
here for SR.
That was actually bad from Virtus
Since the
Pro.
first
I'm
couple of rounds.
surprised.
Obviously, we got SR winning 3 in a row. It's been very back
Yeah,
and forth
Snake.
from that point
Snake
onwards.
away. I'm not surprised.
You get the Snake ban.
Honestly,
So-
kind of makes sense.
I guess just happy to deal with the Monty. It's not been a big factor, really, has it?
No, you have a feeling that like if you leave the Monty up, they're gonna stick with it, especially because of how hardcore of like a Shield team VP have become. And one, to your point, the Monty has not really been that big a deal. But
Alright.
also, if you just think about it in theory,
And
if
B.
operators are a bit easier to spot. You know where the
Okay,
Monty
we gotta give props to
He's on your own.
Spoit.
You
People
know
have
he's
been
when he's
trash
gonna be in
talking
the
him
area.
for a while,
You don't
saying
know
that
when
he's
that
not
Snake's gonna
good.
be in
He's
the area.
going 12
Like,
v
sure, he might
5
spot
now.
you, but you don't know if he's gonna be
And he
going for a
actually went
flank with the rest
similar
of the
in the
team.
last match as well. So he's
is just a bit
definitely
more
stepped
difficult of an
stepped up
operator
in the
to
kill
deal with in the
department. So
abstract
people can't like
himself.
say
I
that
think
he's
Snake
the
is probably
worst.
just a safer
Like I
man in
have
the
said
scheme of things because he's just
way
harder to
before.
spot, much more stealthy.
I have said that Spoit has
Yeah.
been set in a role that
Especially
is
given that it's
not
known as
suitable
well,
for
you know
his
that you're gonna be
playstyle,
dealing
where
with
he
it, so
shines the
perfect
most.
sense to just stick to that.
And been there for like a year,
Celtics coming
and
in
now
here
they're
for
finally
round number 10 as
changing
VP.
that and letting him be
Trying to switch things up if they're gonna
in
find
a
the
role
answer
that
here.
actually suits him.
SR, of course, good for 3 rounds on their own attacks here. We've been 1 for 1 so far in this second half of the game. So if we do follow the trend, we're expecting VP to be successful here, but it is a site that they've already struggled in. Command and Office. A lot of this came down to a position that Ambi was holding, which he won't get away with again.
No,
Just
unlikely.
tucked in, got himself a couple of kills, removed definitely the Monty, and I think it was Skies as well on the Snake. And immediately the round was just like, okay, it's going to be fairly tricky to lose it from here on out. That is likely not going to happen
I
again.
just saw it's a tech pause again, and 5 years, our coach is actually pissed. He's actually like kind of talking very aggressively towards one of the officials.
Not a new operator, VP have been bringing him a lot, but still something to consider that there's a lot of different avenues by which we
Like
could
not
acquire that
aggressively
information.
per se, but like he's
Work
not
on the
happy.
Finka, taking a bit of a gander with the spear up through the floor.
Well, the spear got
Pushing this position
like
just he did last
our
time. A lot of smoke canisters expended early on. Ooh, I was gonna say that might do a lot of damage to Nako. Kind of impressive. He
the
actually gets out
spear got
only
like
losing
a
that little
boost
HP.
with less recoil and stuff, so
Quite
hence
thankful
why people are
for this
using
result.
that.
Really, it's a negligible amount in the grand scheme of things. Immediately boosted back up by Rorik. Good to mitigate some of the damage, not only that utility, but even if you get a couple errant bits of shrapnel from a Razor Bloom, be happy. You've got those adrenal surges to rely on. Very, very, very concentrated defense by SR right now. All playing in or around the bomb site. And so VP struggling at the moment.
Are you going to die? You're going to die, Rexen!
Moving a bit further up.
You're going to die! You're going to die!
Inside a museum around the corner, an off angle that Rourke will spot at the last
Oh,
second.
he survived!
Opens things up onto Pasha. And VP's initial attempt at
How
an entry
did he
completely
survive
falters.
that?
One player dying with heavily important utility, another taking a substantial amount of damage, and this Monty continuing 4 rounds in a row to have basically no impact.
How did he
Not
survive
having the
that?
desired effect right now, is it? Rexen can be tucked up on top of the box. Rorik will take Surf down. This is where you've still got the Monty. You can still get that impact out of it. You just need Naku to be able to push in and cause enough distraction. I don't really want to see him hitting that ADS, though.
No, not at this close proximity with 2 defenders right across the way.
Oh,
Nathan
damn.
swings out. Naku, I think, finds himself too far from the rest of the team, ends up being directly in the center of the defense. Now the Monty and the Grim both down. Acquiring this late round utility is going to be difficult. Rorik praying he lands that pre-fire. It's briefly, no, it is fully a VP man advantage. Skies and Dan both finding one, but Spoit, Compassion ends up killing Dan, trying to save Rorik, downed in the process on the cross. Skies has time, can pick him back up. Back to a 2v1 with the Spoit with such a long line. And an Uzi that packs a punch, chambered with some damaging ammunition. Now around the corner, Skies on Overwatch. Spoit just slips by, might be able to pre-fire that angle, spots him at the last second, and slips around the corner. Escaping any punishment met out by Virtus Pro.
The target prioritization there from Spoit is
Rexen going up for that.
That's the second
That
time
looks
today
like
that
a
we've seen him have
better
huge
Shopify
clutch
than
up
we've
there
seen
on
for a
Fortress.
while.
He has been a big thorn in the side of VP. Another situation like that where we see Spoit just play it to perfection. To be fair, for me, that's more impressive than the pistol kill that he got a couple of rounds ago, and he was out of his chair for that one. This is now just another day at the office.
This is business
He's
as
locked
usual.
in.
Yeah, you can
It's
see a
coming at
different
point as well,
attitude
right?
to
And they got that
Shopify
pistol
right
kill. They
now.
were struggling, I think, a little bit at the beginning of the game. Still settling in. I mean, at this point, Shopify Rebellion have been in the lead since round 7, really. Sure, the game has been tied a couple times, but they've been leading the way and have definitely been leading the charge in the pace of this game since basically round 3. Won the vast majority of the rounds. And so I think Shopify Rebellion have gotten quite comfortable in this series.
By the way, guys, spoiler alert on the other stream.
off a
It's
little bit for
match
Spoit, now
point
at 14
towards
and 5.
base.
Every kill's basically the same
And
as
the
the
score
last
is
one at this point. He has a
6-5
heavy
at the
surplus
moment.
for SR broadly.
Who's counting at this point? You know?
There might be
Let's
then
say
no one
between 15
pushes
and
with
14.
Monty.
Talk another one up. Who's
Maybe.
counting?
Maybe. Oof.
Okay.
Okay, what were you doing? Surf?
I
Hello?
don't think that Surf is the spawn peaky type. I feel like he
Nah.
was caught out a little bit there. I don't know.
That was investigation file, sir. That was NACL, sir.
You need
That
to
was
double
1.8.
check that. And
Maybe
that's
he's feeling himself as well.
Tubero as well. That is not a good thing.
No, maybe not. Going into what could be the final round of the game then, SR on map point. With Surf taking a very
He was
early
just
exit to the
lucky
cameras.
there, Toxic. He was just
They're gonna put them in
lucky.
the best
Nothing
spot.
more.
However, VP have struggled so far, only being good for 1 attacking round. And their recipe, despite them continuing to use it, hasn't really worked too well. In fact, this time, Lynx, it feels like they're doubling down on it. They're not only bringing the Monty, but they're also bringing the Blackbeard. Spoit has also been taken to very low HP.
No way he fights this guy.
But I kind of fancy him for it.
With the Blackbeard around the corner, Spoit's got to chill out. Unorthodox, but very valid use of a Kiva right there to block off the vertical angle created by Pasha. I actually love that. Allows Spoit to get back, continue using those Kivas. Really enables this full rotation and close quarters play.
What the
Spoit
fuck?
just
Spoit's
isn't making wrong moves on Fortress right now. He is mad as hell coming into phase 2. I think he might just be the player to shoot that Monty through the shield. Doesn't care how the game works, doesn't care how the mechanics go. Spoit is making his own luck at the moment. As the rest of the Shopify Rebellion,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Spoit did
can't
just
quite find a whole lot of it. He's eventually felled as the Rebellion as a whole, aside from that brief kill on Dan, has been struggling.
What is it
against
called?
Virtus Pro, who have been cornering them inside of their own bomb site.
Okay. Nicely done by
Very good
VP.
take there from VP. I like it. They just went so direct. There was no sort of farting around, going and taking control here, there, and everywhere. Oh, let's try. No, it was very straightforward. It was very clinical. It was, we're just going to play 2 shields, and we are going to play behind them.
Yeah, they were too aggressive in my point, Shopify. Too aggressive. Split especially.
Make it even more difficult.
Too aggressive.
Saving grace there for SR for me was the fact that they had the Tachanka, and those Shumikas kind of kept it alive really for a little bit longer than it should have been kept alive for SR. Spoiler, of course, a bit of a flashy play there as well, but it was the writing kind of was on the wall from
Spoiler alert on the A stream between FaZe Clan versus 5 Fierce. FaZe Clan won with 7-5.
Attack again, and let's be honest, it's still a very close game. 6-5. We're only one away from
that was right.
Not just one round, all that's required. VP, again, putting up a decent performance overall, just has felt a bit more inconsistent compared to SR. I mean, each round has always had at least 1 or 2 SR wins separating it. It's only been that 2-round streak at the beginning, but they have been quite competitive throughout this map. And just 1 round.
I do expect in the next map that Lost versus CAG, Lost is going to be winning against CAG, but
national stage
and on this one I do believe Shopify is going to be winning.
And now, just want to point out, we have fully broken from the trend. Monty dropped off the board by NAKO. He is pivoting and investing all of his funds in Blackbeard.
We're all in on Blackbeard right now.
We're
Blackbeard
all in.
Stocks on the rise, apparently. We had the Blackbeard and the Monty.
It's a strong buy on Blackbeard. Strong buy.
Is that what they call a bull market?
Yes.
I'm there for it. Hearing the remnants of a Flores Rotero drone there as well as
going through her
clearing
mum.
out a little bit of utility. We're seeing Skies going to look to get the wall open. Cade, unfortunately, taken off, or the electrical are dealt with prior to that. This was where we saw Surf single-handedly win the round from Infirmary, or Med, as some of the players like to call it. I don't know that he's going to be given the same chance again there.
Oh, Spoit, you're being too aggressive now.
John Tapasha, but the Blackbeard, it's one of the dangerous things about it. You can't give your full attention over toward that Blackbeard. You have to be looking at the player behind it, and it just so happens Pasha was quicker.
Ambi trying to speed things up, though, with Pasha just around the corner and a Blackbeard not too far from his right. Thinking about fighting and putting up some kind of resistance against this VP push. The rest of the defense can kind of help out. We got a TCSG, but just a quick swing around the corner. Deimos down in the process.
That's a good pick.
Key bit of information gathering for Virtus Pro now dealt with. And that coordination to take down Surf was really quite excellent, making great use of that death mark. Taking that out of VP's toolkit is going to be highly problematic. Now turning their attention over towards Canadian, who's playing a bit further up with that shotgun. Oh, they're literally next to each other. Canadian is in for a world of hurt as somebody swings around the corner. Skies 15 and 6 as well, by the way. Got a shot.
Why the fuck is Canadian standing there?
Job done. We got 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I feel like they're swinging way too much now. Shopify. Spoit swinging too hard, and yeah, Canadians standing in like in the dining like bar area. Like I don't understand why he should have backed away. Since Canadian is playing smoke, there was no reason for him to be standing there at like.
Know which direction this push is going to be coming from. There's zero verticality. It is all about.
Wait for the C4 Exxon. Wait a little bit more. Gotta wait a little bit.
About how they can get NAKO activated, maybe with Skies looking over and having these 3 Bs to launch into the site in the late round. This could make things a lot better for Virtus Pro. Displace the remaining defenders, gather information on anybody who doesn't move. Can push things a little bit further in their favor, but as Rorik uses a couple, doesn't spot much of anything. Rebellion even have information on the Grim. Moving up the hallway, 3K for Ambi at the moment. Surf gets 1 more. How about 18 kills, Skies, with 10 seconds to go? No, it'll be Ambi just getting even at the end of the game, and the Rebellion warmed up after a lengthy phase 1.
Yeah, I got it right. I got it right.
Big performance there from SR. I think it's a bit of a statement performance as well.
I got it right. I got it right.
Can't ignore Spoit's contribution in that matchup. A lot of clutch potential and a heck of a lot of kills.
So I'm usually, by the way, if you don't know, there is called some a website called Project Prisma, like simulator. So you have this one here. So this is all the games that will be happening. So you have this lineup. So it's kind of like it's the same as you see in on the prediction side. So I did do this. So I do predict Lost is going to be winning. So now, for today, next match, after when this is done, you have Falcons versus Weibo Gaming. I do expect Falcons to win that. Then, at the same time, we have G2 versus Enterprise. Enterprise has been very, very good. They played so good. Like, really, really good. So that's what we have. And then we have Furia versus Lost. Furia is going to be winning, of course. And then FaZe Clan versus Shopify Rebellion. Now, FaZe Clan should win against Shopify, but right now, Shopify are looking really, really well. And FaZe Clan had a little bit rougher time with 5 years. So that might be a question mark for me. And then we have the rest of the games here is going to be for... then it's going to be Virtus Pro versus 5 Fears. Then it's going to be Wildcard All Gamers, NiP versus Dark Zero. So these are the matches for today. So that's what we have. Falcon lost, yeah. I did put Falcon for the win, so hence why like it's the green means that they are winning. So, but Wildcard won that. So this is my prediction that I'm going like where I feel like they are going to be winning. So I based it on my like kind of like where I feel like who was going to be winning. So far like is looking as like as I intended. I just found this like 30 minutes ago or something, and my prediction, if we look at my prediction, which is kind of interesting, you have this. And if you look at, you see G2 versus G2 Furia is the first team, right there. Then we have FaZe Clan, Dark Zero, and Falcons. Falcons, Dark Zero, yeah. Then we have these, Shopify, Virtus Pro, and Wildcard. Shopify, Wildcard, Virtus Pro. Like I am spot on, like, and this is just me, like, I just picked whoever I think is going to win certain matches, and then you get this result. So, like, what the hell? Like, so far is, like, it's looking good for me. It's looking very solid. So I'm quite happy so far. We will see. So far, my prediction has been going as intended so far. So, but everything can change. So the next game is going to be Weibo versus Falcons. So it's going to be starting here next. So, and also Lost versus CAG here. Like, I know CAG is really good. They have been better, but Lost is a little bit sharper, I feel like.
Virtus Pro on Fortress, and one player in particular, I think, doing a lot of the talking. Will be Spoit, 15 kills by the end of the game, and of course, standing up, getting very excited at the beginning, but by the end, he honestly just kind of looked bored.
I was just kind of, okay, is this what we're just going to keep doing? If this is what we're going to keep doing, I'm just going to keep having to do it then. Really, I don't want to say that he dragged SR through that game,
no.
But without his performance, without his contribution, it would have been a very different atmosphere. It would have been a very different landscape. Someone like Ambi, for example, came alive on that defensive side, but throughout the attacking rounds wasn't really able to find any success. Despite the fact that it was an equal 3-3 half, it took him till round 7 to get 2 kills. So there was a little bit of sort of lag on some of the players and then a bit of overperform necessarily on a few of the others. But for me, I think I'm enthused with what I've seen from VP. Great first half. It was just a shame about those attacks.
And that's what I was going to say. I think with VP, there was a lot of good stuff to talk about, a lot of good things to focus on. Just felt like they were a bit cold coming in. I mean, 12 rounds out the gate against Shopify Rebellion, a team that also likes Fortress and is comfortable playing it. I think it's very understandable, very good. I think we'll probably see a much different Virtus Pro when we move into round 2, round 3 of the Swiss, and I say much different. Still a lot of good stuff to talk about for VP. Skies as well, 15 kills at the end of things. But of course, that is our first game. We've got another one coming up, Ollie, that I have to say I'm very excited about because we had number 2 team in Europe, right, with VP. We have Twisted Minds coming up as well, which, I mean, we're talking about top 3 teams in Europe now, and Twisted Minds in particular, coming from the MENA region. A lot of exciting stuff, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Twisted Minds and Furia right after this.
Oh yeah, I forgot Twisted Mind and Fury is going to be playing as well. Totally forgot about it. We have 2 matches left. Let's move on to the mainstream.
Back everyone, like we mentioned before the break, we have CAG versus Los on the docket. CAG, of course, everyone loves supporting. They are a fan favorite every event they go to, but they have not placed highly in quite some time. On the other
They're
side,
not fan favorite. What do you mean? CAG has never been a fan favorite.
Brazil, winning the play-ins, also
What is?
in the lower bracket.
They have never been a fan
See what they
favorite.
can do up against CAG, 2 very aggressive teams on a very aggressive.
I think Fury ended up on first place in the SAL League, if I means correctly.
Or NIP, for that matter as well, but Los, they had a great run on one of their matches, I believe.
I think.
Over 20 kills for Perez specifically. 25
let me
in just
check
one
here.
map, and he also had a great performance yesterday against 4 Angry Men. They won that series 2-0, only losing 4 rounds against them. So
Yeah,
they're
they ended
fired
up on
and
first
ready
place.
to take us to border.
Second place NIP, third place FaZe Clan,
And actually,
fourth place
Harrison,
Loss.
Ever gotten the chance to cast a CAG game? Only Weibo, I think, for
I think.
Yeah, we did Weibo at
playoffs.
EWC, so getting the cash tag is always very exciting. And like we mentioned, these are 2 very aggressive
Yeah,
teams.
Fury and
Los, when
FaZe
they
ended up
beat
on the
4
top,
Angry
so.
Men, they were basically taking every single fight they possibly could. They were swinging for the fences and out-dueling 4 Angry Men at every single turn. And they tried to do something similar against Enterprise, but Enterprise were a lot more ready for it. And I think, you know, you kind of, when you play like that, you can kind of fall into that trap where if you're trying to be hyper-aggressive, if you're playing entry denial on the defense, if you're trying to go for a lot of lurks on the attack.
But we are going to be watching Furia versus
Enterprise. It did not happen with 4 Angry
Twisted Minds. So I'm just waiting.
We did.
They look very different than CAGs of old. They look
So Twisted Minds, they do have players like P9, Gilad, Hasham, Trix, then Dove, and Guards. So it's going to be interesting.
Watched their game against D plus Kios during the regular play-in matches. It was a best of, no, it was a best of 3 series. It was one of the first matches of playoffs. And they won 6-0
since
you just never see
Dove is taking the place of his brother due to personal something personal happened, so
it will be starting on the defense like we had mentioned though, with I guess a more laid back lineup. They are
I do expect Loss to win this against CAG, but like, yeah, Shurup is really good player. They have a couple of new players in CAG. I don't recognize the name of DD, Asaka, and but I do recognize Shurup, Chibisu, and Adam.
Just to straight up run out on this guy too to look for an early entry. That wouldn't have shocked me at all, Harrison.
Anaton, of course, being one of the first players internationally that became known as the shield guy. Like, you can see the Blitz and the Ying already being banned out. He's incredibly prevalent blitz player in APAC. Actually,
Yeah,
Ying
DD
was
joined
one of the operators that
2024,
we saw
so
him, really cause havoc on that bank game that we were just thinking about. There was this one round where Ying to down server hatch, ran at a guy in sight, killed him, and then sprinted.
Shurup, Chibisu, Adam, and DD. Saka is probably a new because Krill is not in the team.
Zaka can continue to take his ones against.
He's not in here, or he changed his name. I'm not sure, but
tends to be pretty crucial for
his
players
name
to
is in the roster. I don't understand why.
They've got at least Dark down below, utilizing those Deathmark trackers, even getting rid of Shu Reap initially on the entry.
Double letter's name is so rare.
And because of that clash, you can't really push out
Where?
the CC balcony, so it's taking a lot more effort from
Double
Lowe's
letter.
to
I
secure
mean
this early
DD.
round
Okay.
map control,
Yeah.
But at least they've got the entry, and with Snake still alive, they can gather info to realize, hey, Zaka's currently isolated. We should try to hunt this guy down. For
Maybe the
5v3.
bra size. I don't know. Double D.
Henderson has kind of abandoned his post by that wall. You also have Dafo just outside the sandwich window who maybe could strike at any point. For now, Zaka still not really feeling too much pressure. Los are mainly concerned with clearing the opposite side of the map. You, of course, have Nuxka outside radio window. Dash, I believe, now rotating over towards AC to get the plant through the window. They don't have a Ying or a Glaz or a shield, however, so you don't have that really big wedge that allows you free access into the site, but Dash is just going to try and take control anyway. There's no one watching it. He flashes out. Cade gets the kill. Off screen, the players CC have died, and Chibi
Yeah, not surprised by that.
1-for-1 in Fountain Los with a perfect first attack. They had basically every angle covered.
Yeah, near flawless round. Literally, they only lost one body that round. And obviously, because of the clash, it was a bit of a slower start for them. But they had great info. They had Dark pushing downstairs on the Deimos, can get a lot of vert done with that revolver. Tons of information with the Deathmark tracker. He got an early pick on a Shurip, as I think he either saw him through the hatch or he was going for a rotate that Dark was able to catch him off guard by. So you win that first gunfight, and then you slowly begin to see that rotate happen from Los. They realize that
I'm
they don't
gonna
wanna
take
put a lot of
issue
their eggs in trying to
again.
clear out CCTV to go for a lockers execute. Instead, they can sit outside by the windows in the doorway of archives and try to hop in for this.
Well, like I said, I do believe that Lost is going to be winning this because they have played good. They've been playing better and better for every single game. I don't believe they will go full on way, but I do expect them to win this and then lose other
Already
games.
a rehost. Do
All
not love
good.
it. Do not love to see it, but it's all good.
I mean, hey, we'd rather have it
now than later. You know,
now than later.
we just got started.
That's probably good for the players, not good for us, because we only have one round to talk about for this whole rehost. So, talking about that round, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head, right? A lot of that utility was dedicated towards the extension. Wasn't a whole lot on site. But I think it's also the bodies, too, right? Because you lose Shu Reap really early.
Now we go over to Furia versus
Inside of the
Twisted
SAL. Fan
Minds.
phase gets started. Cade and Monty
We do have a better
out the
game
gate.
to watch.
I have a feeling if we're starting out with a Cade, that means we're going to see for the follow-up. Big shock. It's the Bandit. Monty Snake being nice. I mean, that just kneecapped Virtus Pro's attack. They prepped for the wrong game.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to play the last one.
It's good bands. It's good preparation. Good preparation.
Yeah,
from
good-
Twisted Minds
good-
here.
good day.
We're expecting the monster
Poor
to be banned,
guy.
and we are expecting the snake to be banned as well. The Glaz or Yin can be always thrown into that mixture as well. Very popular bands against Furia here on Fortress. And like you say, unfortunately, we just go into that slightly Z territory of both the Bandit and the K being banned. It is going to leave a lot of tools open. It is going to make things a bit easier for Furia, but I'll put it this way, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice the lack of it in the last match, did you? We saw
No, I
a couple of Cade rounds we played, and it was just something that got dealt with.
So Kaid and
We'll be playing a
Bandit
whole lot
is
of Grand Slam.
banned actually from Furia side. That's interesting.
Speaking of bits.
That's an interesting ban. I didn't think they would bother too much with that,
we have
but
coming out from Twisted Minds. Castle and the Solus and the Azami is just a nasty combination. Azami and Castle for the Architect operators, I think, is pretty well known at this point. Just a difficult situation in which you have the static nature of the castle that kind of funnels and creates little pockets of either avenues to retreat or ingress or egress for the defense, blocks off vision for the attack. The Azami basically doing that in a bit more fluid version, allowing defenders to escape, cover up certain positions. We saw Spoit make good use, throwing in a Kiba on the floor in the last one to counter some vertical play. With the Solus as well, it kind of gives her a bit of a playground to run through. You can have kind of create a little bit of a link back for Hashon.
Oh, yeah.
Might be a necessary in this case, as Hashom is currently ratting inside a laundry.
No.
Oh no!
No!
It is windy on Fortress right now as Hashom hits
And
everything
Laura,
but
he's not happy about
Nice
that.
little run out attempt there from P9 as he takes Diaz down. Laura clearly just checking the wind as he was mag dumping the head of Hashom inside of Laundry as well. Obviously just
You
trying
don't
to
do that
adjust
to
for
Laura,
any
come on.
environmental factors.
Not Laura.
A very similar HP advantage on the start of this. Laura a little bit low, but P9 on his second. Oh, and a big opportunity there as Jalad. He just gets caught out. Herd's just round the corner. But this
What the
is
fuck,
fierce.
Furia?
we are a minute 10 seconds into round 1. I just want to point that out. And it is already a 1v3. Loira, who opened things up, now has got to close things out in a 1v3 on 1 HP with 1 Dokkaebi Call and 2 flashes. So not the worst thing on the planet, all things considered, to find himself in this position. The whole 1 HP thing is kind of an unavoidable problem, but hey, at least now he's got 2 Dokkaebi Calls. Ooh, actually almost nails Trickst right there, but unfortunately not able to do it. Crazy first round between Twisted Minds and Furia, as pretty much all the action happens within 60 seconds. And I mean, I'm trying to think like exactly what occurred, but we basically just had Furia barreling straight into the.
Don't tell me this a fucking tech pause again.
One of those engagements.
It was real blink and you miss it stuff, wasn't it? Laura, like you say, able to get that opening pick. But after that, it was really kind of the P9 show. And he was in just the right position at the right time to have a great chance onto Diaz and Boxera. There just wasn't really the necessary response. I don't know that Furia were sort of ready and waiting for the level of aggression that Twisted Minds often like to bring.
I certainly wasn't.
They do like to play in a very aggressive in a very aggressive manner, and challenging at the windows, challenging aggressively onto any opponents in the building is
why
gonna
the
be
fuck do
something
I
that
have
we see
that?
them try to rock with quite consistently.
I think also, especially a player like Hashom, who I feel like we've kind of understood his game plan for the past 2.5 years since he made his big debut on the international scene in Atlanta. I don't think Furia were going to be all that surprised. Well, I mean, in a way they didn't anticipate it, but I think once Laura got the kill and saw that it was Hashom riding in that corner, he's like, oh yeah, well that makes sense. I kind of should have figured that in hindsight. Do a bit of a PC issue, so just a brief tech pause, hopefully. Back soon. But at least for the first round, very good showing from Twisted Minds. Like you said, liking to contest those points of entry, not being worried or not being scared of taking those fights against Furia, which is honestly kind of important because as we said at the beginning, this is just kind of like basically every great player that's not on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid Alienware. And because it's Brazil, that means these players are all very scary and really, really, really good. The talent in this region still runs very deep. And so if you're taking a fight against Loira or Diaz or literally just any of those 5 players, you got to be careful and really got to lock in. Twisted Minds certainly were in round 1 as they take the victory over on the first, second floor site. And now we'll rotate over to the second.
Standard rotation being brought here by Twisted Minds. Fortunately, we've got the PC issue sorted nice and quickly so we can get underway with the action. Furia may just want to try and extract a little bit of pace out of this game, but then you look at the lineup that they were threatening, they were bringing the blitz, and you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, if we want to take a little bit of pace out, is the blitz really the thing that they want to be sort of bringing to try and do that? Because that usually just speaks of someone putting their foot even further to the floor. Maybe it will just be a case of barreling towards one another. We'll have to see, but at least for the meantime, Furia, Boxera going to be getting himself in on the action, straight up onto the roof. Joined, of course, by the Grim Bees, which we don't always get to see. Grim has been a very popular band so far throughout Salt Lake.
I love
it. This time, Twisted Minds opted to get rid of the snake instead, so we're sort of clearing the way for those other disruption-based operators, and Volps is going to be rocking the Grim in this round.
And Volps is a player who, at least on the side of Furia, tends to pick up the shield, but they don't have necessarily like a clear shield player like we just saw VP have. It'll bounce between Volps and maybe a couple other players. Boxera being a good example. Good information found by Laura right there. Just says, oh, okay. There's just a guy standing in the hallway. I will continue on clearing out some utility inside of the site, of which there is no shortage. Magnets, Gurjmots, and F-Knots will be 3 immediate contenders for that shock drone. Great use of the Kibas, blocking off Boxera. Tries to pinch the Azami right around the corner. Herds and Loira immediately fell too. Right use of that angle. Boxer relaying the information, a player swinging around the corner. Trix caught with his pants down. This round is slower comparatively by about 7 seconds compared to round 1. And instead of the round ending in about 1:15 seconds, we decided to slow things down and put it to 1:20 seconds.
I told you they were looking to slow things down.
That, technically speaking, is true. That is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Laura is still getting that opening pick, so really hot on that statistic so far across the first 2 rounds that we've seen. But I really like the use of the blitz there. Herds was a brilliant backstab to what the blitz was doing. Blitz, fantastic, distracting. Hey, look at me, wave my arms all over the place. You know, use your utility on me. Use your keeper barriers in this way. And Herds is just on the backstab straight away. And I think Loira was involved with that little play as well. Furia replying with a very quick round of their own here. Could be a quick game. If all these rounds last 35 seconds.
Yeah, it was long ago.
Dude, it's going to be the world's first 8-7 game that lasts 40 minutes.
Philippox went to Liquid.
Barely any time spent in the lobby.
And you have Hertz stayed in Furia.
I don't think I've ever.
And Wolf stayed.
That'd be a new experience.
So
we'll see if that happens.
like
Though I have to say, if you've got money on whether or not it will continue in round 3, presence of the Blitz, Blackbeard, and Dokkaebi kind of gives the game away for what Furia are feeling about the pace and the trend of Fortress.
So
so
Nate
far.
left.
2 shields, of course, doesn't necessitate
KC
require or
left.
even confirm that the round will be quick. But I think it does confirm that what we saw in round 2, where we saw the Blitz make some kind of
Volks
fast
joined,
play,
I
and then the
mean,
whole team's
and
coordinating
Laura
around it, try and
joined.
clear out some defenders. That seems to be the game plan that Furia are going for in this series, and the addition of a second shield will just enable some
My
flexibility
neck
for
is
where
not
they want to
killing
push
me.
in. Whether or not Bach or Volks goes down, they can still try that again in a different position later.
Odds are on for as soon as the first kill after the first kill flies, odds are on that it is going to be a very quick round indeed, just because that's been the nature of this game so far. Heavy stack up right now as well. Going to be a little bit of a use of Thatcher and that EMP to try and disable some of this information, but look at Guards' position.
Just tucked around the corner and immediately runs into 2 ballistic shields. Now trapped in a corner
Well,
behind the
hello.
nade, picks up the first. The support for both
Nah,
the shields
what
unfortunately
the
taken
fuck?
down. Furia quickly respond by gaining a man advantage. Boxera down on the floor. Could be picked back up as both shields still in the game.
What
Volks
the
with the
fuck
scar.
was that?
Lethal on the entry into Fortress.
2 shields
P9
just
down.
saying hello.
Boxera not completely recoverable, ready for it.
Oh,
Volks
damn.
not suffering any fools at the moment, as with the final Dokkaebi call going out. Don't think anything worse could have occurred for P9 at that moment than a death mark tracker flying around the corner and spotting him. Relaying that information straight to Fury. He's pretty far away, actually. So I'm not sure if they fully heard the call. Okay, no, they definitely heard the call. Loira still gets smoked, though.
Damn.
Boxera good for the trade. We are going to have a quick one.
Pure
I think this one's going
chaos.
very fast if round 3 is just continuing to make
That
some
was
kind of
fast.
It's exciting though, isn't it? I love the team play there from Furia.
I love how you
That was
see
some-
like you
that was
expecting
brilliant.
to
We got
be
great
able to
view of it
shoot
as well as
someone
the
pushing
Vulcan
him through
barreling
the
through that
breach, and you
that
just
main
see
door.
2 big shields
We're just
coming
seeing
at you,
players wiggle left and right,
and you're like,
you know,
oh
ADS
shit.
in, un-ADS in. I mean, poor old Bok got baited for the entire round.
Poor guy.
That's
It
literally
worked
how
out
I
great,
would
though,
react.
because Volk
Okay,
got
yeah,
3
Blitz is
kills
off.
for his troubles just through baiting that one player.
I
don't
would
think
literally
it's
have been
too
like,
much of
oh
a surprise
fuck,
to see the Blitz
I'm
band out
dead.
there at the start of round number 4, though, eh?
It is kind of funny, though, because Volps was demolishing people with that Blackbeard in the last round, so could have been either of them, and I'd been like, yeah, that makes sense.
The thing that's scary here is this isn't how we saw Furia play
No.
Fortress in the SAL.
It's not.
This is, it's just different.
It's just crazy how quick these rounds have been going, or at least when the actions occurred, how quick the actions actually happened. I mean, there was quite a bit of a lead up there. I mean, we saw people waiting outside that double door for like a whole minute beforehand. But once it happened, I mean, pretty much.
It's
most of
actually a
the lobby was
tactical
dead within
timeout
20
for
seconds.
CAG,
Fury
so
have a
I
very
feel
clear
like
game plan, just like SR did
maybe
in
it's
the
not
last
going to be
game,
good
but
for
the
them.
game plans could,
I guess
could not be
loss.
further apart. They were literally entire galaxies apart for what Furia
yeah.
want to do and how they're using these shields versus how the Rebellion were using shields on this same map.
Yeah,
Just like
3-0
20, 30
for
minutes ago.
loss right now, by the
This
way.
is the one site that it didn't. Well, I guess actually, this is not the one site, as I just looked up and realized. No, this is. My brain is literally breaking. I saw the shower and I was like, wait, we're in shower on the first floor. But no, this was the one site where it didn't quite work. for Furia did it. They tried to bring that shield, use that Blackbeard, and Twisted Minds basically stopped it entirely.
I wanna
agree, but I
play
think that
some
since
games.
round 1, Furia have been a lot more aggressive and a lot more
I'm
purposeful
kind of
with the
interested
way
in
they're playing
seeing
the shield.
when
They've stepped it up a
how
little
the
bit.
match
They've
is
turned it
going to
up
be
to
looking
11. It's no longer
tomorrow.
we're just going to play the shield. They're doing it with a heck of a lot of purpose now, and it's blooming terrifying. Volps is an absolute
our
menace when he gets going on that
is
Blackbeard.
couple
He's
of
just had a
games.
great round. There's nothing saying that this won't be a little bit different. As you said, though, this has been the sort of saving grace site so far for Twisted Minds. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's a must-win, but it'll go a long way in this series if they are able to get a successful defense here.
Yeah, we'll probably miss a couple of games tomorrow.
Kind of feels much further out of their control
Damn.
block because they are right around the
Oh, well.
corner. Ooh, somehow getting shot. Just a little two-piece against
Damn.
P9. Opening kill goes the way of Furia. Trix down by the fire, I believe. Yes, that is true. Lawyer pops a Vulcan pack in
And
half.
he died to a
And also
barb.
dies to barbed wire. A lot of utility kills coming out in the first minute or so. Quick
Yeah.
3v3 though, and Fulton Herds on low HP. The Twisted Minds want to win this site for the second and final time this half. They probably got the best odds to do it right here, right
Come
now.
on, Furia! Come on, you got it! You got it! Come on!
Could make quick work of Herds in particular, though. Volps isn't exactly long on HP. DS has tried to use these Roar Doors, and while they might have got these attackers inside of the building, it has not gained any clear, decisive advantage.
There's a
They've
flank
shown them
coming. Are
moving
they
on this
ready
flank,
for a
but you can see
flank?
the attackers turn around and begin turning their attention. They are clearly aware of this possibility, even if they aren't aware of the Thorn. They'll hit that prone. Do they check? No, they just see him at the last second. And Ashom will slip further back into the arms of the defense.
Still with some utility to lean into here, though. They've got some Vulcan packs kicking around. There's no active Razor Blooms in pocket or anything like that. Those are just going to be placed out, hoping and ready. Herds thinking about dropping the hatch here. Don't know if there's an assumption that someone is going to be playing just on the other side of that. But it's always a worthy angle to check.
How do
35
they want to
seconds
do
left of
this?
the rounds that have been lasting around 35 seconds in total. We're in alien territory at the moment.
Oh!
Jaylan is going to
Dang.
be able to take Volps down with it. That renders the
Oh!
diffuser cold.
Diffuser cold.
kidding
DS
me?
so good in these clutch situations. Suddenly finds two. With a show might be on full HP, but that 417 can turn 100 into 30 faster than you can imagine just around the corner. Oh, I wanted to check it so bad. Just right there with 7 seconds to go. He's got to commit with the kill. Pistol around the corner.
No!
Oh, just barely sees him, but a show him quicker with it. And Twisted Minds tie things up.
Real
Damn.
close end to the round there. Both players knowing exactly where the other one was. And for rounds that have been lasting, like I said, 30 to 40 seconds, to see all of it feels like a rare treat here on Fortress between Twisted Minds and Furia. But Twisted Minds maintain their winning record upstairs in command and bathroom. It's been the only site they've been good for so far, and they've won it in two very different fashions. I couldn't get over the amount of util kills.
That was crazy.
I think did we have 2 Vulcan pack kills and 1 barbed wire kill?
I think it was just 1 Vulcan pack, 1
Was
barbed
it?
wire. I think it was a trade because I think Loira popped the Vulcan pack, which took down Trix, but I think Trix in the process lit up Loira at about 1 HP, and Loira was pushing up in barbed wire, and that's what killed him. So it was kind of a util trade, actually.
A util trade.
It was 2 traded utility kills.
We need a new column.
I was about to say, we do not have that one on the sheet, I'll tell you that much. Surely that's happened before, and like excluding, because explosives, obviously that's probably happened. We probably had a C4 and a nade kill, I imagine those are pretty common.
Attackers are moving out to locate
4-0-2 loss at the moment on the other stream, guys.
Speaking of new, a little bit of Malusi action making their way onto the board here for round number 5. Just further in this horrendous trap meta that we find ourselves in at the moment and that Twisted Minds are really looking to exploit. Banshees, Grismots, FNATs, Razor Blooms.
It's just disgusting, really.
It's everything, isn't it?
I feel gross looking
It's
at it.
drone every single inch.
And you know what the best part is? The one player's not a trap operator, DMR.
DMR.
It's like great. great.
How important the trap's going to be, though, because this looks like they might be trying to move quick. I know they've not got any blitz or anything like that, but they've still got a Ying, they've still got the Zafir, and the Dokkaebi call coming out. The plant's already happening here.
We just can. waiting is an allergic reaction for Fury at the moment. They do not want these rounds to last any longer than they absolutely need to. That doesn't mean they're going to win them, though, because now we're in a 1v5 post-plant.
Wow.
And Twisted Minds.
That was bad.
Well, clearly quite mindful of their defenses, because Furia try to have the quickest round we've seen so far, and it's a flawless for the other team.
I'm left scratching my head after that one, honestly. I get that they've got the plant down. I understand that stage. I'm not that senile just yet.
They all died. That's what happened.
I understand that as well. I just don't understand where the post plant was meant to be. What were they hoping to do?
Well, this is the fun thing about these rounds, is because it's like we try to get a handle on it, and then it all happens, and it's like, okay, now I have to sort back through like a literally second by second, frame by frame analysis in my own brain as to what just happened. Because Herds goes down first. I would assume he hadn't used all of his utility because of how early in the round it was, but maybe he did dump every single bit of bees into the site. But I don't
Not
even
good. Come on, face. Face Furia.
My brain couldn't even keep up and comprehend it. But I can say, though, to your point, once you're in that situation, with Volps' position outside, it is possible to cover the diffuse plant, but the defense has so much ability to maneuver inside. I don't know. It's like, I don't even know how to be honest, I don't even know if I can unpack that one.
I don't know if it needs unpacking. It's been and gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It was kind of a 5-0 post plan.
Looked like a little bit of a lash-out round maybe from Fury, just trying to make something happen, trying to get something over the line. Again, I don't think that they're playing in the same way that we saw them play when we saw them in the SAL. It's very different. They've not got that same level of structure.
The idea of a lash-out round when it's just a tie game is also funny.
Yeah, but I think they were just limit testing, just seeing what they can get away with.
That's fair.
They've got 2 rounds on the defense here. They're going to be very confident with their own attacks. It is a map for them that does swing quite heavily one way. So I'm not too surprised to see them not sort of throw their attacks away here, but, you know, give it the best shot.
Well, got one more round to do their best. Try and stop Twisted Minds from taking a lead as we swap sides. Another shield, as we did not have one last round, but it has been a consistent fixture of Furia's attacking lineup. Claws will also be brought. It'll be good support for that Blackbeard, or also just, if Fury want to throw down a smoke, try and lurk and go for an alternative position. Could be quite useful. Lawyer with the first pick. Jalad cut down. Cut short very quickly in this round. But Ashom trying to rat again. Oh, the shield turns too quick.
Seriously.
Still finds his way around.
Furia,
Headshot
what the
is Volps
fuck?
trapped inside of his own window that he jumped in. And it seems like the attacks on Fortress, I'm really scared for what the next half is going to offer, because I don't think I can handle another 6 that go this fast.
Are you kidding me?
A 1v3 before we've even hit the halfway point, but still plenty of information and plenty of tape to see how Twisted Minds won the first half on Fortress.
Vocês estão parados? Vai tentando dronar, mano. Tipo, não sei o que você tá fazendo. Dá uma dronadinha na música, tá ligado?
É, a música não dronou.
Guys,
Tá lá no
já
jornal.
foi. Seguinte,
Não, você tá falando
o comportamento, vamos falar primeiro sobre o comportamento. O comportamento que eles estão fazendo é o que a gente esperava. Eles vão seguir o que eles sempre fazem em todos os mapas. O que eles vão fazer agora no ataque? É um fake blocado. Tipo, é os 3 blocados, os 2 jogando dependendo da ponta. A gente sabe disso. O que a gente tem que fazer? Limpar nossa comunicação para não tomar as pontas. Essa pressão que eles fazem na parte da caçada não é uma pressão, tipo, muito boa, tipo, a ponto de bagunçar nossa comunicação. A gente tem que deixar ela mais limpa possível pra gente ficar de boa e conseguir escutar as pontas, tá ligado? Eu lembrando agora um pouco dos planos, um pouco mais tático.
Tá.
A gente vai voltar, a gente vai fazer o Bandemos e Doka pra não deixar eles fazer essas pontas deles. Vai começar com a peito da choque e vai dar com o comportamento de dar win na águia se os caras for fazer a Playful Bomb. O Beto vai fazer goi pra gente, o Origin vai fazer ward, a gente tem a C4 lá pra fazer no meio da escada. Lembra de comunicar rápido pra gente, ô Box, você tem que antecipar, vai ser aqui comigo. Já chama ajuda. não tem
الحاجات الطبيعيه راح نستخدمها اللي هو جارد راح يكون برا الهورس دور وانت تطلع مين مثلا او انت نعمل بوش نسباري مع بليدز جاردز وانت تكون برا الهورس على حسب راح نشوف شو السيت اب بتاعهم حلو والاخر شيء الدورمز على بوشاتنا الديفولت في وحده اتفقنا عليها انا وداق اللي هي ايش راح نلعب 2 برا هورس ورح نلعب 2 جهه الكون يفضوا حلو ما
I am like
حلو انت لا انت راح تسوي راح تطلع مين على الهورس تدخل يعني كانوا هم اوفيس بس هم راح يكونوا دراون فاهم نذبحه بعدين نهدي ونعمل سبيت اكسكيوت بالاخر هاي كل شيء نعرفه الكيتشن حلو
انا بقول لك قرب ما يكون
Holy.
شيء. ثاني شيء لما هم يكونوا كيتشن وانت تطلع فوق
They are
هم راح
talking
يكونوا
and
ماسكين
talking.
هاتشات. تلاقيهم ماسكين هاتشات ما يمين
انت حتبش تحت انا ليرك فوق.
إيه انت وقاعد تركوا فوق انت
That was a lot.
We're coming out of that attack timeout, going into the side swap now. The attacks and the defense is coming up. Twisted Minds obviously coming out of this up 4-2, but both these teams a bit streaky on their respective sides, I think, Ollie. I mean, obviously, Furia not maybe doing the best on the attacks, but the defenses should be strong.
I think that's the story of Fortress, isn't it, at the moment for these two teams? Looking back over it, we've got a little bit more data. We've got twice the amount of data on it for Fury than we do for Twisted Minds, just through the amount of times that these teams have played the map. Twisted Minds have a very heavy defense win rate. It's 72% on the defense, whereas their attack is at 54. So you could say that they've got what they expected to get out of that first 6 rounds. They got the 4-2 split. Now the difficulty comes on that defensive side. Oh, sorry, on that attacking side for them. And flip side, Furia, they get the benefit of that defense. I'm sure that they are going to be able to try and work that. Looking back and thinking over some of the rounds that they'd played, you kind of wonder, was their win condition just get a couple of rounds on the attack here and then start to work from there? Hence why we saw some, let's be honest, very strange siege from a team that we know can be incredibly coordinated and doesn't just have to rely on flair and flash to get the rounds done.
I think it's also we're kind of looking to that explanation because the more you think about it in hindsight, the more it's like, okay, you know, it worked for rounds 2 and 3, right? It didn't work for round 4. It didn't work for 5. And you're like, okay, well, surely they switched it up now. At this point, then they didn't. Like, that was a full 6-round commit for one particular vision. So you're like, okay, well, again, being charitable, giving you the benefit of the doubt. There's a reason you feel like you had to stick it with that attacking side, and maybe it was just a matter of let's just try and brute force to get them on the board, rely on the defenses. Who knows? Either way, Fury now find themselves on this defensive side. And in terms of the operator lineup, again, if the Rebellion and Furia's attacks were completely opposite, Furia's defenses seems to be completely opposite of what they were going for on their attacking side. I mean, we've got some trap operators, so you could get aggressive, but none of the traditional, I think, roaming ops you'd otherwise see. A lot of on-site utility.
I think they're just going to try and play buddied up a little bit, aren't they? They've had the mirror taken off them, which kind of is to be expected. Mirror can be great when you're looking to anchor in a little bit and dig into some more of those defensive positions. But they will be bringing out the Warden, and so they're going to be able to at least challenge onto some of that blitz play, if any is going to be attempted. As we can see, there are going to be no shields brought here inside of round number 1. Deimos and a Monty band to just try and hamstring Twisted Minds ever so slightly. Still leaves the Snake, which hasn't been chosen here. Guards is going to be rocking that Dokkaebi in an attempt to gather a little bit of information. Quite like Hasham on the gridlock as well, just zoning off areas of the map and really restricting where these defenders can operate in.
Yeah, like Fury needs to take this back. I'm kind of scared of my predictions now.
Hasham puts down all of his track stingers early enough. He just gets to use the F90 for the rest of the round, and that's pretty good, all things considered. Twisted Minds have been really focused on this staircase, though. They've been trying to find a way around Box Zero, a way to get at Box Zero for a bit now, and they're telegraphing it so heavily that we've got Hertz coming up with a C4 ready to throw it over top and land directly on the landing. Unfortunately, we'll miss, won't do any damage to these players, but P9's still looking. The whole team is not invested in this staircase, so it's not like everybody's caught up on Box Zero.
Yeah,
clearly something else is happening. Hasham on the opposite side of the map. Playing a bit of flank watch. Finds DS Lucas either swinging or rotating around Museum. I was about to say, I think Loira also...
Oh, are you kidding me?
Swings quite late, and Hasham ready for it. 3v5
that is
for
not
Twisted
good,
Minds.
guys.
They barely
At
even
all.
moved, it's felt like. Just sitting in windows, waiting them to peek, and if that's the call, it has been perfect so far. As Herds looks to give them another engagement. And likely only escapes it because he never actually made face-to-face contact with one of the attack.
Holy.
I was thinking about taking a fight there. Dokkaebi on the opposite side of this reinforcement. Look at how patient Twisted Minds are playing. They know that Furia are going to give them these fights, and they are not keen trying to take the initiative and maybe try to catch them off guard. Jalad, how does he get away with that one? Beautiful kill onto Herds. Boxera now on the backside. Finally has
reloading?
P9. Instead, it's Trixt who dispatches him, and Twisted Minds literally just sit and wait.
Flawless round to start off their attacking phase here. Really patient as well. Mentioned how we were seeing a lot of the gridlock usage coming out from Hasham, trying to zone off some of these players, trying to keep them really, you know, sort of headlocked into certain zones. Diaz was like a dog and a bone. He's like, oh my goodness, he's thrown the track stingers at that window. He must be on that window. And he sat there and watched it for like 35 seconds. And eventually Hisham is just holding the same angle he's been holding for the past minute. And Diaz walks into it. And it's like, okay, that's kind of the story of how all of the kills came from that round.
I just watched what a team of 5 NJRs would be like.
Yeah.
Just sitting at windows, sitting at doors, not a single player getting through. We got 5 mailboxes on Fortress right now.
I don't like the mailbox. It's like this new age of role, isn't it?
I like it. It's alright. It's okay.
I prefer the postman.
5 seconds remaining.
The postman?
Because the postman delivers.
Shut up.
Oh my
Well,
god.
the thing about the postman is it doesn't really work because postmans are moving a lot, actually.
Yeah, busy.
But, like, are you really busy on the window?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm not saying it's a substitute for the mailbox.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're just saying.
If we're going to introduce one, I'd like to introduce the postman.
What would the postman do? Like, what kind of role would the postman be?
Spoit was the postman in the last game.
Dude, amen, Spoit was the postman in the last game. I'll give you that one, actually. Spoit absolutely delivered. 15 kills, which basically, once you get past, like, 13, they all just kind of blend together. Absolutely delivered. And right now for Twisted Minds, I wouldn't say like one player in particular delivering. I mean, Hisham in that round did really well, but a very consistent team performance from both teams, win or lose.
It's the nice thing about this Twisted Minds roster is that you've not really got one player that you're looking out for. P9's had some really big rounds. Hisham, yeah, he's going to attract a lot of the attention, but it's spread out equally across the board. Guards, even in this instance, 7 and 3.
Guards 7 and 3, and I was about to say, if there is one player you might want to look out for, it is Hisham. Walking up main stairs will send out that Dokkaebi call. Thinks he might have just found a gap. Look at him right outside the site right now. And he has slipped past that defender right outside of Museum. Jalad as well. Assault rifle instead of SMG might just catch somebody prone at the moment. Though Hisham still taking a gander. Jalad losing a lot of HP on that engagement. The lurk does not work for the moment for Twisted Minds. Is instead talking about dogs with a bone. They're just looking mighty juicy inside a bathroom right now.
Nicely done by Twisted Minds.
P9 gets the first kill. So it doesn't result in any kind of lead or distinct advantage for Twisted Minds. As still with this Dokkaebi and the Snake, they're trying to find some information that gives them a competitive advantage over Furia.
Tricks there. It's going to be a little bit less than half. Jalad very low indeed. Equaling the man count, but that's about it. Now time to pop a little bit of utility. Volb's next player to fall. Hisham takes him out on the long angle there. 3 Toxic Babe canisters for Boxera.
Come on, Furia, you need to win this. Seriously.
They're starting to get open. Activating of the goggles. Has the shield to play on, but he's worried about a potential push from behind.
And very understandably so, P9, you always got to worry about it. Boxera finishes him off with the smoke. Jalad been on 1 HP for quite a long time as well. Either him or Trix could suffer a crucial amount of damage because of these toxic canisters. And as Diaz gets the full HP Hisham, that utility becomes even more important. Even the impact grenades from Diaz.
Watch out! The door! The fucking door!
Chokes off 10 more of the 20 seconds before Twisted Minds can push into this site. Diaz Lucas on a long angle. They're even rotating. Twix got to recover the diffuser. And now in red time, as the Hibana has to push in, Jalad has to find some way to cover. Boxera catches him off guard, and Jalad nothing he can do.
Nicely done.
The last one, and Furia begin their comeback.
It's about time, isn't it? It was getting a little bit panic stations there at 5-2. You start thinking, ooh, if this goes 6-2, it's going to be a big battle for Furia to climb. As it stands, they're able to break a 4-round winning streak.
That was a little bit too close, guys. Too close for comfort.
Attack and defense, that is.
Whew.
Been able to chalk one up for themselves. Still, not out of the woods just yet. It's only a best of 1. A reminder, we're in Swiss. Win 3, you're through. Lose 3, you are out.
And we're in the fun part of the stage where, you know, 1 loss or 1 victory doesn't really seem like a lot in the moment, but of course, can spiral out of your control very quickly, or spiral in your control, or spiral out of your control in a good way? Question mark. Name of the game is win 3, make it in. And the thing you want to avoid is losing 3 and getting out. Right now, Twisted Minds only have to win 2 more if they want to send Furia down to the lower part of round 2. We've only had 2 rounds on this side so far, and Both teams winning around a piece. Neither one clearly the betters on attack or defense respectively just yet. Twisted Minds, with the benefit of this lead, will now look to the tertiary site, try to put themselves on regulation point against Furia. Castle and Mozzie Mute setup being brought in alongside the Azami. You know that Furia are trying to hold a lot of either this bottom floor or the top floor as well, looking to create a labyrinth that Twisted Minds can't even really put together because of all the intel now that they're brought in tandem.
We saw this in the first half. It went either way, didn't it? We saw Twisted Minds win it. We also saw Furia win it themselves. Definitely one of those sites where it can flip and flop either way, hence it being a third choice bomb site. The top floor is going to need to be held. You can see that we've got Herds. He's going to be playing up and around there. Diaz really tucked in there as well, trying to rat in just by one of the foosball tables. Potential for him to go undroned here, and especially if Herds is playing that Mozzie and he's got a couple of the pests kicking around. Herds can maybe attract a little bit of the attention for him as well, but
yeah, that could be interesting.
That all relies on Twisted Minds going for that clear.
Which is not certain. You would think because of the Ram, but they could pivot with a Blitz, a Lion, and a Ying. They could pivot to some kind of rush or quick play. Guards moving in on the top floor, so perhaps going for some kind of clear, though, unfortunately, Fire will not only stave off that push for just a little bit, but also telegraph it slightly to the defense. C4 out, but Trex quickly backs up, dodges it entirely.
Go
No,
up!
this guy's
Go
not
up!
drone.
You're
Diaz is
missing
completely
him!
unaware. The
That's the
focus
whole point! You
right
was
on
going
by.
to support him!
Might actually die in the process as he's frozen by the E1D. But will DS be able to find the next? I think just fired some shots as well, so I haven't alerted the attack to his presence as everybody else in the lobby decides to make a beeline for Herds. Diaz fighting for his life inside a pool at the moment. We got pistols out on the top floor, and Diaz is well and truly trapped. Though somehow still alive. He downs the Ram in the process. I don't know how the hell he's just done that, but Trix only downed. These guards can pick him back up.
That was way late from Diaz. He should have gone up way earlier to get the blitz.
Diaz in that rat play there, and it's just not worked out at all for him. He let the blitz go past, I guess,
that was bad.
in the hope and expectation that more players were going to start to try and follow. And as it stands, with the Lion scan coming in at just the perfect time, any positional advantage that he had by not being droned was just entirely removed because he couldn't support his teammates. An inevitable end to the round.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared now. I'm really scared. I did not expect at all for Furia to play this bad.
Onto series point right now.
Yeah, whatever gamble Furia might have had in the first half with that strategy, it has not paid off, and Twisted Minds coming to play on this attacking side. Theron in particular, I mean, some really good coordination. They had an idea. They're like, all right, want to try and pin down Herds. And admittedly, while they missed on DS Lucas, as you said, once that lion scan freezes him in place, there's not a whole lot the defense can do at that point. 6-3 timeout from Furia to try and right some of the wrongs that we've seen. You win 3 rounds in a row just to push this to OT. Again, as a reminder, nobody's eliminated. Nobody's going home. You either go up 1-0, you go down 0-1. But for Furia out the gate, again, as a team that was, I think, surprisingly scary inside of the SAL, and especially a team that I think, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, obviously, Lowe's kind of making it as crazy, but it felt like Furia were taking Team Liquid Alienware spot in a much more meaningful way than I think, say, like FaZe, for example, being here, not all that surprising, NIP being here as well. We weren't sure what this Furia squad would look like, especially donning this legendary jersey now at this point. Going down 6-3 in your first game, first time on Swiss to Twisted Minds, who are a good team in their own right. Kind of the opposite of the statement SR ended up making on Fortress.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I don't know. I just don't feel like... I'm not convinced is the problem. I'm still not convinced by Furia's attacks. And it was ages ago now, and I just need to get over it. But I'm just not convinced with the way that they played that attacking phase.
Ollie's still stuck on round 5.
and I'm not convinced with the way that they're trying to play this defense. I think it was the right idea. There was some good thoughts into the, okay, let's just play rat. Let's try and get a couple of bodies in front of us. I'll pop up at the right time. Herds, you're going to be a little bit of the bait, unfortunately.
And it worked a little bit.
It worked, but it didn't work in the sense that they didn't get enough kills and they didn't win the round off it. So, yeah.
It's kind of an important piece.
Successful rat, successful miss drone, but the important bit is the next bit. What do you do after that?
And again, talking about what you do after that, I think the thing for Twisted Minds we've seen so far is, despite guards, subbing in, 9-4 right now, really good performance, but despite guards subbing in, I think Twisted Minds' coordination's been excellent because, ignore the DS Rat play for a moment. If that
Yeah,
were
I'm
just
kind of
for
surprised
Hertz,
that Twisted Minds will
not a single
play
thing
this
went wrong. Everyone was
good.
on the same page.
Also, how quickly were they to right that wrong? As soon as they'd
Immediately
realised
went
what had happened, everyone pulled in the same direction. It was like, all right, boom, we've missed on someone, no big deal, bang. And it was dealt with within, what, 15 seconds?
Twisted Minds, all on the same page. Also, all putting in a lot of good work. Aside from Jalad, pretty much everybody at 8 or 9 kills for 60% of the roster, and that is an excellent stat line to have. And makes sense why they are up 6-3 against Furia, who now need to get a flawless site rotation just to have a chance at ending this best of 1 in the Swiss.
Come on.
Some heavy trap play coming in from Furia, as we have seen quite a few times throughout Salt Lake City, and I think through kickoff as well. Ella Thorn and Denari, respectively. It still gives them the option, I think, to play a bit looser for Furia.
Yeah.
Gives them the option to play a bit more aggressive. But also, I think with how much traps they have, I think also maybe looking to burn a little bit more time and then punish them with those traps at the end.
I think it's the togetherness for me. For all that Twisted Minds have been playing a fairly aggressive brand of Siege, whatever they've been doing it together. And that's been the real key indicator for me. And it's not to say that Furia have looked very fragmented. They have at times. We have seen those elements of teamwork, but they've just not been as tight. They've just not been as well connected as we've often seen this Twisted Minds roster. So we need to see them tighten
It's
that up a
very,
little bit.
like,
There is big
it is
chance
kind of
for them to take
frustrating to
this
see
1-0
that
team.
Furia stuff
It is
playing
defensive rounds
together.
on Fortress. It is possible. But with the way that Twisted Minds have been playing, and certainly the way that this push is transpiring, it's looking increasingly more unlikely.
Herds backing him up with that C4. Exact same play they did the last time they defended this site. And while it works out, Ella still goes down to the top of the staircase, and there's another player they can turn towards. Jalad coming in with the pinch. So nice. Again, even though Twisted Minds are dropping bodies, look at that coordination between the Blitz and 2 different players. The reason we're in this 3v3 right now, and the reason why those great gunfights from Furia end up being a little mitigated by the end. At the same time, advantages for both mitigated. Guards and Herds on low HP, and that breaks much more the favor of Furia than for Twisted Minds. It's not, if either a mute or a Blitz has got to be on 1 HP, I'm picking the mute
what the
every day of the week, but now it
fuck?
comes to more important as Guards, the substitute, 12 and 4 right now. That'll be all he'll get. We still makes it a 2v2.
Why are you
Herds
swinging?
easy
I
free
don't
fire, even if it's
understand
not a
it.
headshot. Jalad, bottom frag to victory. 7-3 for
Okay, I
Twisted
lost that
Minds,
point.
stunning Furia out the gate.
What a way to close
Hi,
out
Real.
that game.
So far it's been going good, except for this match was
against Furia.
my first
It's
bust
early stages,
right
it's
now
the first round of
on
Swiss, but what a way
guessing
to
who's
start
going to
it
win
for
who.
this exciting new
Furia
team.
actually lost right now
Twisted
against
Minds,
Twisted
substitute or not,
Minds.
guards,
That
super
is
player in the
crazy.
server. We'll be back right after this.
Holy. Okay, let's look at the match point on. What did I see?
This guy to peek into him, and he wins the fight against Dash. That is a crucial opening pick for CAG. Los have been dominating the early round. So for CAG to get one back, that's a good start on what they hope to be a 3-round comeback.
Although Sharif is low, it'd be a little more challenging to use him effectively as some sort of lurk or having his utility brought out, dealing with, say, the one shield that Dash brought as an Inari and maybe burning out some of these Y magnets. Now being redeployed over from Break. Impact tossed out. Deals a good bit of damage here, I think, both Sharif and Anaton. The C4 will finish off the Ashe as well, tying us in the 4 versus 4. CC control just narrowly
How it'll
established,
look
or being
if-
attempted to be cleared out from CAG, but there is still Perez close by, having the assistance from Daffo yet again, and they just, did they know about Perez playing close from Banana?
I don't
Did they know?
I don't know if they didn't know, or maybe Zaka just overexposed himself to the angle. Maybe they got distracted because Dark was running out east to try and kill Anaton on break door. But either way, it costs them their Twitch. Now CAG moving top east, taking control. DD on catwalk. Anaton working towards office, so DD can try and establish a foothold to try and kill Perez, but he just dies. He throws the ace and dies, and now taking the 1 against Chibisu. Striker incredibly lit up. Anaton on the other side of the map as Perez gets a 3rd, now almost killing Anaton as well. After the heroics from Anaton, the Ella puts his team on his back. All 3 kills from
now they
CCTV,
won.
and Los wins 7-3.
Yeah, they came out of the gate swinging there, Harrison, winning 4 rounds in a row. in that first half, and even after the intermission phase, they continued that forward aggression, making it the 5-2 split for the most part of this game, winning a majority of the entry game as well, which always put CAG on the back foot. And the one round number 10, where they lost that entry, they immediately
just because
traded back.
Furia
They started running out. They started having
lost
crazy
now.
nitro cells, making a ton of space, and it all worked like a charm. Not only making it out of phase 1, but winning their first Swiss round at the SLC Major.
Yeah, not only were Los expert gap hitters on that attack, we also had on the scoreboard from CAG that I'm sure people have seen during
Let's
the break.
see here.
Player positive was Anaton, but we are going to go to a quick break, and we will be.
So the change is going to be. Okay, I'm going to lose. So I lost Shopify at this moment. Shopify is going to have a hard time now. So if they win against Twisted Minds later, they need to win against G2, and that is not in my bingo book. And then they have Furia. Yeah, we will see how it's going to look. This is going to be hard. Yeah, that is very surprising. I did not expect them to lose that at all. That was kind of an upset, to be honest.
Two teams walked onto that fortress with a flawless streak coming out of kickoff and going into Salt Lake City, and only one has kept it. It is Twisted Minds with a 7-3 victory over Furia. Beyond impressive.
Very impressive. Would you dare say dominant?
I mean, that's 7-3, especially with how it felt in the back half. 3 out of 4 rounds were on the attack. Dominant kind of fits to me.
They won 4 rounds in a row. They were on top. They were on top throughout the course. Yeah. And we saw an exciting Furia. We didn't see the same Furia that we're used to seeing inside of the SAL. And that's where sort of alarm bells started
if
to
we
raise.
go based off that, then we had Twisted Mind versus Weebo Gaming. So Twisted Mind is going to be winning. But G2 versus Enterprise.
However, Twisted Minds, they came out and
Wildcard versus Lost. Face versus Rebellion is going to be Face there.
Substitute coming in
by
with
Fierce
12
Food
and 4, 12 and 5 by the end of the game. Either way, breaking double digits and an absolute excellent performance. But as we basically have all the games of the initial round of Swiss done, we're now going to take a seeding break. But don't worry, we've got some highlights from the FaZe Secret Grand Final of this year's SI to show you why International Rainbow Six is really unique and there's nothing like it in the world. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hope you enjoy.
We'll see here. This is going to be interesting. The fact that they actually hire orchestra for... Yeah.
The timer is ticking. 60 seconds. Fire going out. Here comes the push.
Mowgli pushes deep. He looks for a little bit more. He gets aggressive and he finds a double kill. Finally traded back, but the Frenchman has been worth his weight in gold. And Secret, all they need to do is play out the numbers advantage. KDS sprays on through. Held at bay now by Adrian, and Vita King will go down. It's KDS up against the world and a lone Brazilian. Surely cannot do it. 35 seconds and no diffuser to play with. It is a rough start for FaZe.
But Doom and Adrian are both low on HP, so Noah has to be the hero perhaps. The flashbang tossed out actually a grenade at that. There's a swing the hallway, but Noah's waiting for it. Takes him down.
Hello, Flap. How you doing? Hope everything is good with you. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope everything is good.
The fire comes on through, and KDS is forced to go deep. He needs to find them one by one, but the shotgun secondary will not assist him in a long range.
Thank you. It's not though from Blacklight, unfortunately. Yes, it's been a minute.
Expecting that top floor take, but Savage is all alone upstairs. They want the bomb side doors instead. FaZe playing numbers advantage, playing Vox close together.
Oh no.
Here comes the pre-fire, gets the injury confirmed, and the kill. 2v3, now anything is possible. Plant being attempted by FaZe.
And Noah has a nitro cell in pocket, but will he be able to get into position to use it? The question remains, but Savage has found an opportunity.
1v1.
And he makes it a 1v1, and finds both kills for FaZe.
One flashbang for Vita King upstairs on the hatch has to be used perfectly to help KDS, enabling him here in the hallway.
It's a rotation from Vita King, and it will pay off as well. Mowgli goes down. A 3K for the Hibana this round. The flashbang
already
seen by Warden. Adrian!
He's right in front of you!
You listened! And he finally found him. Now KDS must clutch up like we've seen him do plenty of times before.
The yellow
Adrian
ping.
hides and dives up for the final frag.
Right, execute, block downstairs, he's blocked, plant attempted by Vita King.
Hang on,
No
Vita King
fire.
amidst the fire
He can
and
stick it
amidst
maybe.
the chaos,
It
he's
fell
gone
down.
for a plant. He's going to be able to stick it.
It fell to the floor.
It went through the floor. That was the plan for the buck all along. It's a genius.
Damn.
Phase. But Secret managed to make their way back into it. Now it's time to go hunting. Down below, Handy must be dealt with. And it comes down to Mowgli, but a good flashbang from
Damn.
him at bay for a brief moment. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He doesn't realize it. He's been swung by two people. But he finds the 4K regardless. Savage eventually will take him on down, but the round is done and dusted. There's no possible way for the Portuguese to clutch this. KDS has his number. But he won't go for the swing. He's waiting for the rest of FaZe Clan to take the fight. But Simon will be the first to fall. KDS looks to reply.
We'll see how it's going.
Supported by Vita King on the Monty. Adrian and Noah now need to salvage this half to win the
Wait, is there 1 hour break? Are you fucking joking?
and amidst all the chaos, he's forced into a clutch.
Wait, is there a 1 hour fucking break? Did I just miss that?
I think they will. KDS being spotted by the Deimos is very important. He was aggressive in an short position. Handy though gets aggressive, supports his teammate, and Joom is cut down as well. The Reaper is reaping havoc. Here
Are you fucking joking? Is there an hour break in this shit?
must find both of them. They hold this crossfire steadfastly. Handy still with that Reaper in hand. No diffuser to speak of. As the Banshee is taken down. Handy goes 3 for 3 with the automatic pistol.
FaZe, they can fight back or they can run away and play down that clock.
Oh, Vita King. Right up in the back of servers and running away now, supported by Souls.
So much
His claim to one and Secret. Well, they won't be able to cut him off before he gets back to side. KDS looks to support. A beautiful pre-fire and a second for the King. It's Joom up against the world, and there's nothing to be done for Team Secret. I don't care how good Joom is. He doesn't find all 4 from FaZe. There's no time left on the clock, and the Brazilians so disciplined.
Wait.
Project themselves onto
ain't no way they're having 1 hour fucking break.
They can plant. FaZe Clan, how will they deny this plant? Souls has
Wait,
no
are you
nitro
fucking
skills, and
joking?
he needs to clear every single one of these angles. It's a big triple kill for Mowgli. As Souls on the Tuberau must now retake. Savage! Why? Why are you giving him a chance? The Blackbeard goes down. But Jim refuses to let Secret die. Might be exactly what Secret needs
Hard left
to
and
unlock
hard
this
right.
attack.
He's being baited. If he walks
Why-
right now, thinking there's a freebie, there isn't. But his teammate comes in instead.
King is just watching.
That's the bait.
Mowgli shut down, and the beasts of the upper bracket are one step closer to the hammer. Holding down the line with an ACOG of his own. And you're right, Team Secret, they have no chance to plant. As they storm into the bomb site, it's a big kill for Noah. Jum finally finds his.
Time.
But the clock will be the 6th defender in the server for FaZe.
I'm kinda...
The blue stairs. He's got a nitro cell prepared. He's waiting to get swung. It's Mowgli there. who's
ain't no fucking way you're taking 1 hour break. I'm pissed.
look forwards or look for the flank. He decides to focus up on site, but meanwhile, KDS has made his way up to the top of square. So there's no choice but for Secret to go deep. They have control of the bomb site. FaZe now become the attackers. And the bomb is being planted by Savage. Mowgli loses his battle. It's up to Savage in the 1v2, but KDS finds both of the final kills for FaZe. This round may win or die based on the aggression here from FaZe. And whether Adrian's able to shut it down, he finds one.
Is there...
Souls is able to look to contest. Doesn't find June. The long angle with the DMR handy has everything to do. The UMP might have had a buff, but not enough to find the 1v2.
Nah, we're having 1 hour break. The matches, like, it says now the next matches are supposed to be starting now. What the fuck? What do you mean, an hour break? I'm not joking, I'm going to get pissed. I was thinking maybe you should do a segment on some streams where you review people's clips and coach them. Well, I do have like a sub and bits goals on this side, like on the top right on the screen. And I do have channel points for that as well, for certain things. Wait. I'm like choking. Wait, what the f- Are you fucking kidding me? Like, wait, I'm gonna see if I can go into YouTube.
It hasn't been updated on Wikipedia yet. I think Furia actually lost to Twisted Minds, too.
One as well, and having Hot and Cold perform lights out like he's got nothing to lose. I mean, that was just, that was cinema.
Let's see what they say
Absolutely.
here.
Hot and Cold is an incredible player. We'll see if M80 come crawling back to him after this event, but we are going to take a quick, not so quick break so that we can seed the next round, get everything situated. I think it's going to take about an hour, so do not go anywhere.
An fucking hour? Like, it never has been an issue before with this. Never! Why the fuck you need an hour now to get everything seeded? Why the fuck do you need a fucking hour to fix this? Every other major had no issue continuing. Why should we wait for you guys for 1 fucking hour? That is so stupid. That is so fucked up. And it's the same bracket as it was in the last major, and you need a fucking hour now versus like the last time. Oh my, fuck you. Literally, people are just going to check out and not watch. That is so fucked up. Literally, and it was like, if we look at the last, let's see here, major 2025, major in Munich. Let's see, how was the bracket in that time? Yeah. Major in Munich. Same shit. Different time. Everything was not done during one day either. And you also have like play in, switch phase, final play. Same. Like, are you fucking stupid for real? Oh my fucking god. I don't want to wait a fucking hour for you guys. I'm sorry, but that is pissing me off. I never expected them to do something stupid as this, ever. Like, honestly, that is so bad of them. And also, like, here's the thing. One of the things that is annoying is that we who are co-streaming this, I'm not even lying, we who are co-streaming this are not allowed to go in and play in between. At all. We are just supposed to be sitting an hour and waiting. And before people say, well, you're supposed to entertain your viewers, but, well, they come here to watch the fucking games. Like, not to wait a fucking hour for anything happening. Especially when I have the time zone difference. I'm going to bitch about this for a long time. This major is so stupid. It's almost 11 PM. So it's like, this whole tournament has been bad from the get-go. I'm saying, like, the visa issues, then you have the players playing in a fucking hotel room, having a lot of tech issues, and now we have to wait a fucking hour for the next game because they need to seed everything, like draw a lottery to see who's playing who. We already know who they're going to be playing. based off like this, like what else did I need? See? Like we already know this. I can show you. I have this program here shows who we are going to be playing. Who's going to be playing who. So if you look here, this first row is the games that people have played so far. So Weibo 1, FaZe, G2, Twisted Mind, and so forth. And this is what they are facing in the next stage here. So if we look, Weibo versus Twisted Minds. You have here Weibo versus Twisted Minds. Where the fuck do we need to wait? You have Dark Zero versus Nip. Let's see if that's correct. Dark Zero versus Nip. Where the fuck do you need an hour to get your shit together? Where do you need a fucking hour? Really? Like, I just don't get it. Obviously, you have Twisted Mind versus Weibo. Twisted Mind just played. I don't know why they're put up in the front to play the first game in the beginning. I don't understand that. I would say G2 versus Enterprise, sure, they have already played for like a while back, so they have rested up. Yeah, FaZe versus Shopify, they played for a while as well. Like, why aren't you putting them first to play? Like, I'm sorry, having the major in the US is dog shit. It's not the first tournament it's been kind of dog shit. In general, it's just they can't handle tournaments, in my opinion. It's never gone good, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say that, like, no. So stupid. The problem is going to be, like, I can't stream the games now because it's going to be so late. Because if they say an hour now, it's going to be midnight. Like, I really want to see G2 versus Enterprise, but, like, if that's going to be fucked up, according to this, it would be... They would have playing right now. Which would have been fine. Or, like, it would be playing, like, in 30 minutes, to be honest. Or, like... I don't understand why they need all... like the time. What? I don't understand it. Yeah, this tournament is just sucking all the energy out of me. Like, I'm not having fun with the tournament so far. Yeah, like, the matches are, like, really, really good, but the organization within the tournament, it's so fucking bad. And don't complain normally about the organization within tournaments and stuff, but this is by far the worst one so far. So disappointed. So if we talk about, like, the tournament, like, who is going to be playing who, obviously, like, Dark Zero versus Nip, I expect Dark Zero to win against Nip because they have been stronger team. Granted, they lost against G2, but G2 is playing really, really well. They are expected to win the tournament, G2. So, not surprised that Nip has not been, like, the greatest. They lost against Enterprise 7-3, so... And then we have Weibo versus Twisted Minds. Here's the thing. I need Weibo to win in order for my prediction to be full on to be spot on every single team. If not, it's going to be shuffled around a lot. So I kind of vaguely know that Twisted Mind is going to be winning because I won literally against Furia, and we were just lost against Loss. So I'm hoping we will be winning, but I don't expect it. So can always dream, right? But yeah, it's stupid. I have to wait. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. I don't know what to say, to be honest. What are we waiting for? 26 minutes, it says. I really don't know what to do. Yeah. Like I'm not sure, guys. Should we wait for like 20 minutes? Like I'm not sure what to do. In general, like sitting and waiting for like a full. Like it is. I don't know. Let's see here. Mm. Yeah, that is like stupid. Hmm. Like they have already like put out. They already shown on fucking Twitter. If they have already shown that shit in Twitter, I'm going to get pissed. Yeah, they fucking already showed on Twitter who's playing fucking who, and we have to wait. Like, are you fucking joking? And now we see like the match of who's going to be playing who. Like, we already knew this. We already fucking knew this. And you're pushing the scheduling 1 hour late? Like, on the scheduling, the matches should have been going on already. Like, 30 minutes ago, the first match in part 2 of this day should have already been gone 30 minutes ago. Why do you need to push it by a fucking hour? Like, yeah, yeah, no. So fucking pissed. Hmm. Kolla. Ja, nej, det är värdelöst den här turneringen. De flyttar en timme senare för att de ska se liksom vilka som ska möta vilka. Det visste vi redan sen innan. Så flyttar de allting en timme senare för ingen jävla anledning. Det är liksom, först är det visa problem att folk inte får komma in. Sen låter de spelarna få sitta och spela sina matcher i hotellrum. Och sen har det varit massa techproblem. Och nu så backar de flyttar de allting med en timme. Från ingenstans. Och vi som sitter och streamar till exempel. Vi får inte hoppa in och spela under tiden. Vi måste sitta och vänta en timme. Liksom, hur ska man underhålla sina tittare då? Det är helt värdelöst. Jävla USA. De ska ta hand om skit. Enda anledningen till att jag är kvar det är för att jag vill se på en specifik match. Som är den första matchen som ska börja. Men det är helvete alltså vad dåligt det är. Tekniskt sett så skulle jag börja stänga av kanske nu om en kvart, 20 minuter. Men i och med att de flyttar ju allting en timme så då får du räkna med att det är en timme innan jag stänger av på grund av det. Jag kan ju inte göra så mycket åt saken. För tekniskt sett så fortsätter det här till alla matcher och det tekniskt sett håller på till 1:30 på natten. Men jag hade inte tänkt att göra det så länge utan det var bara specifikt den sista matchen jag skulle titta som kommer. Så jag var intresserad av. I och med att de flyttar ju allting så. Ja. Ja, men det var det jag menar. Liksom, det var därför jag tänkte att den här matchen var specifikt den sista. Och så flyttar de på allting en timme. Men ändå, det hjälper inte oss att sitta och streama. Ja. Jo, men det är så dumt för oss som ska sitta och ska vi sitta och vänta och inte kunna få göra någonting mitt emellan. Det är många som klagar, det är en hel jävla klagomål. Men det är många som säger att vi ska bojkotta USA och inte ha någonting. För det är inte första gången när vi har haft någon event i USA att det har varit problem. Tyvärr. Ja. Okay. Yeah, this is like so fucked up. I'm really mad at how they are handling this tournament, to be honest. Like, we have to wait 1 hour and we can't even go in and play in between. So. Like I'm ready to because lately it's kind of stupid. So Blast have put us in a whole thing like you're not allowed to go in and play because you need like that is not okay. Hva snakker man? Ikke du, eller? Ja, hva snakker man? As I was saying, like, since we are waiting for so long and we have nothing to do, obviously, like, for those that are, I'm just going to put it out there, for those that are bigger streamers that have more audience, for example, it's going to be easier to do something a little bit more of a dead time, a little bit more. You have people to talk to, you have, like, maybe some more activity. I'm not sure how other people are doing it. But, like, it is kind of stupid. Okay, so we have Rafa going in and playing at least, and so he might be able to do that. Okay. But like, yeah, it's not fair in any shape or form that we should be punished for it at all. I don't agree with it at all. Fuck it. I will do this. I will just jump in. I don't fucking care if they're banning me afterwards or something like it. This is ridiculous. Or give me a warning. Like, in general, we should not be able to wait for that long. I'm like bored. See here. If we get into the Okay, let's just go in and do some rainbow magic. Let's do that. It's not going to be a long play, but I don't want to like get in trouble with Ubisoft in general. But like, I think I'm already in trouble since I like said what I said, because it's literally idiotic. So if I get into trouble, I get into trouble. Let's just have some fun in the last minutes. It's starting in 3 minutes. Ah, fuck that. Let's go into training ground instead. I don't think I can play Rainbow Magic in 3 minutes. Not ranked. Hello. Let's do some clear house. We could do some border. By the way, guys, I can show you, like, are you still using certain nade spots? Because, like, there is, like, still a certain nade spots, that is still quite strong. Okay, so you still, like, everyone knows this spot, right? Everyone knows this spot. So you're aiming right here. Gonna see on drone, and it's going right in here. Oh, that's interesting. And you toss a nade, and it's going to be, boom. It's sitting over that spot. Then you have another spot, because you have people that is going to be hiding in, it's called, so-called suicide hold. So you have, this here is called suicide. That one's called suicide. So you have here. So you can see, like, you can't really aim at anything. Obviously you can bounce that, like, you can bounce it right here, but that would just make the enemy have time to, like, move. So what you're gonna do, I haven't done this in a while, so let's hope I'm doing it right. So we're gonna do a little bit, we're going to be aiming, standing through this little crack here. Around here. Or was it? No, it was this crack, this crack. This little, not crack here. You're going to see here. I'm gonna have to aim this crosshair. So oops. It might have been this one. Like I said, it's been a while. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be this one. There, and then you aim here. Then you're going to see, like, the bouncing. So you aim towards there, then you move until you see, like, it's been a while, like I said. You have to go check it out. No. Damn. I did change my sense as well, so not my like sense in general like that, but my zoom in sense. Are they starting? No. Not starting yet. I'm having my candy in the way, by the way. Oh, we're starting? Really? Fuck you! Literally, I hate you so fucking much right now.
Up. Jigsaw's been playing fantastic. You can see his stats there. Brendo as well, the other big standout so far through Salt Lake City. But there's no doubt, Parker, of all the great teams they've beaten so far this season, G2 will be tougher than all of them.
Oh, undeniably so. Among one of the teams that many think will be the favorites to win the entire event, Doki was asked that question by Jonah in the interview, if you recall earlier, and it was a hell of a game. Shaiko playing out of his mind, 16-5, absolutely farming Dark Zero. This
Let's
team really
see
didn't
here.
have any major weaknesses that we saw. It was a sluggish game from Benja. It was a sluggish game from Stompin', but there was depth there where need be. And they made quick work of the North Americans earlier today, and that's why they're here up 1-0.
Yeah, no doubt. Shaiko currently sitting as the second highest rated player here at the tournament. Only Bay with a slightly higher performance. I believe 1 EPS point separates the two of them. So really strong performances from both players earlier today. Shaiko was absolutely phenomenal on bank this morning. And now we'll get to kind of see how they do up against this Enterprise team as we go into a new map, a new situation. The wear and tear of a long tournament and a long day starts to drain you and kind of kick in at this point.
Enterprise should be prepared for this, though, right? They've been here since
sure.
phase 1. They played quite a bit of games, as you saw from the numbers on the bottom of the screen. Enterprise has a lot more than just Shaiko, who's just 16-5. And that was just because of his matchup up against Dark Zero. So G2 is going to start to find their footing. And the question is going to eventually be, where are we going to play before we get there? What are our expectations for this matchup? Enterprise seems to be the real deal. They seem to be this Australian and New Zealand super team. But adversity is not just a word. They are going to be tested in the server. And G2, to their credit, will also be tested because so far on paper, I think the expectation is Enterprise is a better team than Dark Zero based on what we saw out of phase 1.
Yeah, listen, G2, they've been fantastic. I think the map veto can play a large part into how this game ends up going if they can get a map that favors them. G2 are a very good team, but sometimes against these unexpected underdogs, they can stumble a little bit. We'll end up on Clubhouse, which is kind of fun because ignoring the Raza Company show match that G2 played, they have a 3-game winning streak here on Club and 2-0 here on the season, beating both Heretics and VP domestically. But Enterprise have not played Clubhouse since last season. They have not been showing this map at all, so you won't really know what to expect if you're coming into this game as G2.
Fun to
and when
watch.
you're already coming up against the underdogs, and when you're already coming into a game where nobody has really been giving Enterprise enough credit so far this tournament, it is critically important that G2 respect their opponents on a map like this.
And respect is something that's come up when you've heard a lot of timeouts from teams. We heard it when we were doing the wild card matchup where they basically were like, we need to respect them. We disrespect them. We need to keep disrespecting them. But you always have to respect your opponents when you get to this point, right?
Yes.
We're now at the top 16 teams. We have some of the best teams assembled in the world. There's not going to be easier matches moving forward.
No.
Every single game you play is going to be tough. If you're an
Dark
Enterprise
Zero
fan, you don't
versus
get to
Nip
console
right
yourself
now.
should you lose and say, well, G2's such a good team. If you want to be the best in the world, you have to beat the other teams that also want to be the best in the world. And G2, for good reason, has given us so many examples of why they should be one of the favorites. Here, Enterprise could absolutely blunt that momentum and break a lot of people's brackets because so many have G2 emerging from the Swiss stage 3-0.
Yeah, G2, I mean, they've been playing so well. Parker, 6-game winning streak coming into this one, as we've said, only losing their very first match of the EML kickoff. They have not lost since, and that was an 8-6 versus VP, another great team. So we know how good G2 can be. I'm going to be a little bit looking forward to this as well because the winner of this game locks themselves into best of threes the rest of the tournament.
Yep.
If you lose this, then tomorrow you've got a BO1 on your hand. We won't know who that's against, but because it's not an elimination to promotion game, you'll still be in BO1s. If you can beat your opponent today, whether you're G2 or Enterprise, you will only be playing promotion games until the end of the Swiss bracket, which means it's best of threes all the way down. And when you go to an experienced roster like G2, that probably favors them a little bit more as you kind of take the luck out of things. Things become a little bit more predictable in BO3s.
I think it's safe to say that even with the roster moves on the side of G2, picking up Benja and Shaiko, the core identity of this team is still here. Their map pool is still going to be quite robust. G2's always had a very strong map pool, so that really isn't something that's in doubt. So yeah, I agree with you. G2 probably has the edge there. They'll have more maps to play on. They'll have more experience to draw from. But do not count out Enterprise. Mag has shown in every timeout that he's taken how prepared he is.
90%?
And
Oh
he
my
better
god!
be prepared because if the community poll is any indication, you think that Enterprise is going to get smoked. 90% to 10% is among the largest chasm between the two we've seen. I think you're sleeping a little bit on the Thunder Down Under. Let's get ready for Clubhouse. This will be the last best of one, as you pointed out, for one of these teams. Which one will it be?
The victor will have that path set for them going forward throughout the rest of the Swiss phase. It'll be the last game of the day for both.
It's gonna be the anti-breach like Hyde Bandit on this one from Enterprise, and on G2 it might be a Capitao. And
so commonly see banned out here
what do you
on
think?
Clubhouse.
Capitao and Ace,
Breachers
probably?
removed here for the attackers, but not today. Grim gonna be the focus
Grim,
for G2 to take off the board. That kind of speaks to me that they're wanting more disruption.
I forgot about
operators.
Grim
I'd expect
actually.
a Monty or
I
a
was thinking
Capitao
like
to follow up
Capitao or something.
Another interesting game going on over on the
Gonna be a
B screen, as you
Capitao,
saw
right?
the schedule
Vermite.
just moments
Okay,
ago.
so I
You know
have
that there's a lot
50%
of
right. So
seeding
the
going
anti-breach
today.
from Enterprise,
Tomorrow it will be
Kaid and Bandit, and then we have, I guess right on the anti-breach. I was thinking Ace more, but they decided to take Vermite instead, so I was kind of like, kind of right.
Right here, and you're going to see a lot of typing.
Now we will see Go G2, come on. Been waiting for a while now, entertain us, come on. Give us something.
Words for them for how much trash they were talking in chat, in game. So expect to see it here, as there was a.
I'm not even joking, my husband came in earlier and he like was like, is everything okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm just pissed. Like,
bedroom and weight room side of the map.
Yeah, again, it's tough to really read into things too much just because we haven't seen Enterprise play this map, but we've seen G2 play it quite a bit throughout kickoff, and you look back at some of their old setups, they do love a mirror on this site. It's one thing that Benja has been really rocking a lot through kickoff. They love a clash as well, something that Stompin will play very often on this site, but completely changing things up. This is not something that G2 have wanted to repeat on. They're not just going to play the same setups that you've seen back during the EML. They've changed a lot of things up, and it's almost brought out a bit more of an aggressive strategy, right? They've already got Stompin roaming all the way in towards Garage and Rafters. There was a drone on him actually up inside the roof, so if that's still information active, Stompin could be in big trouble down here.
Doki with the leadoff kill on to Cairo, the newest member for Enterprise, who has been a staple on this team, and unfortunately that's a lot of utility off the board. The Ying removed immediately. That is devastating for Enterprise.
Yeah, really early pick to come through then. Doki, one of the most experienced players here for G2, gets that pick onto Cairo, the young Australian, and now once again, Stompin under fire. They have him on a drone here. There's one actively watching him in the rafters, and it feeds the kill straight to Bappin. Really good information work to start that kill.
Well, there's some follow-up. They're
no,
not
why
did
you even? Oh my god.
Benjamaster up on Rafters gets one, and he's a little concerned with maybe somebody down in Lounge. He'll pop the fire extinguisher and go back. Brendo takes down Stompin, so there was the correct read there. Some pressure coming in as now Jigsaw hoping for his own opening. Benjamaster able to escape. He'll go for a deep run.
Oh,
but he gets caught by Brendo.
Okay, Jigsaw being a little bit aggressive.
That were needed, but I mean, hey, you've got more ammo in reserve. 3v3 with 1:40 to go. Enterprise not really hurting after losing that Ying, but they've also lost another really important utility operator, and they've left themselves with very little outside of anti-flank potential and explosives.
Could be really scary here as we get towards the second half of this round, Parker. I mean, Enterprise, you said it, low on util a little bit. Still got Brendo, of course, with the nades, so you've got a little bit of opportunity here to make that move. You'd love to have Stompin in this position, right? Shaiko inside a weight room. This is where Azami players thrive, but because he went down so early, Shaiko's going to have to backfill and play this space. That could be something of an opportunity now for Enterprise. They'll have a lot easier time killing Shaiko now that there's not an Azami in that spot, and if they get that pick, this push looks so much easier.
We got some upside down repels searching for something through that weight rack. Nobody will bite, though. Tuhan outside a Jacuzzi breach. It's a decent spread right now for this Enterprise team, Jesse. As Jigsaw's all on his own by construction. These three players on Enterprise all spread out, but they've got a good cross as Brendo is watching inside the site. Doki takes down Tuhan. That's devastating. That's diffuser dropped. So utility
don't peek too much,
and
Shaiko.
objective have been the struggles so far for Enterprise. Down goes Shaiko to Jigsaw. Doki having a huge game. Who will find Brendo? G2 is Alimau, who's been incredibly quiet, and Doki.
Why do I hear like?
They've fallen away.
Clash.
The Solus down below will be oh so important, Jesse. Doki can give the call as Alimau just waits.
Why do I hear the sapping from a
Brendo
clash?
is not going to have a chance unless he takes care of Alamo. He won't do that. Carl with the final kill, and G2 takes round number 1.
Yeah, nice try coming out from Enterprise. I mean, really doing their best to use their utility in the midst
Tech
of that,
pass,
Parker.
yeah.
I really liked how that started for
weird.
them, but the gunplay, so much better for G2 top to bottom. Whether it was fighting over by Rafters, even when the information favored Enterprise, they were still able to trade things out back to even. And then in the late round, unfortunately, they just weren't able to use their utility. They weren't
A
able
lot
to
of people
force plays that
watching
were anything more than
G2
just straight
versus
1v1 gunfights, and you never want to bet against
versus
G2
Enterprise.
in a
It's
fair
like
fight.
100,000
players
people
are. This
watching
still,
that
once again,
this
first
game
on
right now.
Verstappen, and then they followed it up with some more
Yikes.
pressure towards Benja. They catch him on the rotate
But
back.
on
It
Dark
was
Zero
actually bad that he
versus
got his zone
Nip
inside
is
the top
only
of
like
Rafters. I thought it was gonna be
3,000,
the difference
just
maker,
above
but the fact
3,000.
that they still bled bodies despite
So I
having
think
that
a lot of people are
information
more
advantage
interested
was
in this
really
game.
rough for EP, and in the 3v3, you're always just going to favor G2 as the better gunners.
There seem to be a bunch of tech issues that have befallen this Enterprise squad. It saw Brendo get up, and there were headset issues with Jigsaw, so I fear that this one might be a little bit longer than we are used to seeing. Headset issues have been quite prevalent so far. It's among the most problems that we've seen with these teams. And I mean, headsets break, players slam them down. A lot of times, a player will literally go to celebrate and just throw it off into their head, and it'll smash into the desk, and oop, there she goes.
I mean, we talked about it briefly, Parker, but one of the main kind of identifiers of Enterprise this tournament has been their text chat. It's been how active and vocal they've been, yapping to their opponents. And after winning that first round, Doki typed back, he said, "Can you shut up now?" Which is pretty nice to see coming through from G2, and they've shut him up with a headset.
Well, while we wait for this tech pause to get sorted out, we have an interview with Dark Zero.
I'm here with Kino and Callout as Dark Zero get ready for their matches tomorrow. Callout, we saw you guys dominate all kickoff. Little bit of a hiccup in the playoffs. Where do you feel like this team is at right now?
You know, we're still a new team. We're still in the foundational phase of kind of just building up all of our fundamentals right now. So there wasn't really an expectation going into that, and there's still not really any expectation now. It's just to keep improving on those fundamentals and just crank hard. That's really it.
Sweet. Kino, you're the newest addition to this team. We've talked a little bit throughout the stage. What do you feel like the team's biggest strength is right now?
Oh, I think it's by far how much fun we're having together. This group of guys just like, we just enjoy everyone's presence, and it makes everything 10 times easier.
Callout, we all know your coaching prowess and the kind of focus and mentality you bring to the game. What sort of focus are you placing on this week in SLC? Any particular thing you're bringing to the team as like, this is the one thing we got to lock in on?
Really just on the attack side, we got a fundamental we're training, the same one on defense, and we're just the same one we've been doing for the past 2 months. We're going to keep focusing on it, but nothing changes just because it's a tournament. We're still going to maintain the same process and just keep going through it.
Kino, you've been at the international stage quite a few times. You know a lot about the teams you're going to face, the players to face. Who do you think the biggest obstacle could be for you guys?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'm just looking to play, just play the matches and just like see how it goes, see what happens, and just go from there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Sweet.
Well, it certainly was a great interview coming through from DZ, and one thing that I picked up on, Parker, was the biggest strength that Kino thought was how much fun they have, And frankly, like, that's an important aspect of the game, and I think it's something that G2 themselves do really well. There are few teams who have as big smile on their faces as G2 do when you watch them play, both domestically down in EML, but also here in Salt Lake City. Feels like there's always a smile on these guys' faces. Feels like they're always enjoying their company. Helps that they're winning so much.
It's easy to be happy when you're winning.
Not a bad thing to smile about. But listen, it still really is important to keep those vibes up, and that'll be important not just for G2, but for Enterprise as well. If this game gets tough, they need to keep smiling.
One thing that when Shaiko was on Falcons, they worked on really hard was vibes. Shaiko is notoriously not an emotive player.
No.
Throughout his entire career from BDS all the way now to G2, he sits there, he doesn't really smile, he doesn't really move, he doesn't do a lot of interviews. And up until recently, he didn't really stream as much either. But Julio and co started to focus on having fun. And I mean, Leaky Fack seemed like he was always about to burst a blood vessel in his eyes with how stressed he would get with some of those rounds. There's no doubting how much he cares. But the vibes on Falcons don't even come close to the vibes we see on G2. Could you imagine Shaiko sitting back eating popcorn while playing on Falcons? Nobody's done that on G2, hasn't he? Down goes stomping to Tuhan, and
All right.
We get it. We get it. Trying to get under the skin of their opponents has been a big focus for this Enterprise team. Stop It obviously not having the strongest first map earlier today, and now having actually worse results at this current point in time. But I think you are correct. Sometimes having fun and just coming to an event with the pressure off your shoulders, it makes you a very dangerous team.
Yeah, Enterprise really quick in the building, frankly, off that tech timeout, right? Fast in towards that top floor, catching Stompin' a bit off guard. I didn't think he'd expect them to be in the bedroom so fast, but Tuhan, really nice frag there, able to take down the youngest member on G2, and now they can start looking more towards an execute, except they'd like to, but Benj is behind the team. They need a trade here, Parker, but he's being hunted down by these players on Enterprise.
He's got Alimau as backup now, too. They were worried about main door. They were worried about strip club. For good reason. Players aligned there. Now they've made their way over towards... Oh, my goodness. Jigsaw obliterated by that one. Tuhan trades back. Benja will not be much longer for this Earth. Doki, Shaiko, and Alimau now in the safety of the bomb site down below. A nitro cell from Alimau in hand.
I hear again the fucking clash sound in the background. What?
It could be the undoing of another Enterprise member. A 3v3. There goes the nitro cell, the explosion onto the pipe as well. We've seen this one before. And goodbye, Bappin. 1 minute to go, and now G2 with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, brilliant play by Alimau. It almost extends the range of that nitro a little bit thanks to the pipe. That's a cool tech coming through from the captain of G2, and it gives them a numbers advantage now looking at the last 60 seconds. It makes things awkward for Cairo, and Tuhan.
I've done it too, didn't I?
We just interviewed him, didn't we? Hoping
it certainly doesn't help.
No, trying to make this execute happen. Lots of hard breach. The hatches will be open. They'll have many options available to them, but I'm worried about these guns. Everyone on G2 will be trained, and if they're clutch with those trades, Parker, it's going to be tough.
Alimau's in a great position. He's just holding the middle hallway. Nobody seems to get past him. They don't even need to get to Alimau. Shaiko is there to get the job done, and G2 off to a 2-0 lead.
Just a perfect little defense, and honestly, it shows that G2 still have confidence even when something goes wrong in their game plan. This is not a rigid team who need everything to go to plan. Stompin' dies early in that round, Parker, and what happens? Ben just says, no worries, I got you, bro. Steps up for a huge 2K on the roam. Was worried about being tracked or called out, but he's got that mute jammer to be able to put at his feet, and it's so important for Ben to have that one in those plays. Have the best opening game.
Holy, that was loud.
Not that I think he played poorly, but didn't have the kills, didn't have the stats that we're so used to seeing from the Dane. And then this was so cool. The nitro does a lot of damage, but you really need that gas pipe to finish off the kill. He's standing on a hard floor inside a bathroom, but it doesn't matter because of that C4 tech. Really cool stuff from Carl.
Seen that with impact grenades. We've seen that with bullets and pre-placed as well. So, unfortunately, Enterprise find out in tough fashion how that works for G2. No real weaknesses here for G2. And I will say this. Stompin' has been playing largely alone through those 2 rounds. Yeah. Stompin's a terrific player. There's no question about that. But he has not been as strong at being able to buy time for his team, and he has certainly not been able to match up against the guns in either of the maps. He was 5-5 back in his earlier game today against Dark Zero, and is now 0-2 to start off. This is below our expectations for a player of his caliber. And honestly, Jesse, while somebody has to bottom frag on G2, I do not expect Stompin' to hold that position for too long.
No, certainly not. And he's going to actually give up the Raptors position. He was playing there back in round 1. Now Shaiko and Doki will take it over. This is quite common for G2 when they defend CC. This Azami plus Wamai combo is something they love to play around, so it's not a reaction to anything that happened earlier in the game. It's just business as usual coming in for G2. There needs to be a strong plan from Enterprise to counter this. They've got the Capitao, which is great, but against the Wamai, it's not going to be enough. Cairo walking into the Monty is going to be another big piece of this puzzle. Depending on how Raptors go, it'll likely determine how this push goes overall for Enterprise.
A very familiar spot for the Azami here on Raptors, and hard to deal with if you don't have the right tools. Usually you need nades. Usually you need your Capitao fire. There are return drones on the board. Bappin will take down Doki. Doki's been the tiny terror through 2 rounds so far, and will no longer be allowed to play in the sandbox with the rest of his team. 1:40 on the clock as now the Monty menacingly encroaches upon the space that Shaiko has taken up. And I mean, if Cairo is not properly supported here, he will be left on an island, and you do not want to be, whether you're a shield or not, in a 1v1 against Shaiko. Down goes Tuhan, Stompin' on the board, and there goes Cairo to Shaiko. What did we say? You don't want to be in that position if you're unsupported. Shaiko will make you pay. Bappin will fall as well. Shaiko's just tearing through everybody. A third kill. Brendo with a minute 13 on the clock is last alive, finished off by Stompin. 2 kills from Stompin, 3 from Shaiko. And G2 pull off a perfect rotation on defense.
Like,
really big play coming out from Shaiko.
I don't know
You
what
start to
Enterprise
add
were
up these
doing. They were
numbers, Parker. I
not
believe
pushing Garage
21
properly
kills through
at all. They
14
left Monty
rounds,
by
both
himself.
earlier this morning
No
and
support.
today. Shaiko
Like,
has been a
I don't know what the
menace
Capital
for
Bolts were
G2.
doing
Nobody
either.
doubted that he was one of
So
the best players in the world, but after getting dropped from Falcons
Asami is going
last
to get
season,
banned.
people were starting to wonder,
Literally,
is he
and
going to fit
maybe
on
like
the
a
system?
Capital or
Those questions
Monty
have long been
on the
answered.
attacking.
Perfect play over by the Raptors,
So,
despite losing
yeah,
his partner
Asami
Doki
Capital.
earlier on in that round.
Kinda knew
The
knew
Azami
that.
will go, I think, very reasonable given what we just witnessed out of Shaiko. Stompin playing it earlier too, of course, and the Capital being removed. So when we get to round 6, we go back to CCTV cash. That Raptors push is going to look a lot different with both sides losing some important tools.
Yeah, I mean, the Azami ban is really smart on this map. You can use Azami basically everywhere. She is one of the most flexible operators, period, on defense. I mean, obviously, we see this at a pro play. If you yourself are inexperienced, Azami is a terrific selfish operator. You saw how Shaiko played it. 4 Kiba barriers on top of rafters. You're either going to force the attackers to shoot
Stompin
out those
on
Kiba barriers,
Clash.
and you can
Now
swing and kill them in
that
the
is
process,
interesting.
Or you need a coordinated
interesting.
effort, usually again with explosives of some kind. Maybe
Is
you
he going to be
fire,
very
etc.
aggressive?
If you are an aspiring player at any level of competition, Azami is an excellent operator for you to learn. She is really beginner friendly and has a great kit surrounding it. This is a map where, again, she gets a lot of usage. How will they adapt? Because they've lost all of their electrifications. They won't be able to keep those walls closed as quick or as long as they want. And now they won't be able to play as forward with the Kiba barrier. So I expect maybe a bit more entrenched defense from G2.
Yeah, well, they'll fall back to old favorites, Parker. I mentioned it back in round 1. They love the Clash. They love the Mira. This is the standard G2 setup for Gym Bedroom on Club, okay? We've seen this throughout the EML. Stompin, a very good Clash player. I know we all like to hype up his gunplay, but he's really smart playing around with
No
his
shield
bulletproof
from
shield
Alamo
as well.
Smoke,
You look at the
interesting.
tools being brought by Enterprise.
So
some
Clash is
good
probably
answers
going to
for
be
sure. I mean,
holding
Nomad can make
cash
Clashes, like,
sides
really annoying,
to
and
make them
certainly if you can get
rotate.
under in some important spot, Bappin on
Um,
that Deimos can be really impactful too, but it's going to be tricky dealing with Stompin over on this extension of cash side. That's why a lot of this pressure early from Enterprise is just on Jacuzzi. It's just on this side of the site. They're not so worried about the extension. If they can pick off some of these anchors, that'll be more than enough.
They almost get Shaiko really early in this round, and they'll expend a lion charge to reposition
I think it was a way
themselves.
too
Getting
early for him to
Shaiko would be
rotate
huge,
away from there,
especially
but
since he has 2 Razor Blooms, or 2 of those Thorn Razor Blooms in pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a devastating loss for the player, but also the gadgetry to go with it. Razor Blooms have lots of different functions.
Rough.
They miss the barbed wire with that nade.
I believe so, yeah. I was going for the barb.
A tough one.
Might have been something else there he also wanted, maybe a Razor Bloom or something that we didn't catch, but still util on the main stairs, one way or the other.
Gonna use a death mark.
Didn't quite find it, though,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I mean, this is the problem, right? If you're not able to find these players out, it can make things even more difficult. There is nobody below or, again, extended cash side too much. They will have a drone
why
set up
does
in the flank in
Enterprise
case
look so
Benjo wants to
lost
go
now?
for such a move,
It
but
seems
I
like they
really think
don't know
Enterprise
where
are fine
to
with a
make the
5v5 extra from
push.
Parker. They got 4
Because
Candelas
they
in
haven't
their
pushed for
pockets plus smoke,
cash to
some
take
nades and
that
flashes being played by
side
Brendo
at
and
all.
Kyra. I mean, there really
And
are
it
some
looks
good
like
tools
a
to make it
full-on
execute happen,
jacuzzi push,
against
but
the
they
Clash
are
against
not
Samira, it's gonna get
getting
messy and it's
any
gonna get loud.
area at all.
G2 have
They're
a
like not
incredible
taking
defender
anything.
wingman
Yeah,
on
still
this
have
map, so,
freaking
I mean, it stands
Daemons
to reason that
underneath.
starting here would do them so well.
They haven't taken
Lawless Data
Logi.
on Enterprise playing on Clubhouse. This is not one of the preferred maps for G2,
Did.
but it is all
Yeah, it
reliable
looks
for a
like
lot of
Enterprise
teams,
is going
so
to be losing
doesn't
this because
surprise me
as
to
soon
see
as
it
it
brought
jump
out.
in,
Oh my goodness, Shaiko with the
Oh
ego
my
challenge on
God.
Jacuzzi wall, looking for number 2, narrowly missing out on Cairo. Now he's being hunted from down below. The Deimos of Bappin. Try as he might, nobody can get Shaiko down until they swing onto the breach. There's Cairo ascending. Bappin is there. Oh my goodness. It's a mess inside of the server. Brendo is last alive.
Yeah,
and Ally
told
Mal will get
you.
the final kill. 4-0 the start for G2.
Really not the push Enterprise we're looking
Gotta
for.
be
I
a
mean,
timeout
G2,
soon,
They recognize just
if
how
anything.
long that setup is taking. How long did it take for the opening pick to come through? I mean, there was less than 40 seconds on
Gotta
the
be a
clock
timeout.
when Shaiko goes for that pick on the main breach
Yeah.
and finally finds an entry frag. It's
A lot of,
really
wrong
slow push
things
coming out
going
from
on.
VP, and I don't think they wanted it to be like that, Parker. Yes, they didn't clear the roam. Yes, there was nobody below for them to fight. Like, they're not looking for early engagements. but they're looking to get an engagement when they execute with the Ying, when they're executing with their utility. It was G2 who actually took the initiative, and that meant that the utility didn't come out the way they wanted it to. We didn't even see all 4 Candelles get thrown. I think Jigsaw threw 2 of them, or maybe 3 of them before getting taken down in the midst of that round, so they didn't really get the push they were hoping for. And I think this is a good timeout from Mag, maybe a little late, to be honest, because these pushes have just gotten worse and worse as the game has gone on for Enterprise.
Yeah, this has been the real test for them, and we said that's exactly what this would be, and so far they are not doing very well.
Yep.
Unfortunately, maybe a bit more studying needs to be done here, you know, computers away, pencils out kind of deal. But yeah, Enterprise, all the momentum that they have had built up over kickoff and onwards, seeming like this oceanic super team with really no deficiencies.
Yep.
Star fragging power from Jigsaw in particular. Great depth on the support side of things. And what do they have to show for it? Jigsaw's 1-4.
Exactly. I mean, that's the issue, right? Jigsaw has been the guy, and he's not even getting value out of his utility, really, right? I mean, he's on the Ying in that last round. He's the guy who needs to kind of break the site open, and he just ends up going down. Doesn't get very much value for him, so Jack really needs to find some way to bounce back into this game. I want to see him getting typing again. I want to see him loud both in the server and in the text chat, because that's where he thrives. When the Aussies are typing, when the Aussies are having fun, that's where they find success, and so far that's not happening, certainly not for their star player.
Well, back downstairs they go. G2 not able to play that Azami as we talked about, but will not have the same prominence on this bottom floor bomb site as we typically see beyond that. Though, to their credit, they did bring in Azami here in the hands of Shaiko the last time they played it in round number 2. So far, Enterprise has been okay on their entry. Tuhon and Bappin both have a first blood under their belt, but usually comes with an answer back from G2. Here's the scarier number for me, Jesse.
Okay.
G2 have never had less than 2 players survive a round. So if you still have nearly half your team surviving every time, there's some big deficiencies. And I think with Enterprise, it's really been that mid to late round.
Yeah, and honestly, G2 is such a hard team to play against, partly because they have so many different strategies, so many different ideas of how they want to play every bomb site. I mean, we've seen now 2 repeats, and we've seen 2 brand new strats coming out from G2. No more do we see Stompin and Benja up on the roam game. This is a hard 5-man anchor, and you look to that last round where Enterprise really stall out. They don't really get anything for the first 2.5 minutes, and G2 are thinking to themselves, all right, these guys are slow as hell. They're not going to be able to do much even with map control because the execute's just going to come way too late. So let's lean into that. Let's play a full anchor setup. Let's put Stompin back on the Clash because we know that these guys are not really capable of clearing us out in those spots. The anchor play was excellent last time coming through from Shaiko on that Azami. He should be just as comfortable here on the Thorn Parker. It will be a late, explosive execute once more, but that has historically favored G2.
We're halfway through the round, and I mean, you've cleared out the top floor, and now you've gained control on
I have Damus and Snake, which there were no roamers too, so that was kind of like
your opponents.
Unlucky.
Clash, Thorn, Goyo, Mira. All of these are obstacles.
No,
that you
Doki
need to get ahead from.
died
The only one who's not going to slow you down is the
blue.
Warden, and he's not going to be a problem anymore. Brendo gets the lead-off pick. That's the 3rd time in 5 rounds that Enterprise has struck first, and yet they've been unable to translate that to a round victory.
That's critical. With the Warden down, they need to get value out of these Candelas. They couldn't do it previously, but this is the moment to try to strike. Brendo's on the operator this time around. If he can take blue control, he should have no problem with these Candelas coming out, but it's all about the execution.
He just lets that one slip through his fingers. Cairo taking some damage. Candelas
Oh,
going
no.
off. Tuhon eliminating Benjamaster, and this is the best start we've seen from Enterprise in quite some time. Tuhon's in the midst of the site with the bearing 9 out, finding just about everybody, but Shaiko sits and waits. He warms up. Brendo has his teammates back, and Enterprise is on the board.
Finally, we get some momentum out of Enterprise, and Tuhon, the star of the show. While everyone's attention is over towards blue, where those Candelas come down. A couple other players looking towards main
I
stairs
don't
where
want
some
that,
pressure was being
please.
applied by Enterprise. It was Tuhon who drops the kitchen hatch with that SMG, finds a massive multi-frag to come out and make things happen for Enterprise. A 5-0 would have been a disastrous start. 4-1, that's something you could recover from.
Absolutely. Tuhon managing to find a gap, dropping through that kitchen hatch, and G2 just could not calm fast enough to turn their sights towards him. I mean, there is going to be chaos in the server Finally, Enterprise is typing in chat. I mean, it did take them until they won a round and immediately getting clamped back by Doki. Doki getting a couple words in the matchup against DZ earlier today as well. And a reminder, as we approach halftime here at Enterprise versus G2, Dark Zero is in action right now. They are playing up against Ninjas in Pajamas over on the B stream. Jesse, you and I are not watching that game, so we have no idea what's going on over there. But with how these two teams have played, that should be a pretty exciting affair.
Yeah, no doubt. There's going to be fantastic matches across both streams all day long, but for Enterprise G2, this is still one that can be swung the other direction. If we get a 4-2 split, especially attacking on Clubhouse, I mean, this game is far from over. Enterprise can be a really strong defense team when they need to. Throughout this tournament, they've been a better team on the defensive half, 74% win rate on the defense here through Salt Lake City. So this is a team who know how to defend. If they get that 4-2 split, it'll be huge. Now, I was worried with both the bans coming through, Azami and Capitao, what does the Raptors clear look like? Well, it doesn't look like anything because they're not going that side, Parker. It's going to be a master side over clear, which means these roamers on the west, most importantly Benja, are going to be in early action if they try to take these gunfights.
Is Benji made of electricity?
Not that I'm aware of.
But I keep hearing electricity with Benjamaster. Was the Clash
Come on.
the Clash taser? Are you not hearing that?
Yeah.
didn't pick
You
it up
hear
on
that
Benja.
now? I've heard
Goes to
that
the machine,
all
I
the
suppose.
fucking game.
It's gone now. Benja sitting inside a weight room when he was on SSG. Team bonding seemed to involve the gym in some capacity, and he, along with Shaiko, been doing some heavy lifting. There it was again.
Nice.
Benjamaster flushed out so perfectly. Brendo has been very good to pick up for Jigsaw's deficiencies. Two very quick kills by
GG,
G2.
quick trails are
Cairo
back, so.
and Brendo down for the count, and with that, Cairo will go the entire first half without a single kill. On his roll, it's not necessarily important he gets them, but that is still quite a loss, especially with Enterprise struggling to get frags. They've also surrendered that diffuser over in logistics. So one of the two remaining players on this EP team will need to go retrieve that, but they've got their hands full as a cross might prevent Tuhan from getting in the breach.
This is such a bad situation, to be honest. Trying to bait a swing does it, but Stompin's better anyways. Jigsaw's got the kit here, but everybody's looking his way, Parker. This half looks almost unwinnable. Doesn't even
Combat.
get one. Alamau cleans things up, and it will be a 5-1 split for the Europeans.
Yeah, G2 banging on all cylinders. I saw after, I think it was round number 3, Twister, the coach of Team Secret, tweeted something out saying, like, is it too early for me to
Doesn't matter, guys.
predict
Come back
a
from
winner?
West. We're on defense now, so don't worry about it. 0-0.
Yep.
Alright guys, whatever happened on attack, get the fuck out of our minds, okay? We are now going to be defending, okay? So 0-0, remember if we're up or we're down, it's 0-0.
Yes, sir.
We all need to reset right now, okay? Calm down, and we've already identified what's the problem, okay? We're not listening to each other, okay? So they're most likely going to ban Bandit Kai. What are we banning on Cairo?
We are banning Thermite guys.
Thermite
Yes, sir.
okay.
Heard.
If we do play our roam strats, they're going to be doing spread, fast, first floor entries, okay? Fast in kitchen or fast in airlock, okay? Or they have a blitz running through church door on an execute, okay? So care the blitz in church and care the fast entries first floor if we're doing the roam strat, okay? For the gym cash sweep, they have just a default sweep. They have a Blackbeard, okay? And Deimos will always come up secret. He'll jump in secret and he'll come up cash stairs, okay?
Smoke my door.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, do it like that. Yeah, and I do it so I can walk in and peek steps.
Yeah.
So it's like a little
to be honest, I can put like 2, so you're fine.
Okay.
I don't need my smokes.
We talked about it before the game, Mayo. It was like I'm gonna use the glass there to kill the guy's steps.
Okay. Yeah, what you have been doing already, right?
Yeah, but it's like just it gives it it's better if he capitals because the smoke takes a little bit to explode. You know, if he smokes, I'll just peek him right away. That's fine. Basement roam clears fine. Coordinate the executes. Remember, if Capital, Ying, Grim's open and I'm playing it, blue is always so easy to take, Carl, for us. So just like coordinate with me and Shaiko. I'm gonna burn the guy or push, and then we're gonna
if we do it at the same time like we did on the last screen, there was nothing they could do. I think it was against FaZe, right? We did everything at the same time. They just got fucked.
G2 really not using much time. They
They
said
don't
they're in
need it.
silence for like 25 seconds. What more is there to say than the scoreline isn't already saying they are very firmly in the driver's seat here in this best of one, hoping to end the day 2-0. And right now, it seems to be the case. Enterprise will have to pull off a miracle in the second half.
Yeah, well, once again, Siege is a game of two halves, Parker. It's a common saying, but it's true for a reason, right? We've seen things flip before. G2 will have a relatively easy time. They just need 2 defense wins. That can be one site twice or 2 different sites. Really common bans coming out here. Both teams focusing on the wall breach, whether it's the hard breachers
wall
or
breach
the
again.
electricity ops coming out. Enterprise have to be able to lock in on these defenses.
And the hard
I mean,
breach
Mag
as
said
well.
it right
Didn't
when
expect
attack
that,
came out, came
though.
through. Whatever happened on the attack, get it out of
Actually.
your heads. This is a new game. They have to believe that with their whole heart. But, man, I'm worried. It was not only just some silence, but it was silence and then confidence I felt coming out from G2 in their own timeout. They were talking about different ways that they've been able to clear blue, different strats that they use to clear a staircase with the glass. I mean, they seemingly have a deep arsenal of plays they can make here
What
up
did you say,
against
face
EP, and
count?
they might not even have to showcase them all if they can close this one out quickly. That's got to be in the back of their minds. You know, if you can make this one a fast 7-1, you're saving strats for later in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. The one big deficiency for Enterprise has been their gunplay. We have to give Brendo credit for his opening picks. Brendo has been very good at finding opportunities for his team. He has 2 first bloods so far. Tuhon and Bappin have 1 apiece. Now, for Bappin, that's half of his kills. Was a first blood all the way back in round number 3. Enterprise
did I forget to
actually
put the
have
rotation
4 first bloods
there
of the
in
6 rounds. So their
the
starting
strat?
point, really not quite
Fuck,
bad.
I have to check my
But it's
strat
everything
book
that
again.
follows that is the issue. And when you've got guys like Bappin, Jigsaw, and Cairo combining for a total of 3 kills and 16 deaths,
Yeah.
something
That's
is very
too
clearly going wrong
early.
after you get that first pick.
And Bappin's going to have a tough time this round, Parker, because he's playing that blue position that G2 seemed so confident to clear out. And look at this op lineup. You've got Capitao, you've got the Grim, you've got nades and flashes on now. I mean, there are going to be some real problems playing this blue position from Bappin. It's nice that he can see through the flashes and the smokes. That's great. But with all of this utility, with the Capitao firebolts, with the bees coming out from Grim as well,
Wow.
Bappin's going to have a tough time. It's a nice impact.
Amazing timing by Cairo. That was about a nanosecond away from going off. So well timed, and that'll require Stompin to go back to the drawing board there. I imagine Doki will make a beeline for stock and get that hatch open, which will then put more pressure over on, over on Bappin, who is playing in that position. He's still there. A lot of people refer to these spots as suicide because you know you are playing to die. So it is a, well, you got a death wish if you want to play this spot.
Yeah, I'm worried. The drones are coming in. G2 doing exactly what they said they would. But he's not alone, right? He's got Jigsaw just behind him inside of Church. So they've got a couple more opportunities here to maybe close things off with the Azami. Might be able to cause
going
some
to be
distractions,
interesting.
maybe disrupt G2's push a little bit. You've got to find some way to force these players off guard, because if they do the exact push that they
Nowadays,
want
it's going to be
I'd
confirmed
worried
that
about how good
Water is playing behind
Nitro Cell
C4.
lined up in the hands of Brendo. He's been a bright spot in terms of fragging power. Stompin would be the recipient of that, should Stompin not be aware of it. He's droning himself down the stairs. A good spread from G2 now as we hit the final minute of the round. And outside of a little bit of damage done to Jigsaw, not much else has happened here, Jesse.
Here come the firebolts, though. This is the clear they were promising. The bees are in on to Bappin as well. He's got to make a decision. He just runs back out to Church.
Shaiko will look for the follow-up. He had some targets in front of his eyes.
Damn.
Bappin takes down Ali Mao. Stompin trades that one right back. Stompin was poised and ready at the bottom of main stairs. Shaiko right now coming out empty-handed as Jigsaw has been put on the ground, so it's a 3v3 unless Jigsaw can be recovered. Doesn't look like that's the focus for the time being. Cairo breaks his kill-less streak, eliminating Shaiko. He's got Doki and follow-up. Brendo is now on the ground as well. A 2v2. These teams cannot remove themselves from each other's presence. Stompin attempting the plant to draw somebody out. It's a flank around from Tuhon. Doki needs to cover, but where is Doki? As Tuhon and Stompin now both have their hands full. Doki looking for the backstab. He will find it. Jigsaw's been picked back up. He gets the kill, and it leaves Stompin in a 1v2. Running out of time. It looks like Enterprise will survive for at least one more round. And they'll win on time. A good
damn,
attempt from G2, but
close. That was
Enterprise
close.
managed to squeeze out a victory.
It is
Close,
close,
close, close,
it's
close.
messy, but it gets the job done, Parker. They don't ask how. Enterprise, really nice stuff around that blue stairs position. That's what we were worried about the most. That's where our attention was. That's where all of the util was for G2. But what did they do? They didn't stand up and fight it. They just gave it up. They left the position, and Bappin says, you can have it. I'm going to look towards the hallway. That's where Alamau's pushing in. That's where I'm going to find my frag. Immediately traded back, but they kept numbers alive that whole time. And you're right, kind of in the end there, Doki and Stompin not able to work together. Doki was playing over towards blue. He was the last remnant of that push, trying to make something happen. And I think after getting that down, he was just a little bit too passive. It was 2 separate 1v1s, but when they took so long to capitalize on that frag, Enterprise were able to pick up a body, and now it's not 2 separate 1v1s. It's a 1v1 and a 1v2. That's something the Enterprise can work with. That's a trade game they could play around, and they did everything they needed to lock things down.
Imagine how differently that round goes if you take blue about 30 seconds earlier.
Yeah.
Right? Shaiko was in pursuit, but he was about a step or two behind those Grimbees, wasn't able to play off of the pings, and because of that, he could not get not only 1, maybe even 2 relatively free kills. Just something like that can make a huge difference. If you are a step behind across that your team is set up, you can lose the round quite effectively.
And I like to see Cairo getting active. Obviously still 1-6, but not finding a frag through that first half. He has the highest kill differential on defense of any player here at the Salt Lake City Major. 20 and 10, that's +10 differential. We know he's a good fragger on the defensive side. Of course, hard support IGL. He doesn't play very frag-focused roles on the attack, but watch out, because if he starts heating up on this defense side, G2 might be in trouble.
And I mean, don't kid yourself. Jigsaw could still easily get back in this match as well.
Yeah.
It is very rare that your star fragger will be that quiet for that entire time. The problem with the best of one, Jesse, you have no other maps to recover. Benjamaster will take down Tuhon. Brendo is taking a beating as well. So G2 doing very well in the early round, which isn't something we've said much. It's been Enterprise doing their job so effectively. Down goes Brendo as Eagle peeks the window. Maybe he was checking for information, and Benja will find kill number 2 on the round.
2 kills from outside, too, from Benja. I mean, he hasn't even really get active in the building.
You're being too aggressive!
Play with it with his life. 3v3 now. Messy defense from Enterprise. They're scattered around the map as G2 enter Logi.
And out go the impacts. Cairo, a desperate swing. Nitro Cell now will be tossed out from these defenders.
Way too aggressive.
Benjamaster, his kill, technically, will be Bappin's. Good reflexes on Bappin with the TCSG from that spot at top red. It was almost a double swing onto the opening as Shaiko gets taken care of, but the defuse kit goes down. Stompin', a deceptive amount of kills, quietly amassing 8 frags. It'll all be up to Alamau, though, as Stompin' sits up, gets shut down and sat down by Enterprise. ADS now from the Blackbeard. Say what you will against this Enterprise team in this particular match, but they can still easily punish you. Alimau has to play safe for the next 20 seconds. Stompin' will be giving information. There's Alimau inside a bathroom going for the loop around. Oh my goodness, Jigsaw gets him at the last second. I was wondering what the pathing would be. A huge clutch from Enterprise. They went back-to-back rounds, and suddenly we've got ourselves a ball game.
Welcome to the server, Jigsaw. You've been badly missed. He starts typing away. Listen, Jigsaw, an absolute masterclass. They didn't worry about the clock, Parker. They knew that that plant was going down inside of Jim. G2, an excellent explosion into the site. Leads off with Benja, getting those 2 massive frags over into the master windows. From outside the building, he starts to create that chaos. This is the second one coming through straight onto Brendo. It's a 5v3 advantage. But the players over on the CC side, they do quite well. Bappin and Jigsaw move together, and they finally kill Alamau with, what, 10 seconds? 13 left on the defuse, about 5 to get to that defuse kit. Plenty of time to make it happen. Really nervous with that clock ticking down, but Enterprise, they didn't seem worried at all.
Well, I mean, it seems like Enterprise needs to stop getting the first pick. I think that's where the key to success lies. Let Benjamaster get 2 picks immediately, and then you win the round. Really good stuff in the mid to late round, and as you put it, there are 2 sides to Siege. If you are on attack and you strike first, you usually have such a high rate of success. That win rate fluctuates anywhere from 65 to 80% if you strike first. Enterprise have not gotten that memo whatsoever.
No.
Enterprise have statistically played better when they don't get the first pick. So their mid to late round needed work on the first half. It's hard to capitalize off of a lack of coordination on attack. On defense, your mid to late round usually involves play angles, play time, and play Shaiko out of the building. Bappin with a beautiful swing immediately answered by Benjamaster. Great shots abound as Enterprise have made this really competitive. Now it's Brendo almost dying. Benjamaster looking for one. There goes Brendo to Doki. 3 bodies dug in the first 30 seconds. This is going to be a good round, Jesse.
Absolutely. Doki promised the glass play during that halftime, and he will deliver. Nice frag coming out from him, and now Tuhon, I believe, downed by Doki as well. He's in the Raptors position, so that's a massive pick, and everyone's dead on the side of Enterprise. We don't even need the full 3 minutes. That is a quick one to bring G2 to match point.
Come on.
I wish you could see the chat right now. They are saying things I cannot repeat. But it is very entertaining. Nonetheless, final operator band coming in here, and nothing is really slowing down this G2 assault, at least in this overall
Doki,
matchup.
what the
Enterprise did
fuck?
show some real promise on that previous round, but it all fell to pieces. A great peak.
Spoiler alert from the other stream. Dark Zero won their match against
the
NIP.
round. They have lost,
and I was
4 rounds
right.
where they had the opening pick. That is an unheard of statistic.
I was right.
It's frankly, it's a bit baffling. But the thing is that
Like, I need
Mag
Weibo to
likely knows
win
what's going
against
wrong.
Twisted
can
Minds
probably
for my
assess
prediction to be
but
right.
You're not going to be able to fix it because this isn't a best of 3.
True, and they don't have any more time.
And everyone else
threw it
is
in the
as
first
well. I
half,
need
so they're
them
not
to,
gonna have
like,
any ability to
win.
talk to their coach.
Literally.
Meg, one of the most experienced veterans of the OCE seed, maybe the founding forefather, really, of Australian Rainbow Six, but he can't have any more impact here in this matchup. You kind of saw more of that chat coming through. It's gotten a little bit more docile, I would say, from Enterprise compared to what we're used to seeing. I mean, they're begging at this point. They
So
need
they're
to go 3
extending
straight. And on
up.
defense, that's no easy task. You got to win 3 separate bomb sites in a row just to force this into overtime. And G2, you know, they haven't been winning most of these attacks, but they've been coming very close. I mean, they could have won any of those first 3 attacking rounds. It was Enterprise better in those late moments for 7 and 8, but finally G2 get the better of them. At some point in the next 3 rounds, you
This
gotta
is an
think things are gonna
interesting
fall
thing
apart.
from
And to
Enterprise.
your point, those rounds, Enterprise won with only a single player surviving.
Yes.
So again, very, very close. This one could have easily been over with Enterprise winning a single round. Jigsaw dies at the hands of Doki in the first 25 seconds. You know what? For the neutral fans, you got to be saying this is a pretty good game, all things considered. Tuhon now inside of Freezer, playing over by Kitchen. He's in a rough spot, potentially being watched by Windows, and has had to plug so many holes with those Kiba barriers. Down goes Bappin. 40 seconds off the board, and we've already got 2 casualties. Make that a third. Eerily similar to the previous round, and that's with Tuhon still frozen out of action. Jumped on by Stompin, who breaks double digits. Only player in the lobby to do so. Logic bombs will go off. Cairo and Brendo on the ropes. Enterprise's incredible undefeated run looks sure to be ending in a matter of moments here, Jesse.
This one's not slowing down. G2 have more players in the basement than Enterprise do. They had 2 players down there as Alamo starts the plant. They find Cairo, who
Now
rotated back
Doki in
down,
a
and
double
Brendo is on
digit
the
as
top
well.
floor. GGs are typed. I don't see this one going any other way.
Love to see Shaiko getting in on the toxicity here. Brendo trying to deal with Stompin', but it's the youngster to seal the deal. G2, no doubt about it. Take the map, and with it, end the day 2-0. They are but a single best of 3 away for qualifying for main stage on Friday. Jesse, it's Sunday.
It's crazy how good G2 have been. They're making a speed run here of the Swiss phase. That is 7 straight games through kickoff now and Salt Lake City for anyone keeping track. A massive victory, and it brings Enterprise back down to reality. They have been undefeated up until this point in their season, but this G2 team was just too hot to handle.
If it comes down to what I think, Enterprise will be playing against Falcos, because I think Falcos is going to be winning against CAG.
The only thing G2 has to do is win a single best of 3, and it'll be best of 3s all the way down. They could lose the first 2, and they'll still keep playing them because you don't qualify or go home on best of 1. So best of 1s for G2 are done.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, they're downstairs. The stairs are right there.
They go the wrong way.
They went the wrong way.
Okay, well they're gonna take a minute, but they will get there eventually to meet their opponents for the handshake. And obviously, tough result for Australian fans who might just be waking up to watch their favorite team play. The Aussies might be used to rooting for G2, as the only time an OS player has ever won a 6 Invitational was in a G2 jersey. But today they won't be thrilled with this result. Plenty more Siege to play over the next couple of days. They're still 1-1.
Yeah, but you said Mag was the founding.
Okay, so I I will not be able to stream the rest of the games. I would have probably be able to stream every single game today if they did not push it back by an hour. I would probably have done that, but my family needs to go to bed in general as well, so I can't stay up for more. So kind of pissed that they pushed everything back by an hour. Not gonna lie about that, but hopefully we will see the results for tomorrow, and I will be back. So my prediction for the other games, we have Weibo versus Twisted Minds. I do hope that Weibo is going to be winning because of my prediction, but I would say that Twisted Minds will probably win that game unless Weibo has an amazing game. Wildcard versus Loss, I do expect Wildcards to win against Loss. FaZe Clan versus Shopify, I do believe FaZe Clan is going to be winning based on earlier results, but they have played a little bit iffy right now in the last game, so maybe Shopify would do amazing, I'm not sure, but I put FaZe Clan in for the win there. 5 Fears versus Virtus Pro, I expect Virtus Pro to win, no question asked. Furia versus All Gamer is gonna be Furia, like, something is madly wrong if Furia can't win against them. And the last game is going to be CAG versus Falcons. I expect Falcons to win, no questions asked. So that is my prediction for the matches. Yeah, that's all I can do right now, but do hope that you still enjoyed the matches. I am so sorry that it's been like it is. Sorry for you guys hearing my ranting, but seriously, this is not cool at all. But hopefully tomorrow will be better. We have more games to check out for tomorrow. And for everyone in Twitch, stick around, we're going to be raiding someone. And for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and subscribing to your channel. And if you have not, like, what are you waiting for? Like, we love Siege, don't we? So do check out my channel more. And I will see you guys tomorrow, and that's going to be around 6 p.m.-ish when the first game is starting tomorrow. It's going to be yeah, around 7 actually as well. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I freaking love you guys, and have a nice morning, night, wherever you are.